If I may ask all colleagues to start taking their seats, we will start shortly. Okay, I suppose we can begin. People can settle down. Okay, I'll just begin. Good morning. Good Monday to all of you. I have the pleasure of opening our event today and welcoming you all to Pilipinas Conference 2022. Finally, we are here again together, and I'm very happy to serve as host and moderator of the first panel. I am Ron Mendoza, Regional Director for Southeast Asia at ID Insight. ID Insight is a policy research organization focused on international development policy and programs with a menu of data-driven technical assistance and capacity building services. We work in 5 regions in over 2 dozen countries, and we are dedicated to informing and supporting high-impact development policy and programs with rigorous data analysis and evidence. I have 2 of my colleagues in ID Insight with me today. In a previous lifetime, I served as Dean and Professor of Economics at the Ateneo School of Government, as some of you may know. My honorable replacement is here in the first panel, who will do a much better job than I ever did. To start us off with a few opening remarks, let me turn the podium over to Professor Dindo Manhit, the current president of Stratbase ADR Institute and the lead convener for the Democracy Watch Philippines. Dindo is also the managing director of the Bauer Group Asia in the Philippines. He served as associate professor and chair for the Political Science Department of De La Salle University. He was a former undersecretary of the Department of Education, and he was appointed recently as one of the ASEAN Regional Forum experts and eminent persons by the Department of Foreign Affairs. It's my pleasure to turn over the podium to Dindo.
morning to everyone. Guests from government, private sector, civil society networks, representatives from various sectors, organizations, colleagues, and partners in our Stratbase advocacy for the past 18 years. We're now 18 years old, so I would like to thank two of our founding chairman and vice chairman, Secretary Albert De Rosario and Mr. Jose Nono Ibaceta. Both of them are here. So 18 years ago, we started talking about issues of governance reforms. But 6 years ago, in 2016, when we organized the very first Pilipinas Conference, the administration of former President Rodrigo Duterte was just nearing the end of its first 6 months. At that time, we thought of bringing people together so we could talk about how best to prepare the challenges for the next year. While there were many similar underlying issues that we still see today, those times were decidedly much different. The personality of President Duterte was something of a conundrum, something that occasioned both excitement and even trepidation among many. We have continued to hold the Pilipinas Conference every year since 2016. Little did we know that in 2020, the great disruption that was COVID-19 pandemic would hit us, and it hit us hard. At the height of the pandemic in 2020 and 2021, the lockdowns and the continuing health concerns notwithstanding, the Stratbase Group continued to hold the Pilipinas Conference online. Thousands of participants, because we did it, I think, 4 or 5 days. All key players in government, business, and civil society joined us as we threshed out the many issues confronting our country, which then centered, but were not limited to, how we were going to emerge from the pandemic. And now, here we are, holding this conference in a hybrid manner. We have at least 600 registrations in Zoom, and hopefully they can really join us, and we have more registered tomorrow. In a physical venue here in Ayala Museum, the 7th Pilipinas Conference is being held at a time when the Philippines, I believe, is at a crossroads. We are gradually emerging out of hiding from the virus, not because it is gone, but because we have found a way to coexist with it while minimizing the risks. We have installed a new administration, a new leader in the person of President Marcos Jr., who won a decisive mandate. We are now going beyond a typically divisive election campaign and finding ways to work together as one society, to cooperate for the sake of this nation that I think we all love so much. As always, we will start from the question, where are we in 2022? In the next 2 days, we will try to answer this not only from the point of view of Stratbase and the research that we continue to do, but from that of different stakeholders of Philippine society. This provides a solid base and starting point upon which all succeeding discussions will emanate. After all, if we do not have a fair and accurate assessment of where we are, then there's no way we can aim for a destination, much less than the manner by which we could get there. For many years, the Stratbase Group and our research and intelligence team have been doing just that, bringing people together, providing the platform for interaction, provoking thoughts, sparking conversations, and translating all this into actionable policy recommendations, which we hope helps make a difference in people's lives. As I have said, we begin from a determination of where we are. And in Stratbase, we always rely on empirical data. Our research and intelligence team has tracked 8 geopolitical risks in an attempt to locate the current situation of the Philippines in various issues. And I wanted to share this from issues of social concerns, issues of the economy, issues of governance, issues of security, and I like to add the word asymmetric security risks. The Philippines is in a long emergency where the many people remain to be in poverty and unemployed. Data shows that Filipinos are jobless, hungry, and poor. They're clamoring for transparency and good governance. Even the ordinary person on the street level is aware that only through governance and cooperation with the private sector can progress and be truly achieved. Ordinary people believe that their government must assert its sovereign rights on our territory and do something to protect what is rightfully ours, while preparing ourselves for threats that are both traditional and non-traditional. And that's not my point of view. That's the point of view of the national survey that we did with Pulse Asia that ended nearly 100 days of this new government. Closely linked to how people feel about their own lives is how they think they're governed regarding the most urgent personal concerns. This was done on the eve of the inauguration, June of this year. Filipinos deemed that they prefer to stay healthy and avoid diseases as their top concern, followed by having a secure and high-paying job or source of income, and at least having to have enough food to eat every day. Basic needs, gut issues. In the Pulse Asia survey, respondents were asked to choose from 7 issues that would benefit the most if corruption were controlled. And 36% of them chose economic recovery and development as their top answer. This was followed by improving the plight of ordinary citizens, achieving good governance, and efficient, effective delivery of public services. This is what I meant earlier about data-driven. We continue to fund and work with respectable polling organizations, which we have done since 2004, to understand what the public feels. Because at the end of the day, the Filipino people is more important than any interest. Meanwhile, I would like to share a survey done by PwC Philippines and the Management Association of the Philippines, and how CEOs felt when they were asked what factors they thought would delay Philippine recovery. We got surprised with the answer. 67% of them answered corruption. Additionally, so we felt with this kind of survey, we worked with Pulse Asia last September and asked this question on issues of corruption. And the Pulse Asia survey found that 91% of Filipinos agree that to effectively control corruption, the government should cooperate with different forces and groups in society. And that 92% believe that the government should strengthen anti-corruption laws and mechanisms. These numbers show that our people are aware of the direct relationship between how the government runs its affairs and how the economy performs, especially in the immediate aftermath of a public health crisis like COVID-19. Evidence-based and data-driven research is needed to determine and understand Philippine national interests because it should reflect people's concerns, will, and desire. The data acquired from national surveys will help shape the policy process of the country to be more accurate and effective in being responsive to the Filipino people. From social inequality, poverty, unemployment, inflation, corruption, digital gap, climate change, to traditional and asymmetric security risk, the issues and concerns that the country's new leaders are expected to solve are daunting. Good policy choices and execution on the rising inflation, food and energy, security, job creation and poverty reduction, public-private sector partnerships, good governance, anti-corruption commitments, and independent foreign policy will be the barometer for accountability and performance. Just a few weeks back, I wrote about this in my article, Legitimacy Through Accountability and Good Governance. These numbers tell a definitive story. The people are struggling. Only inclusive economic development will elevate their suffering. But development will only be realized through good governance, transparency, and accountability institutionalized in the different agencies of government. And it will bring what we need, the much needed investments that will create jobs. Good jobs, great quality jobs. We should take our cue from the very people whose interests and rights are at the core of what we are doing. Findings that I've quoted earlier should help direct and focus the government's effort not only to achieve fiscal discipline, build infrastructure, and attract investments, but to make transparency and accountability the primary government agenda. In last November 15, I wrote in my Business World commentary, accountability is also like its stronger, more evocative term. I say this in my class, and I was teaching in 26 years, pananagutan. Is something that we lack in our governance culture. Imagine if the public sector as a whole were more accountable for its action. Imagine if all our officials at the national and local level made their decision in a transparent way and always in the interest of the people. And then the government, again as a whole, would be responsive, and Filipinos would feel that their government was truly working for them. This is where those who matter, the Filipino people, tell us where we are. These are our people's concern. That our honored roster of panelists this morning, this afternoon, and the following day, tomorrow, will be sharing their analysis and instructive insights and strategies and solutions that will help realize our collective aspiration to recover from the complex challenges of these times and inclusively evolve into a sustainable, prosperous nation. Such a long welcome to everyone. But on behalf of the Stratbase ADR Institute, our partners, our friends, welcome to the Pilipinas Conference 2020. And I took this opportunity to take this job from Dean Ron to introduce our keynote speaker, somebody very close to us in Stratbase, close personally to me. She served in different positions in the past. Chief of Staff of the late Senate President Edgardo J. Angara, Undersecretary of the Department of Budget and Management, the Assistant Governor of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, and currently the Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management. But for me, she's my friend for more than 2 decades already. Maybe it reflects my age. But we've gone a long way with a lot of initiatives through the years, from governance and reform initiatives. So I feel proud of her now as Secretary and proud to introduce her as our keynote speaker this morning. Secretary of DBM, Amina Magandamon. I call her Mina.
Thank you, sir. I still call him sir. I've learned a lot from Professor Manhit when I started in government. Thank you. Excellencies of the Diplomatic Corps, DFA Secretary Albert Del Rosario, Professor Dino Manhit, officers and members of the Stratbase ADR Institute, panelists, special guests, and all the participants of the Pilipinas Conference 2022, a pleasant morning to all of you. On the 7th staging of the Pilipinas Conference this year, Stratbase ADR Institute and Democracy, Watch Philippines, are taking on an important topic critical to our post-pandemic recovery: digitalization. This is crucial as greater collaboration and innovation on public service delivery is even more pronounced now as the public demands a more responsive government, quick to deliver as we cushion the unprecedented impacts of the pandemic. In 2022, our ranking in the IMD World Digital Competitiveness improved 2 places, from 58 to 56 out of 63 countries. However, we remain behind our peers in the Asia Pacific with a score of 52.81 out of 100. This dictates the need for our country to fully embrace the transition to digitalization, especially on government processes and business models. This is why, at the Department of Budget and Management, digital transformation is at the core of our reform agenda. But how exactly do we optimize digitalization to effectively execute the principles of good governance, strengthen policy making and service delivery, and achieve socio-economic goals. Allow me to share with you our three strategic priorities to address the existing gaps on open and inclusive governance by leveraging on digital interventions. First, by energizing citizen participation in governance. Our efforts to energize citizen participation in governance has paid off, as evidenced by our improved score in public participation in Open Budget Survey. In 2019, we scored 31 out of 100. In 2021, it increased to 35 out of 100, making us a number one in Southeast Asia. Note that the global average for public participation is at 14 points. We intend to further energize this through our efforts in the DBM and in the Philippine Open Government Partnership. In particular, the DBM is in the process of establishing a CSO desk to serve as the focal unit for all concerns related to public participation in the budget process, among others. The DBM CSO desk will be one of the avenues by providing capacity building activities for CSOs to enable a more meaningful engagement, and we target to roll out this by year end. I am also glad to share with you that we are in the process of crafting the 6th National Action Plan under the Philippine Open Government Partnership Initiative. Central to the development of the plan is to amplify collaboration between the non-government sector and the government agencies in the design, implementation, and monitoring of government programs. Hence, the PHOGP will also focus on harnessing technologies that will help build the capacity of CSOs to properly monitor and evaluate national commitments. Some of our PHOGP success stories on opening spaces for citizen participation in the recently concluded action plan includes the introduction of e-participation tools through DICT's National Government Portal. We have also engaged and empowered citizens via the 8888 Citizens Complaint Center. DSWD's Disaster Response Operations Monitoring and Information Virtual Operating Center also improve our mechanisms for immediate and effective disaster response. In addition, the Citizen Participatory Audit, or the CPA, has been institutionalized to enable citizens to participate in the audit process as accountability partners of the government. Second, investing on innovations to close the digital governance gap. The 8-point socio-economic agenda underscores our direction to achieve efficiency across the government and enhance the country's digital economy. To enable this, we should invest in digitalization and innovation now. In our ever-evolving digital society, we acknowledge that inclusivity remains to be a challenge. To achieve equitable participation in the digital society and bridge the widening digital divide, the government must make meaningful digital opportunities available for all beyond basic connectivity. Our President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. himself highlighted in his first State of the Nation address the need to optimize technological innovations to improve public service delivery, coupled by enhancing universal connectivity. The use of technologies by the government enables the development of people-centric and demand-driven policies. By investing in digitalization, we connect Filipinos to more opportunities. That is why, in our proposed 2023 national budget, 12.47 billion pesos will be provided for ICT and digitalization programs and projects of the national government. Of that total, we have allocated 4.72 billion pesos for the ICT systems and infrastructure development, management and advisory program of the DICT. that shall connect government departments and improve its accessibility and improve overall internet speed and affordability. While another 2.06 billion pesos for the PhilSys shall support the accurate and timely provision of social services. In addition, some 3.56 billion pesos budget for DOF and its attached agencies, including BIR and Bureau of Custom, also highlights the focus of our digitalization efforts towards the improvement of revenue collection. Third, harnessing an agile government. To improve bureaucratic efficiency, the DBM advocates digitalization throughout the public financial management process. Together with the Department of Finance, Bureau of Treasury, Commission on Audit, we shall fast-track the rollout of the Budget and Treasury Management System, or BTMS. This will improve our data governance by generating real-time, accurate, and vital financial information which will aid government managers to make timely and data-driven decisions. This will result in better cash management, effective financial control, accountability, and oversight with financial management systems integration across the bureaucracy. I am also delighted to share with you that we are embarking on digital transformation for the government's procurement process to enable a more efficient and transparent public procurement. All these initiatives redound to making our public financial management system work for the people by strengthening the integrity of our systems, diminishing human discretion in government transactions, and strengthening interagency coordination. We will also work with Congress towards the enactment of the Progressive Budgeting for Better and Modernized Governance, PBBM, or the PBBM Governance Bill. We just coined the bill yesterday, so it's a new one, PBBM, which shall facilitate the development and implementation of the Integrated Financial Management Information System and the gradual implementation of the Cash Budgeting System, or the CBS. Our main consideration across these strategic priorities is to leverage on digital transformation to achieve open, inclusive, and sustainable governance. While we recognize that this is a challenging road ahead, we are also leveraging on a strong partnership we have with the CSOs and the private sector in this pursuit. To this end, we shall deliver effective and efficient public services, provide spaces to listen and to respond to the issues we face, and put interests and welfare of the Filipino people as the center of its governance. We invite all of you in this journey as we collaborate for an innovative, open, and inclusive government. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you very much, Sekamena, for that very enlightening presentation. I think it's a good start to our conference today. I have the pleasure of introducing the next speaker, who is a very good friend of mine. He is Dr. Kiko Magno. He's a trustee and convener of the Stratbase ADR and a senior fellow and the founding director of the De La Salle Institute of Governance. He's a full professor of political science, former chair of the political science department, and former director of the Social Development Research Center at De La Salle University, Manila. Doc Kiko, please take the podium.
Thank you very much, Ron, for that generous introduction. I assume that there would be somebody. Click. ranking. So my topic this morning is the value of e-governance in Philippine development. Next slide. Oh. E-governance is the use of digital technologies by the government to improve how services are provided and to transform the overall functioning and effectiveness of government. So I make a distinction between e-government and e-governance. So e-government refers narrowly to public functions and institutions that have become digitized, while e-governance is a broader concept that refers to the digitization of all the relationships and the governmental and non-governmental factors that contribute to the services and policy-making functions of public institutions. So a while ago, we heard Secretary Mina talking about the important role of citizens in the digital process. So I just adopted this from the most recent United Nations e-government survey 2022. So it's very important to look at both the enablers and barriers to the transition to digital governance. So in the enabler side, you have data, design, and delivery, while on the barriers, we have access, affordability, and ability. So we see a paradigm shift because we have the traditional bureaucratic paradigm which focuses on hierarchy, administrative silos. So we look at different agencies as separate entities rather than working together. Under the e-government paradigm, we speak of greater integration, collaboration, and citizen engagement. But now we are transitioning into a need-based paradigm where we consider the development outcomes that are pursued. For example, sustainable development and the important role of citizen preferences. So in this presentation, I use metrics to look at the status of e-governance in the Philippines. So I use the Waseda University International Academy of CIO Digital Government Survey, as well as the United Nations e-Government Development Index. So I'll discuss first the Waseda University metrics and then proceed to the United Nations e-Government Development Index. So looking at the Waseda University framework, which enumerates the important aspects of digital transformation, and these are network preparedness, management optimization, online services, national portal, the role of the government CIO, e-government promotion, e-participation of open government data, cybersecurity, and the use of emerging ICT. While in the United Nations e-Government Development Index, there are three key areas: the provision of online services, telecom infrastructure and connectivity, and human capital. Now let me proceed to the Waseda University framework. So actually, I'm one of the pool of experts in this instrument. It is limited by the more should we say smaller sample, or the number of countries that participates in the government rankings. It's so because that Waseda University links with academic institutions, universities. So there are 64 countries, and as you see, the Philippines is ranked 32nd. But again, let me say that this is a smaller sample of countries. But what is interesting here is the qualitative information that's available. In fact, I wrote an article that came out in the Journal of Asia Pacific Studies using the survey instrument, and this appeared in March 2018. It's a little dated, but this is still very much relevant, and at the same time, I used the data from the most recent survey undertaken by Waseda University. So let me proceed very quickly on network preparedness. So network preparedness measures the level of internet use and subscription to broadband and mobile cellular services. So these are data referring to internet access, as well as the deployment of commercial 5G services, and government has increased its investment in the implementation of innovative data centers to promote 5G services. And so we proceed to management optimization, or management optimization indicates the utilization of ICT for enabling or for enhancing government business processes. So we have the e-government master plan, but a key challenge for the e-government master plan 2022 is to establish a one digital government via e-government technology. So the whole idea of interoperability among the different government agencies is very relevant. In terms of online services, these are provided through the integration of business processes, policies, procedures, tools, technologies, and human resources to support customer services using ICT networks. So, Secretary Pangandaman already mentioned some of the advances in online services, for example, in procurement, in the use of e-tax, e-health platforms, especially during the pandemic that we are still in, and the business permits and licensing services. It's a cooperation between the ILG, DTI, and the former DICT, or the precursor of the ICTO. And then we go to the national portal. Given that many government ICT services, mainly online services, have traditionally been built in silos, the approach for developing a national government portal must be based on a more collaborative structure. So we still have a long way to go. What has been started is the open data portal, and the Philippine Statistics Authority launched the openstat.psa.gov.ph in 2017. But there's still a need to populate this platform, and there has to be consistency in providing information. Then we have the government CIO. We are quite delayed in this process, principally because our DICT law is still very new. But what is relevant here is that the government CIO exercises leadership and governance capacity to supervise the implementation of ICT programs to improve public services. What we have in the law is the creation of a CIO council, which will consist of CIOs with the DICT secretary serving as the chairman, with a CIO council that will assist the department in the implementation of government ICT initiatives. So the role of the DICT as a coordinator is very important in this regard. And then e-government promotion. The DICT Act of 2016 represents a big step in institutionalizing public support for e-government. Then we have e-participation. Online tools have been developed to provide citizen access to government information. For example, e-information, e-consultation, and e-decision making. So these are general tools, and these can be customized to promote e-participation. And then we have open government data. It concerns information that can be freely used, reused, and redistributed. This has been started a few years back, the Open Data Portal, launched in 2014. Again, there is a need to populate and to provide content and to pursue continuity and consistency in this effort. Cybersecurity, the DICT's National Cybersecurity Plan is rolling out cybersecurity infrastructure from hardware to software, and a capacity building program for all national agencies and local governments. And the government is strengthening the implementation of the Data Privacy Act, establishing standards for data security, encouraging all businesses to register on the government's online site and hire a data privacy officer. The use of emerging ICT. Local firms have also invested more money in the digital transformation efforts of organizations. ICT infrastructure, however, is still underinvested despite the increasing use of mobile devices and social media. Several aspects of the government's cloud-first policy include staff email, national archives, and the government's cloud data center. Now let me go to the United Nations e-government survey. This is very fresh. It just came out a few, I think just last month. Uh, these are the key insights. There is an ongoing shift from the traditional technocratic e-government approach of the early 2000s to a digital development agenda that is policy-oriented, data-centric, and politically driven. That's why nowadays we are using digital government, digital governance rather than e-governance, because we are very much focused on how data is used and for what purposes. The survey also shows how e-government has moved from siloed approaches in just a few high-income countries to whole of government and whole of society approaches in nearly all countries in the world. So you can see that so many countries now are into e-government, and there is a whole discussion about the penetration of ICT and digital technology in the government. But it's now a question of how strategic is digital, or are digital technologies being used. Despite increases in online services for vulnerable groups, the study points to pervasive digital divides. And so this is how the Philippines stand. E-Government Development Index, it is ranked 89 out of 193 countries. In terms of e-participation index, it is ranked 80 out of 193. So as I mentioned a while ago, e-Government Development Index has several, it's a composite measure. And before I proceed to that, let us see how the Philippines is ranked in 2022 versus 2020. So it slipped by 12 places from 77 to 89. So online service index, it includes institutional framework, service provision, content provision, and e-participation and technology. The world leader is Estonia, 1.0, compared to 0.6303 for the Philippines. In the region, in Asia, the regional leader is Korea, and in Southeast Asia, it's Singapore. In terms of telecommunication infrastructure index, so what is seen here is the internet users, fixed broadband subscription, active mobile broadband subscription, and mobile cellular subscription. So the Philippines is 0.5638 compared to the world leader Liechtenstein, and the regional leader in Asia is Korea. In Southeast Asia, it's Singapore. And the Human Capital Index, which considers expected years of schooling, mean years of schooling, adult literacy, and the gross enrollment ratio. The world leader is Australia. Again, the regional leader is Korea. And in Southeast Asia, it's Singapore. So our government recognizes our challenge in the digital world. So let me quote from the president himself. And in Manila Standard article, it was reported that the president is pushing for government digitalization. So the president reiterated his plan to make the government more adaptive to fast-changing developments, as he lamented that the Philippines has ranked 89 out of 193 countries in the UN e-government survey. So there is a push for making government more efficient, streamlined, and affordable. So very much in line and in recognition of the survey's findings. Now let me just end with a few slides dealing with some of the capacity building actions of the Philippine government, and I refer to the Australian Australia Awards Digital Transformation of Philippine Government Agencies. So I have personal knowledge here because I'm part of this program, and you can see here Professor Emil Bolongaita, my colleague in this program of Carnegie Mellon University. And among the agencies included here are Civil Service Commission, DBM, DILG, DPWH, DFA, DSWD, TTI, DOTR, NEDA, Philippine Competition Commission, and Public-Private Partnership Center. So yeah, so actually it's my return to face-to-face teaching last April. So I was part of uh, the the mentoring team from we partnered with Carnegie Mellon University. And so this is the framework that we're using. It's a digital maturity assessment, benchmarking from what the government of South Australia is using. So looking at the various stages of digital maturity. But we customize it to the Philippine context, and in consultation with the government agencies that we're working in. So we're using these categories now: developmental, emerging, transitional, transform, and mature. It appears that from our survey that we undertook with the different government agencies, we are around in this around the level transitional. So let me end my presentation with the actions needed toward the digital PH. I use digital PH. I've read in some newspaper reports of a digital nation, a digital Philippines. The president himself is speaking of that digital nation. So I very much incorporated the recommendations from the United Nations e-government survey. So okay, sorry about that. The government should invest in a long-term national digital transformation plan. Digital connectivity must be provided for all to prepare for future crises and shocks. Local government units should utilize digital transformation strategies in the implementation of SDG localization plans. So I'm very much into this SDG localization. So if we're talking of a whole of government approach, certainly local government should be part of this process. And finally, advances in digital government and technology should support the SDGs and ensure that no one is left behind. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Kiko, for that very enlightening presentation. Um, I have the pleasure of introducing my successor in the Ateneo School of Government, who is our next speaker. Dr. Philip Arnold Randy Tuanyo currently sits as Dean of the Ateneo School of Government. He is also an Associate Professor at the Ateneo Department of Economics, where he served as Chair. He served previously with the Macro Policy Unit of the National Anti-Poverty Commission back in 2001, and he is also actively involved in external networks as Project Coordinator for the Human Development Network and as the current Acting Coordinator for the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, Philippines chapter. It is with my great honor and pleasure to introduce Randy.
Thank you, Dean Ron, for that introduction. And also thank you to Stratbase and congratulations for your roundtable discussion this morning. So thank you for inviting the Ateneo School of Government to this forum. So what I will be speaking on is on the implications on participation and engagement of increasing social differentiation in the Philippines. And I'll make this presentation quick because I know that there are many speeches also that will be made in a while. And therefore, let me make the main points. So let me give you the main points that I will be speaking on. So first is that actually we are aware that notwithstanding that there have been a growth of wages, no, and employment in the Philippines, no, and even if with the pandemic, no, we've seen that our middle class has actually grown, no? And this has actually increased the differentiation of different socioeconomic groups in the country. And this differentiation actually has also increased, has made more distinct, no, the differing needs and interests of various income groups, no, as we will actually see later in as an example that I will be giving. And given the increasing socioeconomic differentiation in the country, therefore what the government should do is to exert more efforts in participation and engagement in public policy in order to make these policies and programs that the government implements actually be made more effective. No? And I'll just, at the end of the presentation, the short presentation, give some sort of imperatives, no? What government actually can also look at. Okay, so the first point is that based on the research, no, that we've done with Dr. Noel De Jos of UP School of Economics, no, if we look at the different socioeconomic groups, so we use the World Bank classification of different socioeconomic groups by their expenditure, no, so their global classifications of these different groups, no. And if we use the government's income survey from 97 to 2018, we're still updating our data for 2021. We've seen that the share, no, of those who are extremely poor have actually fallen, no, from around 10% to around 3%, while those who are poor around maybe around I think 15. The extremely poor around 15 to 3%, no? While the poor around, this is around 35 minus around 20%, no, to around 12 15%. No? So while we've seen that the share of population among the extremely poor and the poor have declined over time. No? The vulnerable, no, those whose incomes are expenditures are just above the poverty line, have increased now from 28 to 33% and 29 to 33% for the economically secure class, respectively. So we've seen the expansion. If we combine both the economically secure and upper middle, of course, the top hardly actually their share actually hardly ever moves. No? So we've seen that the middle class has truly grown in the country in the past 15, 20 years. No? And we've seen this in the various establishments of the malls that we have, the expansion of residential demand, and also the spending on consumer durables. And we've also seen this is because this has been underpinned by OFW remittances, also in the growth of business process outsourcing, no, in the country. If we combine the poor and extremely poor grouping, no, and also the upper middle class and the economically secure group, no, so this is now the poor. If you combine both the poor and extremely poor groups, no, so this is their share, no, of the population, and this is the magnitude, no, from our estimates, no, in the government's income expenditure survey. We've seen that the middle class, no, have grown actually twice as much, no, now, no, and now constitutes twice than what the poor actually are. No? And even we've seen also middle class, no, that have also grown not only in the urban areas but also in the rural areas also as well. No? So, but of course, no, with this growth in the middle class, you've also seen the growth also of those who are vulnerable. So while this has actually been ongoing, the growth of the middle class, no, and also the vulnerable, the government seems to be still fixated with the poor, non-poor actually classification. No? So it has not really recognized, no, the fact that we've grown that the country has grown into a minority poor society, and we've actually differentiated more, no, into different classes. No? And for example, we see that in the government's development plan. No? For example, in the Ambition 2040, we see that there's language that states that the government aims to be a predominantly middle-class society where no one is poor. The Philippine Development Plan 2017 to 22 states that if you look at the indicators and also the plans that have been made, it's still really cognizant, no, of this poor, non-poor divide. and that they're more related to poverty, and the indicators are related to poverty and subsistence incidents. So while the government's plan is actually towards achievement of a middle-class society, uh, the lack of identification of the concerns of other socioeconomic groups haven't been fully been recognized. So for example, the need for quality education, stable and productive employment, social protection, including healthcare, pension, and unemployment, still leaves to be unmentioned. So the result is the design of socioeconomic programs that cannot adequately serve the different needs of groups that have grown different over time. So the government still has to account for the differential needs of different groups. And one example here is the National Health Insurance Program. And we see here that while this is a universal program that actually intends to serve the benefit, there's been a significant unevenness in terms of the provision of benefits. So for example, this is the calculation of another UP professor, si Orville Solon, that looks at what are the proportion of benefits enjoyed by the different income quintiles. And as you see, the benefits of the National Health Insurance Program is actually enjoyed by the top 3 income quintiles in the country. And therefore, the regressiveness of this utilization of benefits hasn't been actually ameliorated by the taxation used to finance the health premium subsidies. And so, ironically, even among the middle class, because this seems to, the National Health Insurance Program is a one-size-fits-all program. Therefore, even the middle class has to pay a large out-of-pocket cost, and therefore this universalist approach, it does not, actually fails, both on the progressiveness of benefits, meaning that the poor are actually not covered by the program, but at the same time also by its inefficiency, because even those who are non-poor are not adequately served by this health insurance program. And we know that in public policy, there are many other examples of this one-size-fits-all approach that the government has undertaken. And of course, this has also implications on politics also as well. That ultimately the lack of recognition of choices among the different groups would lead to possibly surprises in elections. So for example, here we look at the Pulse Asia surveys across various years from 2002 to 2019. And we see initially that the concern of the Class C, which is this is the Ipsos Mori category for the middle class in the Pulse Asia survey, is actually the regard for poverty is for Class C is the same as the regard for poverty, also of Class E as well. So this broken line as well. But towards 2011 or 2012, you've seen now some differences in how these different income classes have regarded the poverty problem. And for Class C, what has been their main concern now has become now the issue of criminality. So the failure to recognize this middle class concern have resulted, have upended actually what the notions of middle class values actually, where the middle class values of these groups actually play. Okay, so what does this imply? So this implies that government has to undertake more responsive efforts towards getting the views of different socioeconomic groups with regards to policies. So, and there are many existing structures that government could actually utilize. So we have laws that were that were passed in the 1990s related to social reform, which allow for the participation of vulnerable and marginalized groups, even at cabinet level bodies. So the question is now, how do these structures and mechanisms could actually be strengthened? And of course, this has also implications on how the party list system actually will have to be undertaken. So how do we now ensure that even these vulnerable groups are also able to participate in legislation? So at the same time, because of the recognition of these differential groups in society, the government has to also make some effort to also recognize other socio-economic groups as well. So overseas Filipinos, no, professionals, and also entrepreneurs, no, that have been growing also in the past years. No? And of course, no, these based on the presentations made on the open government partnership. No? So we see that these groups, no, can also play a very strong role, no, in terms of monitoring and evaluation of programs, and also of gaining, no, strengthening, no, information of what these public programs actually are. Of course, we need not also forget, no, there are also structures, no, for participation at the local level. No? For example, the participation in the local sanggunian, no, for an enabling law, no, which still needs to be undertaken so that civil society can actually sit in the local, municipal, and provincial, in the municipal and provincial boards, no. And we know that they also, civil society groups, sit in local special bodies, no, where at least 25% of the seats, no, are reserved for them. No? And this would require certain efforts, no, that will still have to be undertaken, no, to ensure that this participation can be strengthened. No? So, for example, one, better LGU information on civil society groups, and also the better information also on the socio-economic information of the municipality or the province. Strengthening systems for accreditation and also registration. So the DALG released certain memo circulars, no, on accrediting NGOs, no, in 2017 and also 2018, and also on registration for barangay-based bodies, no, in 2019. So this should also have to be also examined as well. No? So appropriate indicators, no, for participation and engagement at the local level should also be strengthened. And at the same time, no, of course, no, many of these civil society groups, no, would actually need support, no, in terms of capacity building, and to some extent also financial support in their participation in these bodies. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat, Dean Randy. Our next speaker is Mr. Andrew Masigan. He is a political and economic columnist for Philippine Star and Business World. He is a board member of Morningtude Capital Partners, Trimec Trading Corporation, and the Spanish Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines. He is also the country manager of Waste Fuel Holdings, and as far as I understand, also a very successful owner of a Spanish restaurant here, which we hope to visit soon. Andrew, the floor is yours next.
Thank you, Dean Ron. That last part about the Spanish restaurant, I didn't expect that, but credit for that goes to my wife, not myself. But anyway, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was tasked today to present my recommendations on key opportunities for governance reform. I contemplated tackling many themes, all of which are equally important to move the country forward. I actually prepared outlines for agricultural reforms towards government's ambition to achieve food security. I also prepared an outline for fiscal and monetary policies to tame inflation. But truth be told, I realized that what is lacking at this juncture of the Marcos presidency is something far more fundamental, and that is a national vision. Let me start by sharing 3 short stories. In the early 1980s, Israel faced bankruptcy on the back of the kibbutz crisis. Its agricultural economy was drowning in debt, and the state was running out of cash. It resorted to printing money, which led to inflation as high as 500%. The Israeli people lived from hand to mouth. At the abyss of the crisis, President Yitzhak Navon outlined Israel's national vision. He set out to make Israel the technology capital of the world. To this, he embarked on stiff austerity measures to balance the budget. He invested the country's excess resources in STEM learning. and launched the very famous YOSMA program, a state-sponsored venture capital fund. Fast forward to today, and Israel has emerged as a technology superpower. More than 9,000 tech companies operate in Israel's Silicon Valley, including behemoths like Google and Microsoft. The country is the world's epicenter for technology startups, with 2 times more venture capital raised than the United States itself. It is a global leader in technologies related to defense, healthcare, cybersecurity, finance, agriculture, among others. It is also among the top 5 countries with the most technology patents. Following the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, visionary Dutch politicians decided that food security should be made the priority given the imminent threat of nuclear war. The Dutch also recognized that by the year 2050, humanity would need to produce 3 times more food annually to feed our 10 billion population. Just as industrialized countries abandoned agriculture in favor of industrial manufacturing and high value added services, Prime Minister Jan de Key declared that the Netherlands would become the food basket of the world. Today, not only has the Netherlands attained food security, they have also become the second largest exporter of food, generating export revenues of 111 billion of food products in 2021. They achieved this despite having only 2.2 million hectares of agricultural land. That is 20% of what the Philippines has. Through technology, Dutch yield of potatoes, for instance, is 2 times the European average, and its output of tomatoes is 16 times that of the United States. It achieves high yields while consuming 50% less water and 0 pesticides. My third example is Ireland. In the 1970s, Ireland was considered the economic basket case of Europe. It suffered from a thin manufacturing base and an underperforming agricultural sector. Political and economic turmoil following the oil crisis of 1979 caused massive unemployment, such that 6% of the population had no choice but to emigrate abroad to find jobs. Amid political and economic crisis, President Patrick Hillery announced that Ireland was to capitalize on her greatest asset, her people. Hillery pursued the national vision of making Ireland the world's center for electrical engineering, information technology, and program coding. Today, Ireland is the epicenter of internet technology. It is the 5th wealthiest global economy with a per capita income of $102,000 a year. The average Irishman is 25 times richer than the average Filipino. The Irish economy is growing so fast that in 2015 it clocked in a growth rate of 25.2% and 7.36% thereafter despite the pandemic. So what do Presidents Yahtzee Navon, President Patrick Hillery, and Prime Minister Jan de Key have in common? They are visionary leaders who clearly articulated and pursued a national vision. So what is visionary leadership then? The Michigan State University defines visionary leadership as the ability to see beyond present circumstances and find opportunity in the world of tomorrow. It involves stating goals, clear goals, outlining a strategic plan, and empowering members of society to take action. Having the best cabinet or management team means nothing without a vision, a well-defined path forward, and benchmarks for success. So why is having a well-articulated vision important for national governance? There are at least 12 reasons why. A national vision aligns the executive and legislative branches towards a common goal. It avoids waste in the use of government resources. It is key in bridging the gap between long and short-term strategies. It encourages the executive and legislative branches to commit to a common reform agenda. It encourages persistence and flexibility among policymakers. It encourages innovation, creativity, and collaboration in the bureaucracy. It fosters closer collaboration between government and the private sector. There you go. It inspires the private sector to invest in enterprises that are aligned with the national vision. It serves as a declaration of intent, which is taken into consideration by analysts, credit rating agencies, lenders, and multilateral institutions. It encourages reverse immigration. It provides guidance to the youth as they deliberate their respective career paths. It positively impacts national morale. So, this begs the question, what is the national vision of the Marcos administration? Well, so far, the President has spoken of many aspirations. And here are some of them. To achieve national unity, to revive agriculture and achieve food security, to be the center of manufacturing and exports, to be a leader in the blue and green economy, and to be a regional logistics hub. But I must add, when too many aspirations are set forth, it is equivalent to setting no aspiration at all. As wise writer Julia Esmendi said, one's arrow is rendered useless when there are too many targets to hit. One may argue that government's 8-point socio-economic agenda provides the national vision. I am quite familiar with the 8-point agenda, having written several pieces on the matter in the past. The agenda basically speaks about protecting the purchasing power of the peso, price controls, mitigating socio-economic scarring, reducing vulnerabilities from COVID, ensuring sound economic fundamentals, creating more jobs, creating quality jobs, creating green jobs, upholding public order and safety, peace and security, ensuring a level playing field, especially in government biddings. One may also argue that Ambition Natin 2040, a statement of intent written by NEDA at the end of President Noynoy Aquino's term, still holds true today. If so, President Marcos must declare it as such. If memory serves, the President has never referenced Ambition Natin in any of his speeches. Philosopher Rod Cornelius said, "A man without a vision is a man with no direction." This is a man who merely reacts to circumstances, not create the conditions that favor him. Historian E.A. Meng T. said, "A country without a vision is a country adrift. It leaves good fortune to fate. In the end, the best it can hope for is the status quo." The Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance said, "Countries that have succeeded over time have invested in developing long-term visions and have created the institutions to translate them to reality." So what should the national vision be? A vision is based on diagnosis, and it involves an assessment of 4 situations: economic challenges and opportunities, social challenges and opportunities, an inventory of skills and resources, and an assessment of future trends. As far as economic challenges are concerned, we face the following: a poor manufacturing and agricultural sector, which leads to import dependence, an ever-widening balance of payment deficit, rising debt levels, which today is at about 62% of GDP, high cost of doing business, unease in doing business, and fragmented supply chains. But this is offset by economic opportunities, and these include a young and plentiful workforce, a more hospitable investment climate thanks to the amendment of the PSA, FIA, and RTLA, certainty in our tax regime, rich marine and mineral resources. We are in a geographically well-positioned in the fastest growth area in the world, and superior bilateral environment thanks to GSP plus, FTAs, etc. Now, on the social side, these are the challenges: high poverty rate, low nutrition, low educational standards, relatively low productivity when taken against East Asian standards, and a deficit in advanced skills. Again, these are offset by opportunities, and they are a plentiful workforce, a young population, a trainable population, and competitive wages. So all this have to tie into the trends of the future. What are they? Well, here are some of them: renewable energy, electric and self-driving vehicles, domestic robots, virtual, augmented, and merged reality, nanotechnology, the Internet of Senses, sensational services, brain-computer interface, an imminent biotech revolution, and an imminent fintech revolution. Taking all this into consideration, what should our vision be? That is not my call, but the call of President Marcos. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
So we go to the part of the panel to invite all of our presenters to join us for a brief discussion. I suppose we're supposed to stay here in front. So may I invite Dean Randy, Prof. Kiko, Andrew. I see Sacamena has probably moved to another important meeting. Should I sit down? Maybe I'll just stand up. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Sec Amena will be represented by Yusek Del Rosario, who has graciously joined us here on stage. So, I told Dindo when I agreed to this role that I am not as good as Tony Abad, and I will do my best to facilitate the discussion. But I think this is a very important topic, and I do research on governance, so I think this will be something to follow up on as far as the presentations are concerned. I have a few questions here, and may I please maybe frame the first question to all of the presenters. More than 4 months into the new administration, what do you think are the biggest challenges to the country's development? Sort of a general question for our presenters, and of course, Yusek Del Rosario. Would anyone like to start? Is there a microphone for our panelists? Okay, let's just remove this. Ayun. Siguro let's start with Yusek Del Rosario.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the group head of the ICT of the DBM, and I'm representing Secretary Mina for this open forum. To answer the question, the economic managers have developed the 8-point macroeconomic agenda. So to really address the biggest challenges of the country today, so it outlines the strategies intended to address the immediate issues of inflation, socioeconomic scarring, and low income.
Thank you, Yusek. Anyone else want to chime in?
Thanks, Dean Ron. Well, apart from establishing the national vision, I think one of the there are many problems to be addressed: social problems, poverty, nutrition, standards of education. But I think if I were putting myself in the driver's seat, I would first address two very important economic concerns, and that is the rising debt level, which is at this point about 62% of GDP, and the widening budget deficit, current account deficit, and trade deficit. So these are concerns because we need to propel the country forward, and to that, we need funds. And the painful reality is that, sure, we are a consumer-led economy, but we need, at some point in our evolution, we need to evolve into a production-led, or at least a balanced economy, where consumerism and production has its fair share. So, a rising debt levels and a widening deficit will continue to persist until we address the production side of our economy. So, to address your question, I think this is one of the priorities that must be addressed at this juncture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. That's actually an excellent point, the twin deficits. And we have decided to pursue the continuation of our infrastructure programs. As you all know, this will put more pressure also on our current account, to the extent that we import a lot of the materials that we need to fuel that build. And not unless we produce some of those materials ourselves, including in our mining industry, then that current account deficit is likely to worsen, right? Dean Randy or Prof. Kiko? Yan, si Dean Randy.
Well, I think one of the priorities I think that the administration should undertake would be, I mean, we're just coming off from although we're several months now off from the election, but I think the question, and we know that the elections have been quite divisive, and so I think what needs to happen, because even as we move forward programs and plans, no, how do we create the environment that social dialogue can be made at present, no? And of course, no, as the government has been moving on developing these plans, no, better understanding, as the presentation that I made earlier, no, better understanding, no, these different groups, no, undertaking consultations, no, on what are the needs, no, of the various groups. Well, it's actually also needed, no, so that the solutions that will come up will not really be very technocratic, no, or very high up in the air, but they will really be based, no, on what the people really needs.
Thank you, Dean Randy. Strong buy-in for the continuation of reforms. Prof. Kiko?
Among the urgent national concerns identified by Filipinos in the Pulse Asia survey is the need for efficient government. So the pandemic drove us into staying at home, and this is also an opportunity. It became critical proportions, but at the same time, it's an opportunity, and in fact, we were forced to use digital technology in education, in work, and other fields of endeavor. But while we're using digital technologies, it's important to be very strategic. And the challenge is really how to be interoperable. I think that's the challenge for all governments, and much more now. We have the institutional and policy environment, but we do have to sit down and craft digital transformation plans. A whole of government approach. Of course, we expect a lot from the ICT. So in a way, our honeymoon period with the ICT is over. It has taken one administration for them to feel their way in. So it's about time to take leadership. But at the same time, there has to be leadership at all national agencies. At the same time, since I'm talking about the whole of government approach, we have to integrate our local government units. So it's a whole of government approach and whole of governance, whole of society approach. We have to integrate our citizens in the process.
Thank you, Prof. Kiko. Whole of government and whole of governance, basically a collective action challenge. I think this is a good segue for the next question for Yusek Del Rosario. This is supposed to be for Secretary Amena. The DBM is pushing for digitalization. How exactly can digitalization help ordinary Filipino citizens?
So we're pushing for the budget and treasury management system. So that's a core system that enables efficiency and transparency of the government financial transactions. And ultimately, they state get data real time. So the public will be able to know how much the budget have been utilized. We're also going to include um, um, revival of Project DIME, so digital imaging monitoring evaluation, wherein the public will be able to see um, using satellites, various technologies out there, how much of the projects have been completed, and also they'll be able to know the utilization and how long will it take to finish the project. So in this case, so this kind of projects, the BTMS and for the public finance management infrastructure, as Doc Kiko mentioned, it's really a whole of government approach. So we're in, my team is now endeavoring to create single platform, open APIs, application programming interface, and to enable plug-and-play mechanism, so it's easier to deploy application systems using just a single platform. So we're interconnecting applications, including legacy ones. So even if they've been built on old means, there's a way to interconnect with them. So we don't have to reinvent everything. We don't need to boil the ocean just to drink a cup of tea. But it's really those kind of strategy that we're also applying in DBM. Also, this is in coordination with DICT. In fact, we have a regular cadence in terms of setting the standards for ICT in the government, including for the LGUs. So in a way, hopefully this will jumpstart addressing the siloed system. So we create single standard for all, like creating single platform, open APIs, and plug and play. So basically, those are the three approaches that we are doing right now in coordination with the ICT. Also, with regard to setting policies for procurement, for instance, so we intend to make it easier for the government agencies and LGUs to procure digital products or digital services, technologies out there, cloud services, and so on. Everything that the national government agencies and the LGUs would need to create their applications, and for because it's really more of addressing the digital gap through policies as well. So DBM is also in the helm of that. So with that.
Thank you, Yusek. I'm going to take this opportunity to share on the practical level also some of my recent experiences on our digital platform. So I just flew back from Kenya, actually, from a business meeting. And it took me about 30 minutes to fill out the One Health Pass at the Kenyan airport until a friendly Kenyan official finally sort of assisted me in trying to get this health pass completed. I can only imagine the challenges faced by our OFWs when they're trying to return home and fill it up. So I was sort of burdened with this experience, but when I hit our airport, this was Saturday night, I went to the e-kiosk for immigration, and that took all of 35 seconds to go through the e-kiosk. If you haven't tried it, please do try it. I had a very, very wonderful experience not having to line up where the immigration lines are still quite long. And hopefully that will be, on the other side, a more successful example of digitalization for our OFWs. So thank you, Yusek. Just wanted to add those more practical parts of what is an operational description that you gave. The next question is for Prof. Kiko, if you might want to field this. Ordinary Filipinos are being plagued by spam text messages every day. What does this say? You can check your phones right now as I'm saying this. What does this say about the digital infrastructure and maybe privacy in our country? Considering this weakness, can we expect a strong e-governance in our country soon? So it's not just digital platforms and interoperability, but also a lot of governance embedded in these platforms?
Ron, that's actually the dark side. So we have the bright side, we have the dark side. So cybersecurity is very important. Cyber crimes, they're out there. So data privacy has to be seriously taken. So I think that is a result of our contact tracing. We are providing our information, and it has to be protected. But just to follow your story, Ron, because my first time to go out of the country was last August. I went to Korea, South Korea, and when I was in immigration, the artificial intelligence robot started talking to me in Filipino to put my fingers in the for biometric scanning. Of course, when I was presenting the e-government development index, Korea is on top of the heap in the Asia-Pacific region. So that's digital transformation.
Thank you, Prof. Kiko. I'm sure they expected you were coming over, so they must have readied their AI for your arrival. Dean Randy, I have a question here, and I believe Dindo and colleagues wondered whether you could feel this. How can citizens participate in the country's development? You mentioned this in your presentation. How can citizens best engage with government given all of this technology?
Well, of course, even beyond technology, I mean, even before this digital technology, so that there are very many mechanisms already that where citizens can actually participate. So the only question really is how these mechanisms really taken seriously, by the government, in terms of participation. Of course, we've seen the advent, for example, of automated elections, for example, where digital technology can enhance participation. But the question really is what are there are many, even offline. There are many already mechanisms where we have lost, that citizens can participate. But the question I ask is how do we actually try how are these mechanisms actually taken very seriously? And I think I outlined at the end of the presentation some ideas where maybe government might actually look at in terms of how it can strengthen these participatory mechanisms. For example, is there really a database of organizations where that can participate? So what are the indicators that we say that government has progress in terms of ensuring participation? Are there also capability support mechanisms? We know that the state of civil society organizations is not that as strong as it used to be, but are there indicators that can actually that can be supported, so that people's organizations, local organizations can better participate in governance?
Thank you, Dean Randy. Just listening to you, I felt like I was back in college, because we have been talking about citizens' participation and empowerment since the EDSA revolution, as you know. And yet we are today still sort of grappling with this reality of trying to empower our people, perhaps through technology, but also through better governance. So I feel half guilty fielding this next question for Mr. Masigan. I feel like this would be the question that would have been fielded to me had I been sitting on that chair. What are the necessary political reforms that the government can do to aid the country's development? Since you mentioned the need for stronger vision, the need for better governance, all the successful collective action challenges mounted by those countries that we have been aspiring to also do, maybe since the 1980s. What types of reforms do you think will be crucial?
Well, of course, there are many that I can speak of, but given the time constraint, I would focus it in one, and that would be the anti-dynasty, political dynasty bill. The reality is that the political elite and the economic elite have become one and the same. And there you have conflict of interest, and there you have the hogging of opportunity. And this is where poverty begins. Because I'm sure you're all aware that if you go to any far-flung province, by the way, 84% of all LGUs are run by political dynasties. And these families, as I said, hog the economic opportunities within that particular domain. And this includes the retail. They own the Jollibee, for instance. They own the tourist resorts and whatever. They own the concessions for the market. They own the transportation concessions. They also own the water distribution. They also own the electrical distribution business. Well, some of them. What I'm saying is that with this kind of framework, there's very little opportunity for the MSMEs and those in the threshold of growth to progress within their particular domains. And so that's one aspect, okay? So having the political and economic elite being one and the same is one problem. But there's also a problem of capability. The political dynasties have an undue advantage in elections, given the financial advantage, given the infrastructure advantage, given the networks that they've established through the years, and these sort of edges out talent that could serve, worthy talent that could serve in government, and so we're deprived of that. In terms of political reform, I would start here, Dean.
Thank you, Andrew. I feel like I owe you lunch. Sino ba nagre-research ng dynasties na yan? Anyway, in the interest of catching up with the schedule, let me field the last question for our esteemed panel. When we discuss political reforms, we always hear the words transparency and accountability. How important are these, and how can we make sure that there is transparency and accountability in our government today? Perhaps let's start with Yusek Del Rosario, if you would like.
Well, digitalization ensures transparency and accountability, and that's really precisely why we are embarking a lot of digitalization projects now, because of there are also studies that with digitalization in the government, ease of doing business increases, and there are a lot of foreign investors that will be more enticed to come in the Philippines. So, and that's really our goal in here. We have also been informed that by World Bank and IMF that for every citizen that will benefit from digitalization, GDP per capita increases by 0.3%. But that's their data, and it's one of our how we call it, our North Star in doing our projects in DBM. So with that, hopefully the public will also support our cause.
Thank you very much, Yusek. Prof. Kiko.
Data is very important in a democracy. So what Yusek Del Rosario said is very important. Providing a platform whereby data can be shared digitally. When the Republic in France was established out of monarchy, one of the first agencies established was the Bureau of Statistics, because people have to be informed of what's happening around them, and to also be a part of the decision-making process. But accompanying data would be those who will interpret the data, the analytics, the analysts. That's why it's very important that you have talent out there for analysis, for providing people with the opportunity to analyze their problems, and think tanks would play a very key role, like Stratbase. In the broader society, there have to be strong political parties so that political parties compete with each other. It's a marketplace of opinion, so people will have intelligent choices. Universities can also play that role at the local level. So accompanying data would be the data interpreters, the analysts, if I may use the term, information intermediaries. You have open data, transparent information. Of course, we need the Freedom of Information Act. But without the ability to interpret the data in a wise manner, then participation will be diminished. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kiko. Andrew?
Yes, I think that digitization is front and center of having a transparent government. But I also think that media plays an important role because it's media's role to contextualize and explain what is really going on to Juan de la Cruz and Juana de la Cruz. So it's all about context. It's all about understand or conveying, educating and conveying the message, contextualizing it in a fair and reasonable way, and that's the role of media. So when media is quelled, shushed, or given a chilling feeling, that is not healthy for transparency, neither is it healthy for democracy. So I think the rights and the role of media should really be upheld in a maturing democracy and a increasingly transparent economy such as ours.
Thank you, Andrew. And indeed, for checks and balances, right? Dean Randy.
Well, I agree with the points that have been made on the importance of digitalization in increasing transparency and accountability. But the question actually that arises is who's the one using these digital technologies? No? If you so we expect really local organizations, civil society groups, no, to actually to use these technologies, not for greater transparency, but given that the environment where we need to really expand, no, the capacity and also the ability of the civil society organizations, no, groups to participate and use these digital technologies, I think that would be very critical.
Thank you very much. And with that, I thank the panel for this very interesting discussion. I have the honor of providing a few closing remarks and synthesis for the panel. And let me begin by first thanking Sec Albert Del Rosario for the kind invitation, and my good friend Dindo Manhit, who is probably back there, for the chance to participate in this. I have participated in, I think, 3 or 4 of these Pilipinas conferences through the years. I think it is part of the institutions in our country, and so I'm very happy that ADRI continues to organize this. Let me just end with a few thoughts. It seems our country is on the cusp of advances in digitalization and technology, and of course we have been on the receiving end of this technology and digitalization ever since the pandemic. This was part of our coping strategy, if you all recall, for the past 2 years. In a way, it has accelerated this digitalization in our country in ways that are good and in ways that are bad. And I think the good ways refer to enhanced competitiveness, as Yusek Del Rosario mentioned, for our SMEs, for our different firms. I don't know how many of you are now using a lot of apps, suddenly learned how to use Gcash and other sort of technology-enhanced services. They are now part of our daily lives, and they help enhance the competitiveness of our economy. On the other side, there are challenges, the digital divide, as mentioned by Prof. Kiko and Dean Randy. There are many parts of our country that are not yet well connected, and this is why Yusek Del Rosario, Sec Amena were talking about these big investments. And I think they also mentioned the participation of the private sector, which is very, very key in ramping this up to the extent that matches our ambition, because clearly government alone cannot do it. Prof. Kiko also mentioned the empowerment of academia, think tanks, the deep analysis that comes with this technology and connectivity, the connectivity of our thinkers with other nations' thinkers and scientists. These are things that are now normal for any country that tries to advance in this area. And then I believe it was our good friend Andrew who mentioned the role of media to contextualize, explain, and also to provide the important checks and balances that our democracy needs. So I think with that, let me end by sharing some quick facts that we must prepare for in the next few decades. By 2050, we will have 145 million Filipinos in the country. And by 2050, 2055, we will begin to age significantly as a country. The demographic dividend will be gone by then. The peak of our youth labor force is actually around 2045. Up to then, our good friend Architect Palafox reminds us all that we need to develop 100 new cities in the country, that there will be an immense urbanization that will be taking place, and these technologies will certainly play a role. And I think it was Dindo who mentioned this, that our country is expected to leapfrog if we reclaim our growth trajectory that we were already on prior to the pandemic. This is all very promising for our country, and of course, we all aspire towards the good governance that will finally realize all of that potential. With that, thank you so much for lending us your ears for this first panel.
Good morning, everybody. Before I start the next session, please give another round of applause to our first group of panelists. Very informative, insightful discussions, I should say. Welcome to session 2 of day 1. Our theme for this session is bolstering private sector initiatives, promoting investment-led, sustainable, resilient economic growth. It is at this time that our traditional metrics seem partly irrelevant. The question now that we should be asking ourselves is, where do we go from here? Indeed, multi-stakeholder collaboration is key to better achieving sustainability. Our esteemed environmental stakeholders panel with me today will discuss how Filipinos could effectively and collectively navigate the Philippine economy towards a more sustainable, resilient, and circular economic future. To give the opening message, our speaker is a licensed geologist and professor at the National Institute of Geological Sciences at the University of the Philippines. He formerly served as the chairperson of the National Panel of Technical Experts of the Climate Change Commission. He is the executive director of the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development, and member advisory panel of the Philippine Towards Sustainable Mining. He is the trustee and program convener of the Stratbase ADR Institute, and the convener of the Philippine Business for Environmental Stewardship. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Carlos Primo, CP David.
Good morning, everyone. I suspect that one of the buzzwords during this session of the Pilipinas Conference will be ESG investment. The origins of ESG, or environment, social, and governance investments, as a concept could not have come from a more unlikely sector, which is the banking and finance sector in the United States. ESG factors cover a wide spectrum of issues that traditionally are not part of financial analysis, yet have financial relevance. ESG differs from corporate social responsibility, or CSR, in that the latter focuses on the elements of volunteerism and charity.
ESG directly or indirectly relates to the financial viability of the company itself. Still, both CSR and ESG result in what we call as the common good. One can actually look at the relationship between ESG, CSR, or common good investments versus financial gains to classify an organization. Private companies maximize their ESG without compromising the rate of increase in their income as a company. On the other hand, civil society organizations and foundations maximize their ESG investments to the point that it is equal their annual budget or whatever funds they have raised. And finally, government organizations try to maximize their ESG without regard to how much money is available. Case in point, in 2021, the government budget deficit was 1.7 trillion pesos. This comparison, however, partly fails in that it would seem that the private sector is only willing to contribute to the common good once profits have been secured. This is obviously false when we look at many companies which have integrated ESG as a core deliverable. Moreover, for some sectors, ESG investment is required regardless of profits. The mining sector is unique in that it has a mandated minimum 1% of its operating costs to be spent for social development and management programs, or SDMP, for its host communities. Honestly, government can learn a couple of things from the private sector regarding resources allocation for ESG investments, and I wish to enumerate a few. First, efficiency. Private companies need to be efficient in their processes to maximize profit. This discipline also carries over to when a company invests in ESG. And here's an example for you to consider. The government's National Reforestation Program spends 44,000 pesos per hectare of reforestation land. And it will have roughly a 60% survivability rate of their trees. This is as opposed to one of the leading geothermal power companies' reforestation program, wherein their cost is 30,000 pesos per hectare and with a survivability rate greater than 80%. Second, scale. While ESG investments by private companies may only be 1 to 5% of their total budget, the total value of such investment grows in real value as the company expands. A 100 million peso annual budget of a company will translate to 5 million in ESG investments. As it grows 10 times its size, the percent of ESG investment will remain the same at 5%, but its real value has also increased tenfold to 50 million. Simply put, the larger the company becomes, the larger its contribution can be to the common good. Third lesson, leverage. Private companies that have taken on an environmental cause, whether it be carbon neutrality, plastic waste reduction, or nature conservation, have the advantage of influencing its partners and imposing the same ideals on its suppliers. These suppliers may pass this on to their own network, and so on and so forth. The impact is magnified several times over. Government, as a regulator of the private sector, can likewise wield its influence through incentives and other instrumentalities that can nudge private companies towards contributing to the common good. On a personal note, I have taken a leave from my teaching duties in UP Diliman and have since rejoined government in a government agency with a clear role in pushing for ESG investments. It is my ewan ko kung kailan palakpakan yon, but I'm putting myself in trouble again. It is my belief that creating a positive impact can likewise be magnified as the sphere of influence goes from campus scale to nation scale. I hope to learn a few more strategies in maximizing ESG from today's speakers representing civil society and the private sector. Thank you, and I look forward to a fruitful session this morning. All right, at this point, I now have the honor of introducing our speaker for this session. Unfortunately, Sec Tony cannot be here with us today as she has meetings with senators whom I cannot name. But this is related to the DNR budget hearings that you may have watched last week. Nevertheless, she's delivering her keynote speech today virtually. Honorable Tony Yulo Loizaga is the incumbent Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. She formerly served as the Executive Director and a member of the International Advisory Board of the Manila Observatory and President of the National Resilience Council. Sec Loizaga also sat on the Senior Advisory Board of the Armed Forces of the Philippines Command Center and General Staff College and was recognized for her contributions to the military's emergency disaster response operations during Typhoon Haiyan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome DNR Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga. Please watch this video.
While they are fixing the audio, are we ready? Okay, let me just go. Yeah, we're good? Okay, here we go. Please welcome our Environment Secretary, Secretary Tony Yulo.
Good morning and congratulations to Stratbase ADR Institute for holding this year's Pilipinas Conference. It's an honor to be invited to share the DNR's thoughts on how we can work together to address the pressing impacts of climate change, urgent environmental challenges, and discuss opportunities for collaboration. Allow me to start with our main takeaways from the COP27 in Egypt, which will continue to evolve in critical ways as we speak. In a nutshell, we started out with a UNEP report that said we were way off from the 1.5-degree commitment in Paris. Global emissions need to be cut by 30 to 45% by 2030, or we would now be on the road most likely to 2.8 degrees. But it also said if the 2030 target is not reached, every fraction of a degree still counts moving forward. Secondly, loss and damage was finally placed on the agenda through the efforts of the G77, the COP hosts, which is Egypt, and the UNFCCC. A fund is under discussion. Its shape and structure will continue to be debated, but commitments are in place from different countries. The private sector has emerged as a critical actor in bridging the cost of both energy transition and the just transition of labor towards net zero. Energy transition costs are estimated to be in trillions for some countries and sectors. Bloomberg Philanthropies, for example, and the UN Sustainable Energy Team is inviting the Philippines to be one of the 3 countries that will now apply a method of calculating the cost of energy transition to net zero by 2050. Additionally, private banks were there in full force. The next point is that nature-based solutions to adaptation and mitigation and disaster risk reduction needs have gained global recognition. The World Bank provides estimates indicating that up to 37% of mitigation needs to reach 2030 targets can be achieved through nature-based solutions. We are familiar with the ecosystem services that provide disaster risk reduction and adaptation opportunities. COP27 saw new initiatives such as the Positive Conservation Partnerships led by France, which is within the framework of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. The Global Environment Fund is now launching a high-level group to study the possibility of a biodiversity credits market. With this as a current backdrop, we recall that President Marcos said, the Philippines has the unfortunate distinction of being one of the most vulnerable countries to the impacts of climate change. And for the welfare of our people, it is incumbent upon us to prevent or mitigate factors that contribute to that vulnerability. It is important to note that this vulnerability is directly related to exposure, driven by our development trajectory, characterized by decades of unregulated urbanization, inequities in social services and social protection, and the disregard for ways by which our ecosystems actually support our communities. The President also said that the preservation of the environment is the preservation of life. This precisely underscores the value of our ecosystems as our natural life support and how integrated risk governance needs to be not just a whole of government endeavor, but a whole of society one. We therefore have a stewardship role in terms of protecting our environment and natural resources, and this responsibility is not solely the DNR's. When I first assumed this role, I enjoined everyone in the department to become part of a mission that represents an ethical stewardship that works across silos to uphold shared environmental values and deliver public service based on scientific and technical excellence. I contend that this also holds true for our partners in the private sector and civil society, and today I ask for your support as we work together to achieve our desired outcomes. We need to confront the climate emergency through comprehensive risk management that emphasizes evidence-informed prevention and disaster risk recovery planning over emergency response. Moreover, lessons unlearned from past disasters need to be made part of our survival DNA. The last mile, our communities and our ecosystems that support them, need to be the first mile in terms of investment, in terms of risk communications, and impact-based early warning. We live in a multi-hazard environment and an interconnected world. The risks we face are complex, dynamic, and systemic. These compound and cascade across sectors and scales. The interventions we design to confront this complexity must therefore be transdisciplinary, time-sensitive, and spatially targeted in order for them to be transformational. In our view, this will involve the following. First, the establishing of a national risk registry. This will entail a multi-stakeholder horizon scanning exercise to ensure we have a shared understanding of risks to climate-related and other hazards, and then frame and prioritize our investments. Secondly, a national natural resource geospatial base must be created. We need baseline inventories and valuations of what we are working with as both stock and flow. We have started this process internally, but we will need your support to populate and validate data. Thirdly, these two must be intersected as the basis for identifying scenario-based challenges to the goals of inclusive, resilient, and sustainable development, and prioritizing strategies, laws, policies, and actions to respond to these. In this context, the DNR has committed to review our environmental laws, some of which are 20 years old, and their attendant policies and programs. Next, for the private sector, this would mean adopting climate and disaster resilience into core business value cycles through investment strategies, enterprise risk management, and integrated ESG programs. Here, we will support area-based approaches to risk prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery that goes beyond company fence lines. Our last 3 points would be: we must accelerate the adoption of nature-based solutions with co-benefits in terms of climate action. We need to invest in education, training, and capacity building to create decision support systems for risk governance based on the best available science. And lastly, we need to build geostrategic awareness of regional and global factors that will reduce our range of adaptation, mitigation, and disaster risk reduction options. To address the challenges and respond effectively to a volatile and uncertain future, the DNR has embarked on a consultative process that looks beyond strategic engagement in order to jointly achieve shared social and ecological values and impacts. We held our first major activity, a multi-stakeholder conference in October. Some of you were there. It was a different kind of conference as it was designed specifically for us to simply listen. We have conscientiously synthesized the comments and suggestions coming from all sectors and colleagues from the academe as well. These suggestions will form a significant part of our strategies as the department moves forward. As a department, we are faced with a seemingly conflicted dual mandate: the protection and enhancement of our natural resources and their optimization for economic development through extraction. This necessarily means that our relationship with non-government actors may either be as a partner or enabler, or one that involves the regulator and the regulated. The critical issue in light of the present and future impacts of climate change is how this relationship can be distilled to achieve a climate and disaster resilient society. The mitigation hierarchies principles that are used in many biodiversity projects would be a good place to start. The framework is quite basic, as it starts with the avoidance of all possible environmental impacts. If this cannot be done, then the next option would be to minimize these to a negligible level. The third option is to rehabilitate all disturbed areas, and finally, when this falls short, we compensate by providing and investing in offsets and enhancements of the surrounding high-value ecosystems. There are already successful global examples of this approach, and we look forward to strategically co-creating solutions within this framework with the private sector. The second step is then to change the paradigm that we are in a zero-sum game where economic development always comes at the price of environmental destruction. I'm aware that many corporations have recalibrated their priorities to commit not only profits to the company, but to be agents of environmental conservation and champions for community progress and empowerment. This shift towards advancing financial gains while leaving no community and no ecosystem behind is based on social equity and environmental sustainability. It is how ESG can truly become ESGR that includes resilience. The choices and decisions we make today will determine the future we want. We must all recognize that we have a unique but time-bound opportunity to invest in the resilience of natural, human, and engineered systems, which could be all vital to the survival of the communities and the environments within which we work. We therefore wish to see companies adopting integrated private sector performance targets that address the risks to climate and other hazards beyond their fence lines as transformational steps, not just incremental ones, in the right direction. These may include such actions as the reduction in the use of single-use plastics, accelerating shifts to renewable energy sources, supporting the protection and enhancement of our forests and biodiversity areas, investing in climate and disaster risk-sensitive urban and regional planning, along with resilient infrastructure and buildings, bolstering the development of our public health system, and ensuring a just transition in our labor force through investing in education, upskilling, and reskilling, to only name a few. Having said all of these, I wish to reiterate my position that exposure and vulnerability are as much the result of development choices as they are an accident of our geography. There are opportunities for real change in front of us if we collaborate. It's my hope that moving forward we will work together on battling the pressures of transactional politics and geopolitical forces so that we may chart a new evidence-informed development trajectory for our country. We not only need all hands on deck to safeguard our communities and ensure inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future for all, we need all hands on deck today. Thank you very much, and good morning.
Thank you so much, Secretary Tony Yulu Loizaga. That was indeed a wake-up call. So many concerns, and indeed we all must work together and be one and play a role in stewardship of the environment. Our next speaker will be talking about enhancing better and replicable sustainable urban planning and solutions for Philippine cities. He is the chairperson of the Livable Cities Philippines. He is also the Chief Resilience Officer and an advisor of the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation. He is a former private sector co-chair of the National Competitive Council, Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of Ayala Foundation, Executive Director of the Makati Business Club, the Managing Director of Knowledge Institute, and Secretary General of NAMFRA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairperson of Livable Cities Philippines, Mr. Guillermo Bill Luz.
Thank you, Orly. Thank you for the introduction, Orly. Secretary, Ambassador Laura, Secretary Albert Del Rosario, Dindo Manhit, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to speak today at Pilipinas Conference 2023 on better solutions, sustainable solutions for urban planning. As Orly said, I chair a project called Livable Cities Philippines, and we like to focus on cities. Let me start by giving you the premise first on why we focus on cities. Next slide. So anyway, the first premise is that we feel that building local competitiveness really starts with cities. LGUs are the building blocks for national competitiveness and national resilience and national development. And this is why we focus on cities. Next slide, please. So it's already been mentioned, the urbanization trends, not only in the Philippines, but actually worldwide, where more and more people are moving into cities. For the Philippines, we are already over 50% urbanized. We have 147 cities and about 1,500 municipalities. Over half our population live in those areas. We have one megacity, Metro Manila. So a megacity in the world is, the megacities are 10 million and above population. We have one of them. And globally, the trend is that more and more people, up to 75% of people will end up living in a city in the next few decades. So our view of cities is that they are the engines of the national economy. They, of course, account for congestion, traffic, crime, pollution, all the bad things, but they also contribute a lot of good things. They are disproportionately large contributor to GDP, productivity, creativity, innovation. So our view is that when managed well, density is actually a good thing. Next slide, please. So we look at cities, the engines, they're the generators of wealth, of productivity, of creativity. And when you think about it, when people say they're going to visit a country, in the back of their minds, they're actually thinking of what city they are going to visit. You know, the city you want to live in, work in, study in, invest in. You don't really think, you know, of a whole country, but you are also looking at specific cities or communities. So what we set out to do, next slide please, is when we formed Livable Cities project, our vision was to look at how do we develop, you know, better cities, more livable cities in the Philippines. And these are just some of the benefits we think of creating livable cities, apart from the traditional Manila Cebu Davao uh, picture that we've always had in the Philippines. So we think one, diversification of investment and job opportunities. We're going to cast the net wider, further, and create these opportunities in the secondary and tertiary cities. Second, it really enables us to create new wealth and grow out the middle class across the country and far more broadly. We think overall attractiveness of the country as an investment site will improve because we cannot saturate only the top 2 or 3 cities with all the investments and then run out of investment sites because investors will then look actually for other countries instead. If you take a look at the BPO industry, once they have focused on NCR, the Metro Manila area, then they moved to Cebu, they moved to other cities, but they had to develop other cities to be able to absorb the investments because they were not going to place all the eggs in one basket, as it were, by just sticking the investments in such few locations. So we look at this as a matter of inclusive growth as far as the Philippines is concerned. Next slide, please. So our vision was really accelerate this trend towards designing, building, and redeveloping what we call livable cities or competitive, sustainable, resilient cities. And I think it's worth pointing out what Professor Ron Mendoza said earlier. By 2050, our population is going to be about 145 million people, and we cannot jam them into so few cities. We have 147 cities, so at least there are opportunities, but they are spread out in different islands. So I think if we want to distribute the wealth creation a little more evenly, we'd have to focus on the development of cities in other regions across the country. So there are some challenges as we see it for cities. These are among the common ones. Resilience is one. This is an earthquake scene, which is backup. It's an earthquake scene, but actually we face resilience, and I think Butch will speak to it a little later on, but we face typhoons, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and of course a pandemic. Climate change has a big impact here on cases like the typhoons, but of course there's also floods, drought, and other problems that are generated there. So this is a particular problem that is faced by many of our cities. As population grows, the next other challenge that we're beginning to see is the mobility challenge. Of course, it's at its most acute in Metro Manila, but this is something that's going to become more and more of a problem as cities begin to grow out and we begin to feel the traffic and congestion. The third risk that we see, or the third challenge that we see, next slide please. Yeah, it's the GovTech challenge. So earlier, the first panel talked about digital governance and the digitization of government transactions. Ron was talking about how long it took him to do the e-arrival card. I had a similar experience just the other day, so I can relate to that. But actually, that's a digital transaction. Just think of all the paper transactions we need to do. So on top of the digital card, when you're arriving here, you have to fill in an arrival card and a customs card. And then if you are registering your business in local government, you have a ton of paperwork to go through for business permits and occupancy permits and what have you. And I see Jerry Brimo here, and I wonder how many permits they need to go through in their industry just to get something going. And this happens across the board for many industries. So this type of digitization of government, I think, is one challenge that our cities and the government as a whole faces. And then finally, as a result of the pandemic, we are of course facing the public health challenge. And COVID made us realize how weak our systems were, how inadequate they were. And I think that's our wake-up call. And another pandemic, I'm sure, will be on its way over the next 1 or 2 decades. But even without a pandemic, we have other diseases which regularly occur, which require things like vaccination. So I'm talking of measles, dengue, TB, polio, all these things which we cannot afford to ignore, and we cannot afford to have their return. So what have we done in the Livable Cities Challenge? We've tried to create different ways of interacting with cities and with mayors to try to improve urban planning. So the next slide, we have these 4 projects: the labs, we have the summit, we have mayors competitions, challenges, and then we have the dashboard. So the first item is just a simple interaction. We had to do it over Zoom the last 2.5, 3 years. Next slide, please. And we worked with mayors and private sector speakers, actually, and both international and domestic, to work with mayors across thematic lines. And we've run about over 30 of these webinars with the mayors and with large audiences from around the country. And it's a way for us to exchange information and ideas and introduce people to each other, to be able to bring in new urban planning practices, whether we're talking of education, e-commerce, GovTech, health, disaster resilience, infrastructure, PPPs, a wide range of topics. Next slide, please. And then we've also moved into dashboards, and we are great believers in data. And actually it was through the support of the British Embassy where we got started in dashboards back in 2019, and we're continuously improving dashboards. It's the power of data, and I think, as the first panel showed, it's the power of data to make better decisions, to be more efficient, to be able to operate better, and to deliver customer services or citizen services in a much better way. So just an example of some of the dashboards and maps that we do. Next slide, please. This is just for vaccines. Next slide. These are for healthcare facilities. We can compare cities. We can compare time periods. Next slide, please. We can also look at different cities in terms of malnutrition. So there are many uses for the dashboards, and we feel that we're introducing them to cities to make better use of them. Next slide, please. Which leads us to intelligent cities, the need to promote smarter cities, more intelligent cities, the use of data to be able to deliver services better, share information with the public, but just really smoothen and streamline and make the transactions with citizens much more friendly, shall we say. Next slide, please. So there are 4 basic things we need to look at. It's not always technology, but in intelligent cities we need to look at the social infrastructure, the physical infrastructure, includes environment, of course, institutional infrastructure, the governance picture, and the economic infrastructure. So it's not really a pure technology play, but it's really the use of technology to improve these services for citizens. People are always saying, well, we can put out the technology everywhere, but there's no one-size-fits-all solution for cities. This really depends on the city's pain points, the city's population, the problems it faces, the challenges, what it wants to meet in terms of its own citizens' needs. It's not always technology, so some technology is needed, but it's not always purely a technology play, which is kind of a danger because people want to rush in and pour in the technology. Some of it's needed, some of it may be a little too early to throw in the technology. And the other thing to remember for cities, which we always tell mayors, is that we don't need to build the whole thing instantly in one go, but we build it modularly and constantly improve services in a city. So an intelligent city is not built overnight. There are some tools available, many of them already commercially available, so it's a case of smartly putting them together to make them work. We can have maps, we can use dashboards, those are easy enough to obtain. We can use Internet of Things and sensors, cameras, and integrate them into the dashboards and the maps. And of course, we can use apps and retrofit some existing city infrastructure to make them work in a way that's going to deliver a service much more smoothly and efficiently for citizens. Next slide, please. So one of the things we like to do is we found this very effective, let the mayors compete with each other or compete with the world to improve their city. So rather than just pure training sessions and interaction with them, we put in competitions and encourage them to learn from each other and to put out the best. And we started this long time ago domestically. Then we met Bloomberg Philanthropies and joined the Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Mayors Challenge in 2021. And we're going to adapt this and use a local version and keep on joining the Bloomberg Challenge. Next slide. So the idea is to have an innovation, have measurable impact, and to make sure it is replicable. This is the best way to I guess, transfer ideas across to as many mayors as possible. So one thing we found with mayors is that they're competitive. They're going to want to beat each other to win. But on the other hand, they don't mind sharing ideas with each other, especially if it comes from another mayor. They are more than happy to share ideas. So using this same formula, next slide, we are going to walk them through this kind of a process of submitting entries over an 8-month period. The key here is transferability. It must be replicable by other cities. So, and we want them to implement it, not just give us a great idea. So we're not interested in the PowerPoints. We're interested in the project implementation. So implementation is important here. Next slide. So in the 2021 to 2022 Bloomberg Challenge, there were over 50 cities from the Philippines who submitted entries out of over 650 or 640 worldwide. 2 of them were finalists, City of Manila and Butuan City, which means that they went to the next stage for review to enter the winner's circle. They got a chance to refine their proposals, receive some consultancy and mentorship help from Bloomberg, and then go for the final pitch. Next slide will show the winners worldwide. So 15 cities worldwide in different themes, and one of them, next slide, was Butuan. And so Butuan, when they won it, and what's nice is that they not only get the bragging rights of having been among the top 15, but they also get $1 million to be able to implement the project courtesy of Bloomberg Philanthropies. So at the end of this year, early next year, we're going to see what the product is like. And we're going to continue with this type of competition locally and encourage more cities to compete in the Bloomberg Global Mayors Challenge. Finally, let me just close on the World Risk Index, because I think this is where cities have to pay attention quite closely. And it was already mentioned, I think, by Secretary Loizaga. We need to measure our risk index as a country, and I think each city should do the same. This is an old, actually, index since 2011. It measures the usual earthquakes, typhoons, floods, drought, tsunami, sea level rise, and conflict. Notice it has not, the latest edition does not touch on health yet. There are separate indices for that. And it covers 193 countries in the world, so pretty well the world. Now, one thing to remember about risk is the impact of the risk is not dependent completely on the force of that particular storm or earthquake. Okay, it could be very strong, but you could survive it easily, or it could be very weak, and could be a complete disaster if you are not prepared. So the key is preparedness, prevention, mitigation, and these conditions, they're either improved or they're worsened depending on the condition of certain institutions, mainly governance institutions. I'm not referring only to the government, but of course to the private sector as well, to be able to prepare for and respond to these events. So generally, the weaker the infrastructure, including the institutional infrastructure, the stronger the impact, but that impact has great significant impact on poverty, on inequality, and on development, overall development. So the poor are, of course, more adversely affected by a disaster than the rich are. So this is an important consideration that we should have. So There are two things. The secretary mentioned exposure. That's one, and a lot of that has to do with what you have in nature, and it's difficult to control for that. But the second is vulnerability, and that's got three aspects: susceptibility, coping, and adaptation. And this is all about our ability to be prepared. So that's something that's a little more under our control than purely exposure. So if we are weak on vulnerability, then that's going to give a more significant negative impact when a disaster strikes, regardless of the force of that event. Weak storm, strong storm, weak earthquake, strong earthquake. If we're weak on the vulnerability side, we're going to fail. So if we could show the last chart, that will show where the Philippines ranks worldwide in the latest World Risk Index released in September of this year. So anyway, while they're calling up, I can tell you that the Philippines was the number one, the riskiest country in the world in terms of measurement by the World Risk Index. And as I said, it's not all about the exposure, but it's really all about the vulnerability. Can we protect ourselves? So let's look at the next slide. Yeah, that's it. So that's how the Philippines compares versus rest of ASEAN. But remember, number one here is we're also globally deemed the riskiest in the world. No? I just wanted to show the rest of ASEAN because I'm in the habit of checking where we are against these other benchmarks. So this is something I think that cities need to pay attention to. Some cities are more vulnerable than others, but remember, just if you take a look at the last storm, it affected as far south as Maguindanao, and of course as far north as northern Luzon. So the band of damage is getting wider, and of course storms are getting stronger as a result of climate effects, so climate change effects. So this is something that I think our city mayors need to pay attention to, not just our national government, and of course not just the private sector. But I will leave that to Butch to explain how the private sector gets prepared for eventualities like this. So thank you very much, and I hope you can join us as we work with cities to make them more competitive, sustainable, and resilient. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bill. Glad to hear that many of our mayors are very open to and even competitive to make their cities more livable. Every citizen I know would appreciate that, and I think we need more support and more awareness so that our citizens will actually pressure our mayors to make their cities more livable. Thank you so much. Our next topic, adopting at scale the private sector's best practices for climate resilience and adaptation, will be addressed to us through his presentation by Mr. Rene Butch-Maley. He is the president of the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation, a private sector disaster management organization that actively promotes strategic partnerships with the stakeholders from the national and local government unit, private sector, civil society, organizations, and community-based institutions and organizations in order to efficiently mobilize efforts on the ground towards building sustainable and resilient Philippine communities. Mr. Maley is also the president of Idea Space Foundation and QBO Innovation Hub. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President of PDRF, Mr. Rene Butch-Maley.
I don't want to. Okay. Thanks, Hardy. First of all, I think Bill could have given this talk just as well as I could. It's our Chief Resilience Officer. I was tempted to ask him to go ahead and stay on here. I've participated in Stratbase conventions and conferences over the last few years, and this is the first time in 2.5 years we've been able to meet each other face to face, or maybe mask to mask. And by the way, Dindo, if I test positive, I'll let you know later. Next slide, please. Every Filipino has a story. Mine is when I saw my father, who I respected deeply and admired. He was at Bataan, he was in the death march, and I never saw him scared until I saw him running down the stairs of our home during Typhoon Yoling. And there was this loud roar, and he was yelling. And behind him I saw the roof of our house fly up into the sky like a crumpled piece of paper. So all of us, whether it's a volcanic eruption, an earthquake, a typhoon, every one of us has those stories. And the problem is, our children's stories are not just going to be about these natural hazards. They may talk about the lack of water, the lack of forests, where the water keeps rising in coastal communities. That's what we're hoping to prevent. Next slide, please. The Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation was started after yet another typhoon. Many of you may remember Ondoy, which happened in 2009. Every single block or place in Metro Manila was flooded. And the President of the Philippines at the time asked for a public-private sector partnership. And the result was PDRF. And the main thing about PDRF is that it is a organization made up of the larger companies, and that although we compete with each other commercially, when it comes to disasters, we work together. Next slide. We work through a cluster system. These are the lifeline industries. What do people need in order to survive? Water, power, fuel, logistics, finance, search and rescue. So all of our companies are divided into these clusters, which makes it easier for us to function and respond. Next slide, please. Then we built, and Bill deserves a lot of the credit for this, and Ayala, the world's first, and as far as I know, the only private sector run national emergency operations center. We put it in Clark because our nightmare scenario, and this keeps me up at night, is a major earthquake in Metro Manila. Should that happen, we won't be able to communicate. We'll be out of touch. And so we have a separate team based in Clark. From there, we can monitor the weather anywhere in the world. We can coordinate response coming in through Clark Airport, through Subic, the naval port there. So they are there, and I hope you all get a chance to visit. We'll treat you to lunch, depending on how many of you are. Maybe you can stagger the visits though, so it's not all at the same time. Next slide. We coordinate with the different offices, whether it's the National Disaster Risk Reduction Council of the government, or the local governments, the United Nations, we're part of the UN's humanitarian country team. We're also part of a group called the Connecting Business Initiative that was started in 2016 in Istanbul at the World Humanitarian Summit. And these are 14 private sector groups all around the world. And the model for this was PDRF. UNICEF has called PDRF the gold standard. And that's thanks to Bill's efforts, to Veron Gabaldon's efforts, our executive director here, and all the men and women over at PDRF and our board. Next slide, please. This just shows you what we do in terms of response and recovery. We do send relief packs, ready-to-eat meals, water, but the difference is Meralco Aboitiz Power send their linemen, send their equipment to live for weeks at a time in areas with no power in order to help the local electrical franchise restore power. Consunhi provides barges. In this last one, they provided barges to get to Siargao and Dinagat Island because that was the only way to get this equipment to them. The telcos help restore communication signals as quickly as possible. In addition, we provide boats to the fishermen who lost them so they can again earn a living. We provide shelter repair kits to the people who lost their homes so that they can immediately start to get their homes back together again. Next slide, please. Recovery is one of our strengths. And this is where the private sector has a role to play because no effort at recovery or rehabilitation is sustainable without the private companies being part of it. And this is true on a global basis. These are the areas that we focus on. Shelter, environment, wash, livelihood, education. Next slide, please. This is just one example of what happened. We keep getting hit by these storms later in the year, which I don't remember when I was young, but I guess it happened. But in Typhoon Rolly, which was a super typhoon again, happened toward the end of 2020, it devastated the island of Catanduanes. Its main product is abaca. So we got a grant from the Hilton Foundation to help train the farmers there to plant different crops, and we also gave them cash so that they could resume, they could buy these abaca shoots and resume their planting. We put them through school, so they could look at alternate ways to earn a living, such as abaca bags, abaca handicrafts. And we also provided business continuity training so they'd be prepared for the next storm. Next slide, please. Now, somebody called this a no-brainer. When you keep getting hit by typhoons, it might be a good idea to build evacuation shelters. So we've put up 4 in the towns of Tacloban and Palo, Leyte. And we put up a 5th with the help of the BPI Foundation in the town of Ibaan, Batangas. The idea is that these are safe havens. They're self-contained, they have their own water tanks, they have their own power sources, they have ramps for the disabled, they have lactation centers for women, and the people who've been traumatized by Super Typhoon Yolanda, when we had thousands of dead people, they regard these as places that they can run to, and they've used it quite often. And the one in Batangas was just used for the last typhoon that hit us, the last storm. Next slide, please. We're active also in human-induced conflicts. We're active in the Zamboanga siege of 2013 and in Marawi, which went on for 5.5 months of fighting. During the fighting, we sent a 60-person medical team from Makati Med to help treat the wounded. They were based in Ligan, not too far from Marawi. And after the conflict ended, Pepsi provided 17 water containers to displaced communities there and to schools. Other companies like Smart provided e-learning kits so that teachers could teach their classes under a mango tree. No need for power, no need for Wi-Fi, because that kit contained all the quizzes and the lesson plans right there. We're trying to revive the art of weaving, to give the Maranao women a source of income. In addition, with the help of Makati Med, they put up a rural health unit there to service the people who'd been displaced, and until now, well, they're no longer living in tents. I think they have temporary housing now. Next slide. Mitigation, which is the main topic today. After Rondoy, we helped replant nurseries in Marikina watershed because we discovered much of the water that flooded Metro Manila came from up there. Next slide. This just shows you our tree planting program. We just completed one in Antipolo with the Shell Foundation. Shows Veron, who's down there in in the table. Next slide, please. We worked with Shell again and with PBSP to do mangrove planting. Mangroves help prevent coastal cities from storm surges, so they're really important. They also provide food for fish, and they help the fishermen as well. Next slide, please. Then we got a 5-year grant from USAID. They picked 6 cities, and we're helping them adapt to the dangers of climate change. We're mapping them to look at the dangers of flooding, dangers from typhoons. We're also helping them access climate financing, which is available, but many of the LGUs have not been able to tap it. Next slide, please. Water is a problem. Almost 50% of the population has no access to piped water. In the Barm area, that figure rises to 85% of people have no access to piped water. 4 million Filipinos still practice open defecation, and this leads to all kinds of sicknesses. Already, as far back as 2007, the Philippines has begun experiencing water stress. Scarcity of water, believe it or not, with all the typhoons. The city of Cebu, when you dig for water, when you dig a ground well, they don't get fresh water. They get seawater. So the city, the island of Cebu is in trouble, and they need to get the water from Bohol or someplace else. And through the Philippine Water Challenge, which USAID is supporting, and also the Israeli Embassy, we've been running a yearly competition to look for water innovations to help us in terms of solving that problem of too much water during certain months and then droughts just a few months later during the summer. Next slide, please. Preparedness. We put a lot of effort into this. We have a whole online curriculum. You're all welcome to take part in it. It's called iAdapt, but it teaches things like family preparedness. What do we worry about when there's a storm, when there's an earthquake? It's our families. That's true of our employees, so that's an important course for the companies. We teach a course called Red Earth. Maybe you should change the name. But we work with the Philippine Volcanology Institute, and they teach everything you want to know about earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Next slide, please. One important point is business continuity. We are part of the Resilience Core Group, which includes DTI, DOST, PCCI, PhilExport, just about everybody. And the idea is that we send teams all around the Philippines to teach small businesses how to prepare for disasters. We also work with the Office of Civil Defense. We partnered with them to train government agencies to operate during a crisis so that even when something is happening, you can still get their services, hopefully. Next slide, please. These are just some of the tools. They're all free. They're all downloadable. My favorite is the comic book. I have trouble reading. I just look at the pictures. And this is the journey of Tina, a store owner, her resilience journey in terms of and how she achieves it. We also have a mobile app called Katatagan in a Box. Yeah, we got it from UPS Foundation in Turkey. Once again, it's free. We've also got the MSME guide for disaster resilience. Everything's downloadable. We have a resource called ccap.com.ph. It enables small businesses to access loans, online mentoring, all sorts of assistance. Again, all free, all downloadable. Next slide, please. Now we just finished with Bill and Veron something called Getting Airports Ready for Disasters. It's sponsored by DHL. They do this all over the world. We just did it at the wonderful Clark International Airport. Bill loves it, and maybe someday it will be the main airport for Metro Manila. But they send DHL people all around the world. We experienced this after Super Typhoon Yolanda, when the airport of Tacloban was swamped, and they had to make Cebu as the main airport for relief goods. And so what they do is they're going around the country. Next airport that they're going to work with is Laguindian Airport in Cagayan de Oro. Next slide, please. Community resilience. This is where we learn from the ground up. We learn from the people in different barangays, Quezon City and Makati. They tell us where the dangers are. They tell us where the evacuation routes are. Next slide, please. We do 3D mapping. We work with them, and then they tell us everything about the barangay from experience. We map it out with them together with the help of the Philippine Geographical Society, and we leave these 3D maps in the barangay so they can constantly refer to it in the future. We also do a lot of drills and simulations. Next slide, please. Then there's the pandemic, something none of us foresaw. Early in 2020, March or April, Bill, Ayala Foundation, number of other groups, and really many companies in the country made tremendous contributions, some of them about 100 million pesos each, in order to fund a program that fed 14 million people in the Metro Manila area. Each got a grocery gift certificate worth 1,000 pesos. And it made a huge difference because it kicked in so early. We worked with Caritas so that parish priests and parishioners went house to house. So we tried to keep social distancing to give these grocery gift certificates and get them some much needed food. Then we moved on to Project Kaagapay. We raised approximately $2 million to provide ventilators. I don't know if you remember, we thought there was going to be a shortage of ventilators. We purchased up to 70 ventilators with the help of the Zwilig Foundation. We provided PPEs to the medical frontliners. Small companies of ours provided buses to bring the frontliners to their place of work. Airbnb, with whom we had a partnership, provided residences for the frontliners, the nurses. Because I don't know if you remember, but early in the pandemic, there was a lot of discrimination against healthcare frontliners. Some of them got kicked out of their apartments because owners didn't want COVID in that residence. So these programs really helped. Next slide, please. We also provided ready-to-eat meals from McDonald's, Jollibee's, and Docs and others. Now, this is a program really that Bill and Veron spent most of their lives at, meeting at 8 o'clock every morning for over 2 years with the government. And the whole idea was that the private sector has a role to play. They formed something called the One Hospital Command, in which public hospitals and private hospitals, for the first time ever, got together to compare, do we have enough COVID beds? Do we have facilities for COVID patients? Do we have people that we can send you so that they can get the treatment they need so they won't die in the hallways of our hospitals? It was very important. Department of Health took it over. In the beginning, the testing for COVID was running at 2,000 to 3,000 patients a day. With the help of the private sector, it rose to 60,000 to 90,000 a day toward the end of the COVID pandemic. In addition, they ran raffles for people to get the vaccine. There's a lot of reluctance to get the vaccines. You may want to remember that. And then they also ran a program called Ingat Angat, in which they promoted the idea of getting vaccinated for the entire population. And really, it's been one of the biggest successes in the world in terms of the private sector helping the government. Next slide, please. The one thing we learned from the pandemic is that we're all connected. When somebody gets sick in a city in China, people in Italy, New York, or Navotas get sick. So the only way we're going to beat these different issues, these different problems, is if we work together, government, civil society, the private sector, and the public at large. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Butch. Thank you very much. It's really impressive how the private sector can really mobilize quickly, identify the risk, and actually match the right assistance whenever disaster strikes. Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be talking about powering the good life, driving climate action in the energy sector. He's the first Vice President, Chief Sustainability Officer, and Head of Strategic Business Development of Meralco, the largest private sector electric power distribution utility company in the Philippines. He's also the President and CEO of eSakay, a subsidiary of Meralco which aims to be an end-to-end EV or electric vehicle transport solutions provider, modernizing and electrifying transport systems for the private and public sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, the first Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer of Meralco, Mr. Raymond Ravelo.
Thank you, Orly, for the introduction, and thank you in particular to Professor Dindo, RP, and the rest of the Stratbase team for inviting me to be part of this very important forum. Ambassador Albert Del Rosario, Ambassador Mary Kay Carlson, distinguished guests, good morning to all of you. Today I will be sharing, as Orly mentioned, Meralco's sustainability agenda, aptly captured by the phrase powering the good life. In particular, I'll be discussing how we have sought to embed sustainability in the very fabric of our strategy and operations as a company, with a focus today on our energy transition. In 2019, when our current President and CEO, Attorney Ray C. Espinosa, took the helm of Meralco, one of his first major thrusts was really to place sustainability front and center for us. We thus established a dedicated sustainability office, and we broke ground on a number of very important initiatives, such as our company-wide ban on single-use plastics. In 2020, we crafted and introduced Powering the Good Life, which effectively became and continues to be our overarching sustainability agenda. And this allowed us to embed sustainability more deeply within our organization and allowed us to engage our employees more broadly. Likewise, we established a number of very important sustainability metrics which help us gauge and monitor our performance today and going forward. Effectively, this is not just about feeling good about sustainability. It's got to lead to real and sustainable impact. Now, if I may talk very briefly about what powering the good life means for us, it is really marked by a distinctive focus on 4 pillars, or in our case, 4 Ps. First, as you can imagine, power holds our aspiration to provide energy for all always, as we aim to provide affordable, accessible, reliable, and clean energy to all we serve. The next P, planet, is about protecting and preserving our one and only home, effectively by reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and reducing our waste. People is focused on nurturing sustainability within the hearts and minds of our organization, while creating a safe and inclusive workplace. And finally, and in my belief, most importantly, the thrust for prosperity, or the drive to help create better lives for all. Now, these 4 Ps, if you look very closely at them, they are all rooted in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs. And our focus, as you can imagine, has been and continues to be on UN SDG 7, or the drive to deliver affordable and clean energy. Now, in as much as SDG 7 is central to us, we are actually able to promote and support as many as 10 other SDGs through our various initiatives and businesses. Beginning in 2021, we set our sights on taking our sustainability journey to the next level. We elevated and evolved our agenda, keeping in mind the imperatives for each pillar. Starting with planet, our focus was on further reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. Orly mentioned that I take care of a company that effectively offers end-to-end electric vehicle solutions. And I'm happy to share with you that we in Meralco have actually taken this electric mobility transition to heart. We have deployed close to 128 or close to 130 electric vehicles across our sector offices and business centers. In fact, creating a vehicle electrification rate for Meralco of 6 to 7%. And I guess just to contextualize that, the recently passed EV Industry Development Act requires 5% EV electrification in the fleets of private and public sector institutions. So we are up to 6 to 7%. The idea is we get that up to at least 25% by the end of this decade. The next P, as I mentioned earlier, is prosperity. People. And here we've endeavored to foster diversity and inclusivity within our workplace. We actually have a program called Embrace, which is our gender diversity and inclusion program. And finally, prosperity. We sought to influence and inspire our communities and constituents to adopt and embrace sustainability. But I guess for the purpose of today's discussion, I'll focus on power. And this is what houses our priority to craft our transition plan to clean energy in this decade and beyond. In particular, if I may double click on that, we have outlined 3 horizons through which we will play out what we call our just, orderly, and affordable transition to clean energy. Horizon 1, covering 2021 to 2030, the horizon we are in today, marks the beginning of our low carbon transition. And this is to serve the Philippines' growing demand for energy with greener power as we invest heavily in renewable energy. And I'll speak about that more in a moment. Horizon 2, spanning 2031 to 2040, will see the acceleration of our green energy shift through the assessment and adoption of next-generation clean technologies such as battery energy storage systems, offshore wind, and nuclear, with a specific focus on small modular reactors. Finally, Horizon 3, which takes us to 2050, we will drive deep decarbonization through various levers such as hydrogen, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, and ultimately our drive is to be coal-free by the midpoint of this century. Now, running in parallel to these carbon reduction efforts is our social commitment to promote the well-being of communities with electricity as an enabler to, as we say, power the good life. And for this, we have identified 5 priority areas which you see on the screen. So if I may very briefly zero in on Horizon 1, 2021 to 2030, we continue to build momentum in our shift towards earth-friendly energy. And from a contracting standpoint, we look to secure 1,500 megawatts of renewable energy supply agreements in the next 5 to 7 years. This is in full support of the Department of Energy's renewable portfolio standards. If we are able to do this successfully, we will be able to shift close to 30% of our supply portfolio, what we call our mid-merit supply portfolio, to renewable energy. Today, that is about 5% of our portfolio. So a big shift, and a very important shift that we're working on. Likewise, on the generation front, as you know, Meralco, while we are at our core a distribution utility company, we also have assets in power generation. So on the generation front, through our subsidiary MGreen, we will accelerate our clean energy build-out plan by developing 1,500 megawatts in renewable energy projects across multiple technologies through 2027. In fact, our maiden project, a 55 megawatt solar farm just north of Metro Manila in San Miguel, Bulacan, has actually been injecting power into the grid since May of last year. So to end, we'd like to think that we have achieved quite a bit in the last 2 or 3 years in our sustainability agenda, but in many respects there's still so much more to do, and so going forward we will do more to bring sustainable, enduring, and meaningful progress to uplift our customers, our communities, and our country, and really to enable many more Filipinos to power the good lives, not only for ourselves today, but more importantly for our children's tomorrow. With that, thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Raymond. Wow, green powering for the good life. That's really something to look forward to. Really glad to hear that Meralco is now moving towards green energy. Our next speaker is from the mining sector. A very important sector which even the President has said is going to be one of the key economic engines that we must develop. Speaking about advancing sustainable mining practices to meet global demand for green technologies, he's the chairman of Nickel Asia Corporation, the largest nickel ore producer in the country, with its mining subsidiaries, namely Rio Tuba Nickel Mining Corporation, Taganito Mining Corporation, Inatuan Mining Corporation, and Caldiano Mining Corporation. He's also the vice chairman of the Chamber of Mines of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jerry Brimo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Orly. Thank you, Dindo. It's past noontime. I'm the last speaker for the morning. You're probably all tired and hungry, and so am I. So I will go through this very quickly. This is actually more than 10 minutes. I'm going to skim through some of the slides and maybe even skip some in the interest of time. So what I'll be talking about is ensuring sustainability in mineral resource development, otherwise known as the controversial mining industry. And maybe by the end of the presentation you might think that such characterization is unfair. Let's see if we can move this forward. Okay. Mining does alter the environment and impacts host communities, and that is a fact. It is necessary, though, and even the transition to renewable energy will require a lot more metals, of certain types of metals, like nickel, cobalt, cadmium, lithium, copper, and such other metals. And it can be done following the principles of sustainable development. But given that the industry, I don't know why this doesn't change. Okay. Given environmental and social issues that are in many ways unique to the industry, mining companies for many years have been grappling with so-called green and sustainability issues. Over the years, however, regulations have caught up, I would think, and also there are global standards that helps us navigate through these issues. So now we have ESG, which CP talked about, as a framework. It's coupled with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I think you're all familiar with the picture on the right-hand side, and the Global Reporting Initiative, or GRI, as the most globally widely used sustainability reporting standard, and that gives us the objectives and the tools to address sustainability in mining. So I'll now talk a bit about ESG in the context of mining, and as CP mentioned, what's really driving ESG are the investors. They would rather invest in companies which has a higher ESG rating, or that actually has a rating at all, than companies that don't, because it represents less risk, and if it's less risk, the higher the valuation for your company. So these are the three themes on the right-hand side of the slide that apply to mining. I won't read through this. They're pretty obvious. Environment, biodiversity, water management, mine waste, tailings, and so forth. Social pertains to social acceptability, community development, ICC rights, labor practices, and so forth. Governance, legal compliance, ethics, anti-bribery and corruption, and transparency. So I'll now take each of these three elements of ESG into consideration. And the first thing I want to say is that when it comes to the care of the environment, our laws and regulations are actually pretty complete. It's basically all there. And it's not enough to read just the Philippine Mining Act of 1995. You really have to go into the rules and regulations, because that provides the context for the broad framework, which is the law. So you'll see all the requirements here: environmental work programs, mine environmental office, contingent liability fund, limitations where you can do mining, mandating social development, and so forth. Multi-partite monitoring team, rehabilitation is required, etc. That's all covered under the laws. And it's not just the Mining Act. We have to comply with the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, toxic substances, ecological waste management. You'll see on the right-hand side that the NIPAS, National Integrated Protected Area System, those areas in red in the map, those are protected areas. You can't do mining or actually any forms of development. And that when you look at those red areas, you'll come to the conclusion that that's quite a lot, and it is growing. EO 23 imposes a logging ban. We can cut trees in areas where we've been given a mining permit, but we need to get a tree cutting permit. And for every one planted tree that we cut, we have to plant 50. And for every one naturally growing tree that we cut, we have to plant 100. And that is monitored by the MGB and by the Forest Management Bureau. The couple of other DAOs were mandated to get our ISO 14001 environmental certification. Many of us had that, not all, but now we're all required to get it. And the latest one is DAO 2819. It limits the maximum disturbed area for surface mining, which primarily applies to nickel, and I will explain that in a minute. So I cannot do a presentation on mining without showing some good pictures, because that's what it's all about. So this now addresses final mine rehab. You'll see this mountain range on the left. This is the Felix Gold operation in Zamboanga del Norte. When the company went here, the mountain range that you see on top was already denuded because there was small-scale mining taking place in that area. And look at the picture below. That whole mountain range has been rehabilitated. The company did not. I see a sign that says 5 minutes left. Good luck to you, sir. The whole mountain range has been rehabilitated, even though the company did not mine the whole mountain range. It's just that if we only rehabilitated part of it, we would get blamed for the other part anyway. So let's just fix the whole area. So this mountain range has now been fully rehabilitated. I won't mention the next one anymore. Okay, now we're looking at progressive mine rehabilitation, which is now mandated. This is a nickel mine in Surigao Norte. It actually won the Presidential Mineral Award last Friday in Baguio. This is the industry awards. Most of our mines in our country is nickel. It's not copper or gold. And nickel is surface mining, but it is not open pit because nickel deposits only go down about 15 meters. So it's mined through a series of benches. We actually call it bench mining. You can also call it contour mining. And look at the right-hand side. These are the benches that have been mined out. They're already stabilized for planting. And what you see below is a fully rehabilitated, the same benches that have been fully rehabilitated. And this is difficult to do because this is lateritic soil, which means that this is soil that's full of iron. And that's why if you go to certain parts of Surigao Norte and some parts of Surigao Sur, you will not see a forest because the soil is lateritic. It's not that we've cut every tree. No, there was really not a big forest to begin with because of the lateritic soil. So rehabilitating it in this manner is actually quite a challenge, but it's being done. This is probably the best example. This is the Rio Tuba mine in Batarasa, in the southern tip of Palawan. Again, progressive rehabilitation, going from a mined out area to a fully forested area. And you'll see on the right-hand side is the return of biodiversity. So the company keeps track of all the wildlife that returns to a rehabilitated mined out area, including wild chickens. And I asked them, how do you get chickens in here? And they said, well, they just fly in because there is nutrients and they don't get disturbed. It's a part of the company. The company protects this area. So the way to do that is to plant, it's not just hardwood trees, but also fruit trees. And that provides the nutrient for the return of wildlife. Another example, okay, I'm going to skip that because this gentleman keeps looking at me. And this one I will explain. So this is a rehabilitation of a tailings pond. I'll just explain the one on the right. This is the Coral Bay nickel plant beside the Rio Tuba mine in Batarasa. And the government realizes that these are the plants that we need in this country because we have nickel. Nickel is primordial for the EV market. 20 or 30 years from now, we're all going to be driving electric vehicles. So this is the first nickel plant in the country. It's a hydrometallurgical smelter, but it results in this kind of tailings. And the reason why it's red is because the cobalt and the nickel has been extracted, and what is left is iron, and it's oxidized, so you get a red tinge. So that has to be taken care of. There are ways of doing it, and I just want to explain. Well, I think the pictures are self-explanatory. It's in the process of being fully rehabilitated. Tree planting. Well, one of the best things that the DNR has done is to actually create a mining forest program. It goes every year and there are awards given. And as of July 22, the industry has planted over 36,000 hectares with 47 million trees. 90% survival rate. Don't take my word for it. This is being monitored by the MGB. You can go to the website and you can get the data from them. The National Greening Program, I don't know where we are on that. The latest numbers I have is as of 2016. The industry committed to plant 13 million trees, 15 million, we're almost there, over 49,000 hectares. Okay, social, I'll go really quickly through this. The IPRA law, Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act. If we want to, whether we like it or not, most of the mineralized areas in our country is in ancestral domains. And that makes it very difficult because in order for us to be able to enter and explore, let alone mine, we have to go through a free and prior informed consent with the supervision of the NCIP, the National Commission for Indigenous Peoples. I can tell you it is very cumbersome, very lengthy, and most of our natural resources are there. But that's the law, and it has to be followed. Also, the DNR Memorandum Order 200409, if we want to get a mining permit in an area, we need to get the consent of 2 out of 3 sanguinian. So it's not a question of us going into any area and mining the heck out of it. We need to get ensure social acceptability. DNR AO 2010-21, which is the Social Development and Management Program, it's now up to 1.5% of our operating cost for social programs, and this is unique. Canada, Australia, they don't have this. They're very large mining countries, but it's purely voluntary between the mining company and your host communities. In our country, it's mandatory, so we have to spend 1.5%. So just focus on the expenditures on the right. This is the SDMP expenditures. This has not been updated, apologies, but you'll see Caraga, but there's quite a few nickel mines, 464 million pesos of social development money, which is quite large. So we're talking about social. I think our biggest impact is really education. It's not just the schools that we build, but the schools that we fix in our host communities, because for the most part they are dilapidated, and the number of scholarships that we give. All the large-scale mines do this. Education is really needed in our country in the worst possible way, and I would venture to say that we are a big contributor. Another example of schools. I will talk about the right-hand side, but the right-hand side below is the Rio Tuba Indigenous Learning Center. In Batarasa, there are thousands of indigenous peoples, and they live in clusters away from the town. And their kids are not educated. Why? Because they won't walk for kilometers to go into the public schools. They won't. And whether we like it or not, there is also some level of discrimination. So what the company did some years ago is to follow the Arnold Janssen concept of educating IPs, and that is by building learning centers in each of the clusters where they are. And the company has done that, and this is part of SDMP and also CSR. And there are over 1,000 IPs getting educated through these learning centers, not by the public school system. It goes into 3 levels. Level 1 is basic literacy, up to level 3, which is high school equivalent. It's accredited by the DepEd, and this has already produced high school graduates that have gone through college, where years ago they were not educated. Very good program. Healthcare, okay, hospitals, medical missions and so forth. I'll just skim through this. Infrastructure, another interesting one on the right hand side. So what you see there is the hut of the IPs. This is how they would live. And this company gave them the option of going into a GK village, Gawat Kalinga. They actually, it's really a very good program because it's not just housing, it's also livelihood. It's a holistic community center. And so most of them said yes, it's purely voluntary. And there's a cluster of GK villages now in the municipality. Livelihood, skim through this. Building communities, skim through this. Okay, look at the right hand side. Most of the municipalities where we operate are now first class municipalities. Prior to the entry they were fourth or fifth class. And then we go into governance, the revised code of conduct. This is where the SEC and the PSC come in. So I'm going to go towards the last one here, which is towards sustainable mining, because this is something new and I'd like to spend some time discussing this. So yes, we do have many laws. They provide the basic framework. We have to take care of the community and the environment. It doesn't really tell you how, though. And this is where towards sustainability, towards sustainable mining comes in. It's what we call going beyond compliance. We adopted this, the Chamber of Mines adopted this from the Mining Association of Canada. It's a performance system that helps us evaluate and manage our environmental and social responsibilities and publicly report on our performance. There's transparency that's built in here. It's increasingly becoming a global mining standard. It's now been adopted by 11 countries. We are the first in Asia to adopt it. I know that Indonesia and Malaysia are looking at it now. And I was surprised to learn that even Australia adopted this a couple of years ago. Australia is a huge mining country. They have their own programs and standards, and yet the Mineral Council of Australia, which is the largest association of miners there, agreed to adopt TSM. And what it is it's a set of protocols in 2 clusters. One is communities and people, the other one is environmental stewardship. So communities and people is safety and health, community and IP engagement, crisis management, and so forth. Environmental stewardship, of course, and applies to tailings management, water management, biodiversity, and climate change. And below these protocols are a set of indicators that essentially represent best practices, best global mining practices in each of these protocols. And that's what we have to follow, and we have to grade ourselves. So it's a self-assessment program that is submitted to the chamber, and we publish the results annually. And every 3 years there is audits that will be done to make sure that we are not cheating on our self-assessment. Right? So audits and publication is a feature of this. And also as part of this, we have a 15-man and women community of interest advisory panel that performs oversight and policy functions and conducts also random interviews at the mines. So we have individuals from the academe, civil society, environment, religious, and so forth. 3 of us in the chamber sit there to give a mining perspective to the discussions. Ron Mendoza had to beg off the panel because he's into other things, but we're so sorry to see him go because he is such a contributor that we haven't taken out his picture yet, but we will. Okay, so just very briefly on this, in 2022, It's now mandatory reporting by our members, but not yet public reporting. We don't report this public yet. In 2023 and 2024, that's when the audits will start. So one half of our members will be audited in 2023 and the other half in 2024. And then the mandatory reporting starts in 2024 for the 2023 performance. And that's where I get worried, because we're going to be publicly reporting, right? And you can imagine the scrutiny that our grades will result in. And we'll look at the Canadian experience, but before that, just to say that the TSM covers 10 of the 17 UN SDGs. So just a few slides left. Let's see what happened to Canada when they launched TSM. This was launched by the Mining Association of Canada to improve the performance of the Canadian mining companies. The grading system is CB, A, AA, and AAA. It's very similar to the grading system of ESG. If you go to MSCI to get the rating, it's very similar. And look at the first three bars on the left. So this applies to indigenous and community relations. It's a very basic protocol. And those three bars relate to community of interest identification. That's in Canada, COI. In our case, we call it stakeholders, right? Very basic. Have you identified all the stakeholders in your operations, right? But you see what happened in 2006, the first bar on the left, the first time that the Canadian companies were reporting, 53% only got A and above. So 47% got B's and C's. Yeah? And then you'll see the improvement because the next bar is 2019 and 2021. And that applies to all of the indicators below these protocols. So over the years, the Canadian companies now are up to 90%. But they started out with a lot of B's and C's, and we will start out the same way. And no doubt we will get pillared by our detractors, but such is life. This is another protocol which is now called climate change. And just take a look at the last three bars here. So energy and greenhouse gas emissions performance targets. Again, this is Canada. And when this protocol started in 2013, only 34% got A's. The rest were B's and C's. And they are improving, but it's a struggle. So this is not an easy indicator. This really pushes us from on the performance level. But that's the idea, to see steady improvement over the years. And lastly, this is an example of a Swedish mining company. It's Boliden, very large multinational company, operating a mine in Finland. So this is reported by the Finmin, or the Finland Mineral Association. It's a copper nickel mine in Sweden, and you'll see that they get A's except for two B's, which is water management and tailings management. And for a company like Boliden, which is very large and very responsible, to not get all A's, it's quite surprising, but it just goes to show you how difficult this program is, and we're going to tackle it. And that completes my slides. Thank you. Sorry to take so long. Thank you very much. And,
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you very much. It's pretty obvious the potential of the mining industry, especially with the rise of green technologies and the miracles that we have. And it's very I'd like to congratulate the industry for taking it upon themselves to initiate TSM. That will really bridge the understanding and appreciation of the industry and its potential. Now I'd like to call on our panelists to come on board. We will go on a very short open forum. I just have one question for everybody. Please welcome them back. Let's encourage them before we go to lunch. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay na yan. Titindig na lang. Yeah, is Sibira? Yeah. In the interest of time again, I really just have one question. And one observation that I had from all of your talks, really good talks and really impressive initiatives and interventions. And what I'd like to ask is, given the environment that we have and all your initiatives and all of your programs that you're actively pursuing, do you think we have the right policy environment that will actually enable the the, uh, the expansion of your initiatives? And um, please give your suggestions to this administration, given the opportunity that government is listening here with us. We have CP here. Uh, to listen and report to the secretary on what the suggestions of the industries are of the private sector, what would that be? Would you like to start, Raymond?
Thanks, Oli. That's a great question. And really, as I mentioned in my shorts talk earlier, the two policies that have been very important to us in the power sector and in the transport sector are the renewable portfolio standards, which encourages a lot more renewable energy investment in the country. And this administration has actually brought that to a much higher level from the previous 1% incremental per year to 2.52%. So that's a huge jump. And then, of course, opening up and reducing the foreign barriers to investment in renewable energy, that's hugely important. The second policy that has, that will greatly enable sustainability in the transport sector, as you know, is the Electric Vehicle and Industry Development Act. And I see here Secretary Jimmy, and I know that's going to be a very important policy going forward and an act going forward. What I would maybe, if I may offer a suggestion in terms of this VIDA, I see that there's a lot of non-fiscal incentives, but I think there's an opportunity to add more fiscal incentives as much as possible. As we see in other countries, what's really driven the EV revolution are tax breaks, subsidies, and the like. So if we can get more of those, I think it would really help the case.
Great.
Thank
Incentives.
you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Butch?
I think well, on the operational level, things are great. Office of Civil Defense. We probably do need that new Department for Disaster Resiliency. We've been talking about it for years, and each time we have ad hoc bodies, Task Force Bangon Marawi or OPAR for Yolanda. Instead of creating ad hoc bodies, maybe we should have a permanent group that really focuses on disaster preparedness, response, and recovery. And the other thing is the water problem, as I mentioned. That we're running out of water, and it's starting to happen in certain areas of the country, and we're going to run up against it sooner than we think. The population growth. So, a Department of Water, and I think there need to be a lot of incentives for new buildings to put water catchments, to put more water basins, so we can capture the rainwater that we have and enable us to avoid the drought.
Thank you very much, Butch. How about Bill?
Thanks. I'll just add one thing to what Butch said about the Department of Resilience. I think it should have private sector membership in its council. Our experience in T3 and in COVID response has been private sector collaboration with the government has been important and effective. So I would add that. On the side of cities, one thing I noticed is that if we take a look at the presentation earlier of the budget secretary, in the digitalization budget for 2023, two items kind of were missing for me. Local governments were not in the list of top 10, and neither was DepEd. Okay, I mean it had DICT, it had DOF, everybody, but I didn't see DepEd and I didn't see local governments, and I think that's important. If we want to digitize government, I think we need to digitize local government. And if we're going to do that, I think we need to change the procurement rules. Instead of procuring, hardware all the time, I think we should allow procurement of software as a service, subscription service. I think the private sector, the app developers, the startups, they'll do a much better job developing and maintaining services than having a government agency procure the whole thing and try to maintain it and constantly upgrade it. There are a lot of bugs in these things. They need to be constantly updated. I don't think the government will be equipped to have all the people to update it. And if you just take a look at one case like Vaxcert PH, contract expired. So what happens to all of us with our Vaxcert? How do we update the Vaxcert? Just a very simple thing. Okay? They own the system, it expired, we're done. I think we need to change that model to a software as a service model.
Okay, thank you very much, Bill. How about Jerry?
On the mining side, the industry is underperforming because we've been under a moratorium on new mining permits for 12 years, since 2012. It's been lifted now, but the industry was essentially in limbo in terms of growth. We were also we were able to overtake the ban on open pit mining, which is used all over the world, but that was a big problem for so many years. So what we need here is to see stability in policies. We want to attract the large, responsible, multinational mining companies that have a lot of resources and know-how, but to be able to do that, we need to have policies that are consistent and don't change. I'll give you an example. Just a few months ago, there was a multinational company that came to the Philippines because we were able to lift the moratorium, we were able to lift the open pit ban, so they're now coming back little by little, looking at opportunities, and outcomes in the news that our mining taxes are going to go up by 2 or 3 times. And they look at that and they said, well, the heck with this here, the Philippines again, they're going to change their policies again, and they just left. So that's what we want to avoid. We want to have stable policies to be able to attract good investments. This is a capital-intensive industry. We do need capital. And if our policies keep on changing and they get on, we're just not going to be able to, we'll just continue to underperform. So, yeah.
Yes, stable policy, very important. Thank you. And CP, would you like to react or give your thoughts?
No, I won't react.
Or your
all
thoughts
good
as
suggestions,
key best.
But 2 things, I guess, after hearing the good things being done by the private sector through the presentations that we've heard in the last hour or so, it's not such a crazy idea for government to just provide its funds to the private sector and do the work of government, But up until the DBM will allow something like that, which is not allowed at this point in time, all we can do is to collaborate with the private sector. And Sectoni has collaborated with Bill and Butch, and we have consulted with Jerry, of course, and MVP Group. One thing that I wish to tell everybody is that at least for the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, we're opening the department to consultations. First, by putting up what we call as a multi-stakeholder advisory council, one for mining, one for disaster, one for forestry, and so on and so forth. So what we're trying to do is for the bureaus, Forest Management Bureau, for example, and the director, the head of that bureau, will act like the CEO, but he will have a board of advisors on top of it, and those advisors come from the stakeholders, including the private sector. So that's one. Second thing, I think policies. We have the correct policies already in place. I think it's enforcement and implementation that we're failing all the time. Probably it's also high time for us to simplify some of the policies. For those in the audience, you may want to check the mitigation hierarchy. There's a nice YouTube explanation to it, and we want to adopt this for the DNR and simplify all the regulations that we have. As what Jerry mentioned, there are too many administrative orders, EOs, and RAs that we have to contend with. So simplify things, and I think we'll be headed towards the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. C.P. David. And with that, I'd like to thank our panelists who have really shared their initiatives and really more power, and we'd like to see a lot more enablement of the private sector to do their part. We believe that the private sector, when allowed to do so, can really lead us in all of these problems and addressing these climate change issues. Thank you very much, and let's give our panelists a big round of applause, and let's have a picture. Yeah, let's. Okay, thank you very much, and bon appetit, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Lunch.
Stratbase ADR Institute's Pilipinas Conference on leveraging strategic partnerships and multilateral cooperation in the promotion of the rules-based international order. The stability of the international order has been shaped by various power shifts and the increasing complexity of security challenges. In the Indo-Pacific, strategic competition among major powers and the evolution of non-traditional security threats continue to undermine its peace and stability. In addition, transnational crimes, environmental degradation, and reason operations have undermined regional peace and stability, exposing states to a wide range of risks. Given the current geopolitical landscape, states must contribute to the collective responsibility of peace and stability by upholding international laws, treaties, and policies and promoting a rules-based international order. In the case of the Philippines, the administration of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. must maximize the country's existing strategic partnerships with like-minded states such as Australia and the United States. The Philippine government must continue to uphold its independent foreign policy with the pursuit of the Philippines' national interests at its core, as it advocates for bilateral, unilateral, and multilateral cooperation and a stable Indo-Pacific. So this afternoon's program is divided into two panels, and we thank all our speakers in advance for sharing their time with us today, as well as to those who will be joining us via Zoom. The first panel discussion is entitled Fostering Multilateral Cooperation in Addressing Maritime Security Challenges in the Indo-Pacific. So the distinguished panel speakers will be sharing with us their views on the complex and multifaceted security challenges in the Indo-Pacific, particularly in the maritime domain, transnational crimes, environmental degradation, and liaison operations. So our first speaker is a senior career officer with the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs, or DFAT, and Trade. He commenced as Deputy Head of Mission at the Australian Embassy in Manila in July 2019, and prior to taking up this position, he was Assistant Secretary of the New Zealand Polynesia Micronesia branch in the Office of the Pacific in DFAT. And he previously worked at the former Australian Agency for International Development, AUSTAID, the former Department of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Forestry, the DAFF, and former Australian Customs Services and Department of Defense. And overseas, he has served in the Australian Permanent Mission to the OECD in Paris, and as an alternate Executive Director of the Board of the Asian Development Bank in Manila from 2013 to 2016. Without much ado, let's welcome Mr. Richard Season, Acting Ambassador, Australian Embassy in the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Chester. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Let me start in the traditional way with acknowledgements. Firstly, let me acknowledge Ambassador Albert Del Rosario, after the founder of ADRI Stratbase and patron, someone who needs no introduction and whose presence has been so important to the rule of international law. The Honourable Jaime Bautista, Secretary of Transportation, Under-Secretary the Honourable Jesus Domingo, Under-Secretary for Civilian Security and Consular Affairs of the DFA, the Honourable Edmund Tayo, Executive Director of the National Coast Watch Council Secretariat, Rear Admiral Roy Echeverria, Commander, Philippine Coast Guard. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Stratbase ADRI on delivering its 7th Pilipinas Conference. It is important to have an opportunity like this to step out of our day-to-day work and to get together and reflect, discuss and debate some of the most important challenges in the region at the moment, and to consider how we can work together to address those challenges to ensure continued peace, stability and prosperity. So I've been asked to reflect on how we work together to promote the international rules-based order, particularly in the context of maritime security challenges in the Indo-Pacific. The international rules-based order as we know it was progressively established from the 1940s as a reaction to the devastation of two world wars. Norms were established that guided state behaviour in international relations and reduced the risk of conflict. The maritime element of the rules-based order came into effect with UNCLOS in the 1980s. Now, the international rules-based order has underpinned global peace and security for almost 80 years. It has guaranteed sovereignty and it has provided the basis for unprecedented social and economic development globally. One way or another, everyone here today, has benefited from the international rules-based order, and it is so important for middle powers like Australia and the Philippines. And yet it has come under increasing pressure in recent years, as Chester just mentioned. For a moment there I thought I wouldn't have to say anything because I thought Chester's opening remarks and outline of the afternoon covered the same thing, and I thought, God, what will I say if he says what I was going to say? There's nothing worse than being the post-lunch speaker saying the same things as the person before you. But that rules-based order has not only been eroded, it is being directly and openly challenged. Global institutions are under pressure. There are tensions over territorial claims. We've seen an escalation to the point of invasion in the Ukraine. Cyber attacks are becoming more frequent and sophisticated. Disinformation and foreign interference are being used to manipulate societies, and protectionism and economic coercion are on the rise. Now, Australia is an open economy, deeply enmeshed in the global trading system. 83% of our merchandise trade is carried by sea, and most of it comes through the South China Sea. About 70% of it passes through the Sulu Sea. The stats alone should suggest to you, or should reveal to you, just why maritime law is so important to Australia and why the Philippines is so important to Australia. Like the Philippines, Australia as a maritime nation is committed to the adherence to the law of the sea principles as set out in UNCLOS. And UNCLOS is particularly important because it provides the legal framework for all activities in the oceans and the seas. It provides the foundations for peace, for security, for stability, and for the use of maritime resources. Maritime claims, whether in the South China Sea or elsewhere, must be consistent with UNCLOS. It remains as important as ever that all parties respect and abide by the 2016 South China Sea Arbitral Award, a landmark case. Australia is deeply concerned when countries pursue claims or engage in activities that are inconsistent with international law, where they undertake activities that are provocative and destabilising, or where they don't respect the rights and freedoms of others, or, indeed, when they advance their claims by intimidation and coercion. We're committed to upholding international law and in particular why we continue to exercise freedom of navigation and overflight, and to support the rights of others to do the same, and to strengthen relationships with regional partners. Australia is currently investing 3.5 billion pesos in regional maritime programs, and the Philippines is a significant beneficiary of this funding. We support the Philippines through training, capacity building, vessel sustainment, and marine environment projects. Maritime nations like Australia and the Philippines understand the importance of our maritime environments for the sustainable health of our planet, our own livelihoods, for tourism and our leisure. The marine environment is under threat from pollution, climate change, and over-exploitation, and it is vital that we work together to protect it. This year marks the 40th anniversary of UNCLOS, and for all the reasons that I've outlined here today, it is more important than ever that countries like Australia and the Philippines, and all the like-minded countries, many of whom are represented here today, continue working together to protect and to promote this vital legal framework. In closing, I'd like to thank the Stratbase ADR Institute for this opportunity to address you all today, and I hope that you will take the opportunity to engage and ensure a rich and thoughtful discussion this afternoon. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Season, for your message, opening remarks this afternoon. If there is one thing that we have learned from the message is to uphold the UNCLOS, which is very important in maintaining the rules-based norms. And of course, Australia and the Philippines, one thing that we learned is about mateship. So we have to foster on that. Now we come to the next speaker who would deliver a message for us. Secretary Jaime Bautista is the former president and chief operating officer of the Philippine Airlines. He started his career at SGB, and before joining the Lusitan Group, the LTG in 1980, he was initially appointed as PAL's vice president, controller in 1993. He then got promoted to senior vice president and chief finance officer in 1994. Got promoted to senior vice president and chief finance officer in 1994, executive vice president in 1998, and president in 2004. Honorable Jaime served as the president until he retired in 2012, and in 2014 he was reappointed as the president of PAL until his second retirement on June 30, 2019. Serving in various executive capacities, Secretary Bautista also served as the member of the board in the following companies: Micronesia Corporation, Microasia Airport Services Corporation, Microasia Catering Services Corporation, Microasia Properties Development Corporation, Eaton Properties Development Corporation, PNB Forex Incorporated, Air Philippines Incorporated, and Asian Alcohol Corporation. Without much ado, let's all welcome Honorable Jaime Jimmy Bautista. Sir.
Chester, for that very generous introduction. Ambassador Albert Del Rosario, Chairman of Stratbase ADR Institute, Professor Dindo Manhit, President of Stratbase ADR Institute, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, fellow government workers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am glad to be invited in this forum, and I congratulate Stratbase ADR Institute for organizing this Pilipinas Conference. Perhaps this conference suddenly became relevant with the arrival last night of U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris, who will visit American facilities in Palawan tomorrow. We can only imagine the security implications of this visit. Let me get back to the issue at hand. The Philippine maritime industry is a crucial component in the country's socio-economic rebound from the global pandemic. With massive coastal lowlands and marine resources, the country relies largely on sea transport for mobility of people and goods. As an archipelagic nation, the country's boundaries face various challenges. Our coastlines constantly face internal and external threats. Academicians have pointed out to us that our local maritime industry has remained underdeveloped because of divergent policies and lack of consistency in project implementation. Thus, our government pursues various initiatives to promote and enhance maritime safety while fostering relations with maritime counterparts and stakeholders. As a member of the International Maritime Organization, or IMO, since 1964, we have a mandate to implement laws and promulgate regulations as we shift focus towards adhering to global maritime safety and protection standards. Taking the lead at promoting maritime safety is our Philippine Coast Guard. They have agreements with different countries on information sharing on shipping activities in the Indo-Pacific region. They work with maritime law enforcement agencies of other countries on anti-piracy, anti-terrorism, and anti-illegal drugs campaigns. Especially helpful is the U.S. Coast Guard, with whom we hold training exercises when we get honed, for example, at detecting weapons of mass destruction. We have parallel cooperation agreements with other security-related U.S. agencies that enhance our maritime safety capabilities. We are also an active party to the Regional Cooperation Agreement on combating piracy and armed robbery against ships in Asia, or RE-CAAT. We actively take part in their coordination activities, including info sharing that has led to the reduction in the number of piracy and armed robbery incidents. This information sharing and monitoring also enable us to detect and prevent illegal activities such as smuggling, drug trafficking, and unregulated fishing. Through this multilateral cooperation, we also get to ensure the safe voyage of cargo ships through Philippine and international waters. We established a multi-sectoral national coast watch system that ensures the efficient and effective implementation of the country's maritime security policy. It is designed to provide an interagency coordinated response to maritime security threats in Philippine waters. Likewise, to enhance the level of interoperability, coordination, and cooperation to address terrorism and insurgency, the Joint Peace and Security Coordinating Center was established among the Philippine Coast Guard, the Philippine National Police, and the Armed Forces of the Philippines. This coordinating center follows the government's whole-of-nations approach towards peace and security, engaging 3 agencies to work together in keeping the country safe and secure. One international engagement involves Indonesia and Malaysia, with whom we share common security challenges in our tri-border area. This led to the establishment of maritime command centers in Tarakan, Indonesia, Tawau, Malaysia, and Bonggao, Philippines. This initiative is primarily led by the Armed Forces of the Philippines, making it a military-to-military undertaking. The Philippine Coast Guard keeps track of activities such as possible sea interdiction patrols and other joint efforts. Over the decades, we developed strategies and measures aimed at ensuring ensuring compliance with our international responsibilities and obligations as coastal and port state. The department oversees two other agencies apart from Philippine Coast Guard: the Maritime Industry Authority or MARINA and the Philippine Ports Authority. The role of the Philippine Coast Guard has evolved beyond safety and security. They are also in charge with search and rescue, protection of marine environment, and enforcement of maritime laws. When President Bongbong Marcos attended the recent anniversary celebration of the Philippine Coast Guard, he concurred with our trust to modernize and upgrade their assets and capabilities. We will modernize and strengthen the Philippine Coast Guard's capability to promote maritime safety and security, as well as promptly respond to any maritime emergencies, especially during natural calamities. We are proud to say that the Philippine Coast Guard has done much in serving coastline communities in various capacities. Since figures show we have more ports than our neighboring countries, spread throughout the country's 7,100 islands, seaport operation is a crucial industry that needs a push for improvement. The network of commercial ports, some privately owned, serve to catalyze inter-island trade as well as passenger traffic. Admittedly, many of these ports still need facilities upgrade. In some cases, private ports are doing well in terms of transporting goods and passengers. While Marina, acting as industry regulator, ensures that the Philippines remains as the top global source of capable and qualified mariners for international ships. Marina is also at the forefront of sharpening the skills of Filipino seafarers, even those with years of onboard experience, by collaborating with counterparts from other countries. The Department of Transportation realizes the strengths and weaknesses of our maritime agencies, but we are optimistic at being able to enhance our capabilities at ensuring the safety of our vessels, passengers, and crew. Through a forum such as Pilipinas Conference 2022, we expect to realign our strategies in addressing challenges in the maritime industry in the Indo-Pacific, including strengthening of maritime capabilities of the Philippines. The Philippines aims to be a major maritime nation that values the safety and protection of marine life and marine environment. We look at opportunities to forge collaborations with maritime-related agencies of other countries to benchmark our efforts at raising our maritime industry to global standards. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Secretary Bautista, for your message. I think the keywords that we learned from his message is about the interoperability and multilateralism in keeping our maritime security safe and protected, and then also to ensure safety and protection of our Filipino seafarers. Now, to navigate the theme on upholding civilian security in a rules-based international order, the next speaker is the Undersecretary for Civilian Security and Consular Affairs of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Honorable Jesus Gary Domingo will share his insights on the role of the Philippines in upholding a rules-based international order. We will listen to his presentation through a recording speech. Thank you.
Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and pleasure to speak before you, the Pilipinas Conference 2022, organized by the Albert Del Rosario Institute of Stratbase, helmed by a friend of the Department of Foreign Affairs and a dear personal friend of mine, since we're both literally in kindergarten shorts, Professor Dindo Manhit. Well, I will need to make a disclaimer that the views expressed in this talk are my own and not necessarily the official line of the department. With that said, however, I will hew closely to the official pronouncements and policies of the Philippine government, particularly the Department of Foreign Affairs. Well, I've been asked to offer insights on the role of the Philippines, again, particularly the Department of Foreign Affairs, in upholding a rules-based maritime order, fostering multilateral cooperation in addressing maritime security challenges in the Indo-Pacific. I would like to highlight the following. First, as we are all aware, it is the President who is the chief architect of Philippine foreign policy. We in its DFA are in turn its builders, engineers, construction workers, interior decorators. What is then the vision of President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos in terms of our multilateral diplomacy? Well, let's refer to his recent address before the UN General Assembly. To quote the President, he affirmed that the Philippines has an enduring commitment to the ideals of the United Nations. This commitment is reflected in our solid contributions to the cause of peace and justice. By shepherding the Manila Declaration of 1982, we felt affirm that the differences should only be resolved through peaceful means, particularly the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, where we provided an example of how states should resolve their differences through reason and through right. These two contributions provide useful guidance for our time. Amidst challenging global tides, an important ballast stabilizes our common vessel. That is, our open, inclusive, and rules-based international order that is governed by international law and informed by the principles of equity and of justice. As I have underscored, the Philippines shall continue to be a friend to all and an enemy of none. Unquote. Philippine foreign policy. Well, Secretary of Foreign Affairs Enrique Manalo has in turn said unequivocally that the 2016 Hague Award on the South China Sea arbitration and UNCLOS constitute the twin pillars of Philippine policy and action on the West Philippine Sea. The DFA will continue to engage the international community and friends on the award and enlist the support. In fact, the DFA had included an appropriation in its 2022 budget for sustaining and enhancing international and national awareness of the award ruling. Among the key activities to be pursued is to establish a website on the award, to continuing engaging academe and journalists to research and publish on Philippine milestones on UNCLOS and Philippine actions on the award, support more track 1.5 maritime dialogue activities, engage the marine scientific research community, enhance training for DFA personnel et al. So very concrete measures. The Philippines was proud to have recently won a seat in the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf, or CLCS, of the UN for the period 2023 and 2028. The CLCS, as we know, is an international body created under UNCLOS for continental shelves beyond 200 nautical miles from the baselines from which the breadth of the territorial sea is measured. NAMRIA Deputy Administrator Efren Carandang sits for the Philippines in the CLCS. And of course, ASEAN continues to be a vital arena for our WPS advocacy, including regional engagement with China, updating of the Code of Conduct on the South China Sea. Well, I would like to bring attention, though, to other vital multilateral, plurilateral, and regional directions and initiatives that bear on our efforts with regards to maritime security. Well, bilateral maritime engagements with our allies and friends and neighbors, including the United States, Australia, Japan, India, Europe, UK, fellow Southeast Asians, will be covered by other speakers today. One development, though, that I would like to highlight and commend is the appointment by the United Kingdom of its very first resident defense attaché in Manila. Now, turning back to the multilateral and related spheres, I'd like to highlight some promising developments which can be platforms for promoting Philippine maritime security interests and international maritime cooperation. First, let's go back to the UN. And when we speak of multilateral, we basically speak mainly of the UN system. So the President's speech essentially marked the Philippines' return to leadership in the UN system. He also announced our bid for a seat on the UN Security Council for the term 27-2028, as well as declaring of resumption of active participation in UN peacekeeping. Well, while peacekeeping is normally done on land, it does not prevent looking to the maritime domain with cooperation among national naval, coast guard, and other maritime law enforcement forces. And we can already look at great possibilities for further cooperation against piracy, the scourge of all mankind. The President's highlighting of the Philippines' own historic initiative, the Manila Declaration on the Peaceful Settlement of International Disputes, passed in the UN General Assembly in 1982, is an important and constructive proposal for the global community leveraging the UN General Assembly, where all nation states are represented. Now, speaking broadly of ocean governance and the blue economy, there are myriad of international ocean governance initiatives, Track 1, 1.5, 2, and 3, and which the Philippines are already taking a very proactive role in. Now, one which I would like to highlight is the Malta-based International Ocean Institute, of which I have the honor of serving as its Philippines focal point. So we are looking forward to an active 2023 program of activities in the Philippines on ocean governance and the blue economy. Now, I had just finished a term as Philippine Ambassador to New Zealand, and I had also had the honor of concurrently serving as non-resident ambassador to Fiji, Samoa, Tonga, Cook Islands, and representative to the Pacific Island Forum. Now, the Pacific Island countries are a region where the Philippines can share its expertise on ocean governance and maritime security, climate change adaptation, disaster management, and definitely in partnership with the IOI and other friends. And on our own, we are already looking at sharing best practices through one is very easy platforms such as Zoom or other social media connections to share expert knowledge and information and even training online for the Pacific Island countries. So now, of course, ASEAN has a wide range of activity, but let us look at an initiative which is gaining ground is the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum, which the Philippines had helped to spearhead. So we are also working hard to develop a stronger regional network of Coast Guard and maritime law enforcement authorities. So ASEAN encompasses a wide range of critical activities beyond the core 10 members, such as the ASEAN Regional Forum and the ASEAN Defense Ministers Plus process, where the country I had formerly served in, and New Zealand is a very active member. And it engages all West Philippine Sea's claimant states, while direct mention of WPS issues this is not the venue for them. These fora, Regional Forum, Defense Ministers Plus, are an invaluable catalyst for confidence building among all the maritime security stakeholders in the Indo-Pacific. Now, let's look to disaster risk reduction and management. So DRM and its military implementation, HADR, or Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Response, remain vital non-traditional security activities of global militaries. Let us not forget, let's go back to Super Typhoon Haiyan or Yolanda back in 2013 and 14. The majority of HADR assistance for the Philippines was conveyed by military forces. And we had used the framework with regards to status of forces for Balikatan as a framework for bringing in military conveyed HADR assistance. So HADR is an excellent activity in which the militaries of all nations engage in and offer opportunities for positive regional maritime cooperation. Now, counterterrorism and piracy. So again, these two threats are a universal scourge for all mankind, and yet offer another great opportunity for multilateral and regional security cooperation. Of course, as with the UN, ASEAN, there are a whole range of activities, but let's look at a plurilateral one. The RECAP, or the Regional Cooperation Agreement on Combating Piracy and Armed Robbery Against Ships in Asia. It's a regional government-to-government agreement to promote and enhance cooperation against piracy and armed robbery ships in Asia, and its info-sharing nerve center is based in Singapore. It has proven to be a cross-cutting best maritime security practice participated in both by China and the United States, a number of our ASEAN friends and neighbors, of course, including the Philippines, partners from Europe, India, Japan, Korea, and so on. So this is just a brief overview of the multilateral and regional engagements in the international maritime sector led by or involving the DFA. So may I just make a short plug of what my portfolio in the DFA is all about? I am Undersecretary for Civilian Security and Consular Affairs with three major wings: Civilian Security, Consular Affairs, and Overseas Voting. Well, it is the Office of Civilian Security which will have the most direct relevance to our subject matter today and the most potential contact with all of you here, except of course for your passports and visas under OCA. So this means I represent the DFA in the various Philippine and international fora on human security, counterterrorism, disaster risk reduction and management, the various bodies of the National Security Council, IATF and pandemic management, transnational crime, prohibited drugs, development and security in Mindanao, and all of which have a maritime component. Also, we're quite proud that for the first time in the history of the Department of Affairs, all the management, leadership of the Department of Foreign Affairs is in the hands of career officials led by Secretary Enrique Manalo, who really is the Philippines' foremost multilateralist. His last post was as permanent representative to the Philippine mission to the UN in New York. He has served there for many years, even prior to his ambassadorship there. He served in Geneva, where I had the honor and pleasure of being one of his officers. And all our 5 undersecretaries, all of our assistant secretaries, are DFA career officials. Now, thank you for your kind attention. I apologize for not being able to join in person, as I'm off to Seoul today for Overseas Voting Training Academy for the Asia-Pacific missions. But I will be happy to have coffee with any of you. Just contact me through the organizers or in my LinkedIn, which is Jesus Gary S. Domingo. So, maraming salamat po, and I look forward to hearing from you. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Yusek Domingo. A lot of things have been discussed in his presentation. Now we move to the next topic that would talk about confronting transnational crimes in shared borders. Given the complex security challenges, we have discussed Coast Guard Rear Admiral Roy A. Echeverria, Commander of the Maritime Security Law Enforcement of the Philippine Coast Guard, joins us today to share with us his views on confronting transnational crimes in shared borders. But anyway, let's okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of Admiral Alu, I'd like to thank the organizers, the Stratbase ADR Institute, for this opportunity for the Philippine Coast Guard to present insights on confronting transnational crimes in shared borders. Smuggling has become the most prevalent illicit trade in the Philippines due to enforcement limitations and difficulties in monitoring over 21,500 miles of coastline. From mid-2016 to 2021, an estimated 87 or 25 billion worth of goods were smuggled into the country. The vast territorial waters of the Philippines give perpetrators a much better chance of bringing in smuggled goods and embolden smugglers to load shipments to safe places, preferably private wharves. And another factor is the Filipino friction with conspicuous consumption of imported goods. The southern backdoor is mostly utilized in spiriting in government-controlled goods from Sabah for wholesale and retail to Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, Basilan, and Zamboanga City. Legal drug trafficking is the most prevalent and most pervasive legal drug activity in the Philippines. It is subdivided into four activities, namely transportation of dangerous drugs, as well as controlled precursors and essential chemicals, manufacture, distribution, and use thereof. Drug syndicates are taking advantage of the country's vast and porous coastlines for smuggling activities. Similarly, airports, seaports, and freeports are also being utilized as transshipment and drop-off points of illegal drugs that are smuggled into the country. Shown in the slide is the flow of established routes of crystalline methamphetamine in East and Southeast Asia based on the UNODC report of 2021. This indicates that the vast coast of the Philippines is a pathway of methamphetamine intended to be distributed to other countries' markets. The Philippines is considered as a critical transshipment point and destination country for large shipment of these illegal drugs. This is due largely to the country's geostrategic location with its enormous coastlines and porous borders. Against this backdrop, the country is being used as a recreational place, an investment and money laundering haven, and a hiding place for international drug syndicates, some of which envision the country as a regional headquarters. Based on the Coast Guard Intelligence Force annual report for 2021, the central market of drug trafficking is the National Capital Region, followed by Region 4A and B, Region 7, and Cordillera Autonomous Region. In 2021 alone, the PCG confiscated approximately 13,690,035,404 worth of drugs. The rich marine biodiversity of the Philippines is being threatened by illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which is major impediment to the sustainable management of fisheries. IUU fishing is the handiwork of both local and foreign fishermen. These fishermen engage in the use of high-impact fishing methods like drift netting, small mesh, super light, or the more destructive methods such as dynamite and cyanide fishing. The country looks at the West Philippines issue in general terms. that is, in the area of illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing activities by poachers, be they from China, Taiwan, or Vietnam, and their illegal presence whenever in the Philippine exclusive economic zone or within the country's territorial waters. According to a University of the Philippines Marine Science Institute primer, the WPS stretches from the coast of northern Luzon in Batanes to Mindoro and to the south of Palawan to offshore environments of Bajo de Masinloc and the Kalayaan Island Group. All the Coast Guard districts, there were 5 areas mostly frequented by illegal fishers for 2022, specifically Southern Tagalog, Western Visayas, Palawan, and Barm. For February to September 2022, Coast Guard District Southern Tagalog has consecutively incurred the highest number of illegal fishing activities. STL provinces occupies almost 25% of the total number of incidents in the last 10 months. And despite the recurrence of illegal fishing activities, there has been a significantly weak counteraction on the ground. Unmarked fishing vessels engaged in compressor and active gear fishing have demonstrated sustained operations in Quezon, Romblon, Batangas, and Mindoro waters. Over 17% of incidents transpired in Coast Guard District Western Visayas, with the majority of cases monitored in the vicinity waters of Negros Occidental. Island Province of Palawan placed third, wherein monitored incidents varied in terms of schedule of operations and methods used, probably intended by perpetrators to confuse. In Coast Guard District Barm, local and foreign fishermen were behind the consistent occurrence of blast fishing and poaching activities in the waters of Sulu and Tawi-Tawi. The Malaysian and Vietnamese fishing vessels were sighted operating in several areas in Turtle Islands, specifically in Mambanay-Halawawan Island, Mabuan Island, Boan Island, Lihiman, Langawan, and Great Mapungan Islands. The proximity of Malaysian coast to Sulu Archipelago, along with limited manpower vis-a-vis the country's vast coastlines, resulted in the occurrence of poaching incidents in southern Philippines. The prevalence of IUU fishing in Tawi-Tawi and in the entire Sulawesi waters is a long-standing problem that affects the region, most especially littoral states like the Philippines. It endangers the sustainability of fish stocks, thereby posing environmental and economic risks for the country. Several pump boats engaged in blast fishing and believed to be operated by Bajau fishers were also monitored. Due to waning fish reserves and increasing competition with foreign poachers, said indigenous fishing gears appear to have capitalized on the use of homemade explosives that provide them good and immediate results with minimal efforts. The most important factor affecting piracy and government efforts to interdict pirates is the substantial increase in maritime traffic. The oceans are a domain increasingly beyond governmental control, which is also vast and wild, where laws of nations mean little and where the resilient pathogens of piracy and terrorism flourish. Nevertheless, due to the government's initiatives in maritime security, the trend for piracy and armed robbery at sea has declined since its peak in 2016 and 2017. Currently, as of October this year, only 3 actual incidents and 1 attempted of robbery at sea were reported, while no incident of piracy has been reported. Shown on the following slides are the PCG efforts and initiatives to combat transnational crimes. In 2017, 4 vital DOTR department orders were issued which have helped PCG in combating maritime security challenges and lowering the number of cases, especially in the southern tip of the country. First is the DOTR Memorandum Circular 2017-001, or the Safety, Security, and Environmental Numbering, which prescribes the designation of unique identification number for each vessel or watercraft operating within the Philippine maritime domain. These markings allow law enforcers to quickly check the origin of vessels and to alienate these vessels from water conveyances used by lawless elements in piracy and terrorism. Moreover, this deters the owner or perpetrator motorbangkas from engaging or lending his motorbangka to anyone who might use it to illegal fishing activities. In light of the threat to shipping in areas of Moro Gulf and Basilan Strait, the OTR Memorandum Circular 2017-002, or the establishment of recommended transit corridor at Moro Gulf and Basilan Strait, was issued. The circular outlined recommended transit corridors and measures to prevent or suppress acts of piracy and armed robbery against ships transiting the said maritime area. Through DOTR Memorandum Circular 2017-003, or the prescribed radio communication equipment on board Philippine registered vessel, and DOTR Memorandum Circular 2017-004, or the guidelines for the designation of VHF Marine Band Channel, the Philippine Coast Guard maintains continuous radio communications with ships to ensure seamless flow of maritime safety information and other relevant security advisories. Shipmasters are constantly reminded of the presence of law enforcers in the area and are encouraged to practice vigilance and security awareness in order to help thwart piracy and robbery incidents. Coastal security patrols are another important measures undertaken by the Philippine Coast Guard. CSP conducted enhanced security in coastal areas through implementing regular patrols and surveillance to safeguard ships from any illegal acts such as terrorism and piracy. Another measure implemented by the Philippine Coast Guard is the activation of Coast Guard Auxiliary Division among fisherfolks cooperatives to serve as additional eyes and ears of the PCG in identifying lawless elements and improving in intelligence collection. On local engagement, control system established under the Maritime Research Information Center of the Philippine Navy in 2008. The establishment of a multi-sectoral national coastal system aims to ensure an efficient and effective implementation of the country's maritime security policy. It is designed to provide an interagency coordinated response to maritime security threats in the Philippine waters. 3 years later, the National Coastal Center, or the NCWC, was established. The Philippine Coast Guard was designated as the head of the NCWC, which is tasked to 1. Consolidate, synthesize, and disseminate information relevant to maritime security. Number 2, coordinate the conduct of maritime surveillance or response operations. And number 3, develop effective communication system to enhance interagency coordination, among others. The NCWS and the NCWC are integral mechanisms that have reached various agencies in the country towards the goal of enhancing governance in the maritime domain. With information collection in its core, all agencies are guided in terms of decision-making and enforcement operations relative to addressing prevailing maritime security concerns. Through the collective desire to enhance the level of interoperability, coordination, and cooperation to address terrorism and insurgency, the Joint Peace and Security Coordinating Center, or the JPSCC, was established. Formerly co-chaired by the AFP and the PNP, the JPSCC is now a trilateral mechanism as both agencies resolve to include the PCG as another co-chair through Resolution number 11/2021. This development is consistent with the government's whole-of-nation approach towards peace and security, engaging the PNP, AFP, and PCG to work together in keeping the country safe and secure. By virtue of JPSCC Letter Directive number 03/2021, the National JPSCC is now headed by the AFP Chief, the PNP Chief, and Coast Guard Commandant. Meanwhile, the AFP's Unified Commanders, PNP Directors for Integrated Police Operations, and the PCG Area Commanders exercise supervision over the regional and provincial JPSSCs. The directive also stipulate that cooperation and coordination, complemented by collaboration and consultation with all stakeholders, shall be the guiding principle in addressing peace and security concerns. The PCG has signed 2 memorandum of undertaking for cooperation, one with the Philippine Navy and the other with the Philippine Army, which both aim to improve interoperability of the Coast Guard with the 2 major services of the armed forces. The PCG and BFAR Memorandum of Agreement strengthens the relationship between PCG and BFAR to create more efficient and effective enforcement of fisheries and maritime laws, specifically those concerning the management, conservation, development, and protection of the country's maritime environment and fisheries and aquatic resources. PCG personnel are also deemed agents of BFAR in the performance of its maritime law enforcement function. In the Philippines, the occurrence of piracy, especially in the south, is influenced by the movement of terrorists, particularly the ASG or the Abu Sayyaf group, foreign terrorists entering the country through air and maritime, including those using backdoor transit, pose security concerns for the Philippines. Thus, on 15 December 2020, President Rodrigo Duterte issued Executive Order Number 122, which mandates the adoption of Advanced Passenger Information System, the establishment of this Information System Operations Center under the Bureau of Immigration to strengthen the country's border security control. The Anti-Terrorism Council, the ATC, established 5 working groups. Specifically, 1 is legal, number 2 operational, number 3 transport industry engagement, number 4 technical, and number 5 maritime, to focus on essential components of building national capability. The PCG, as part of the Maritime Working Group, has been participating in the joint conduct of scoping and fact-finding activities, which included a trip to the UK and Palawan. During these missions, the interagency setup of maritime passenger operations, maritime industry engagement, integration of data collection and analysis of air and maritime passenger data, and many more are studied to integrate a maritime component in the APIS Operations Center. Another form of engagement that enhances PCG's cooperation with other stakeholders is the Maritime League, which is a non-profit Filipino maritime foundation established in 1990 that aims to advance the interests of the Philippine maritime sector, promote maritime development and safety through better information, cooperation, and unity of effort among the stakeholders of the maritime industry. In order to adhere to our objectives, the League developed an extensive medium of information for the maritime sector through various maritime related activities it regularly coordinates. One of its initiatives is the Maritime Breakfast Forum, which provides a venue for developing plans and programs to discuss and resolve issues in the maritime industry. The MBF is attended by stakeholders in the maritime sector and resource persons in the government and private agencies involved in maritime concerns. The MBF is regularly held without fail every 2 months and hosted by different agencies and organizations in the maritime industry. For international engagement, the Southeast Asian countries of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines signed the Trilateral Cooperative Agreement, or the TCA, on 14 July 2016. This is to address common security challenges in the tri-border area. This led to the establishment of maritime command centers in Tarakan, Indonesia, Tawau, Malaysia, and Bugao, Philippines. TCA is primarily led by the Armed Forces of the Philippines, making it a military-to-military undertaking. The PCG only keeps track of sea development in case participation, such as possible sea interdiction patrols and other joint efforts would be needed. While there is still no formal trilateral agreement among the maritime agencies of Indo-Malfi, PCG Bakamla, and NIMEA, regularly conduct contact group plenary meetings in the Sulu, Celebes Seas, an initiative of the United Nations Office on This is to ultimately promote maritime security and maritime safety and enhance law enforcement interoperability in the country's maritime jurisdiction. In line with the PCG maritime cooperation with the United States, the U.S. Coast Guard Law Enforcement Detachment conducts a maritime interdiction operation and vessel board search and seizure workshop with PCG personnel. Said workshop is based on best practices of use of force and demonstration of arresting techniques, lectures on smuggling trends, drills on flex and handcuffing, positive control measures for compliant and non-compliant boarding, and multiple man room entry, technical team movement and inspections, and weapons retention to be executed aboard PCG vessels. Other participant, another Philippines and U.S. alliance is the Southeast Asia Cooperation and Training, or the CCAT, which is a multilateral exercise that aims to address maritime security challenges such as smuggling, piracy, and other illicit activities at sea by testing the PCG's capability for maritime information exchange with the Information Fusion Center, or IFC, as well as by evaluating its operational capability in the conduct of visit, board search, and seizure. Since August 2017, the U.S. Coast Guard has been extending its help in the PCG human resource development, particularly personnel assigned aboard ship, by accepting PCG personnel in U.S. Coast Guard Training Center in Yorktown, Virginia. Said trainings are mostly for coastal security patrols, such as outboard motor maintenance and bosun's mate and others. On November 12, 2021, a ceremony of PCG K9 Force headquarters in Taguig City, K9 Force Commander Commodore Nelson Torre formally received 2 handheld drug analyzers and 15 telescopic camera, or a borescope, detection units for distribution to various field units throughout the Philippines. Furthermore, just recently, last 19 January 2022, the Philippine Coast Guard conducted a ribbon cutting and groundbreaking ceremony for its U.S.-funded Technical Training Center, valued at $5.5 million or dollars, or 283 million pesos, in Balagtas, Bulacan. Establishment of the Balagtas Training Center will expand the PCG's capability to field a workforce adept on maintaining large patrol vessels up to 94 meters in length to improve the security of Philippine waters. Shown on the following slides are the PCG accomplishments in upgrading its infrastructure, boosting its capabilities in ensuring the security of the maritime domain, to further improve PCG's information gathering and dissemination, and at the same time enhance maritime response operations. The PCG inaugurated its first radio repeater in Preciosa Botanical Park in Alfonso, Cavite, with plans on constructing more in other strategic areas of the country, such as Sipaca Point in Talisayan, Misamis Oriental, and and in Mapun, Tawi-Tawi, among others. To date, 7 out of 21 radar projects are already fully operational, and the construction of radar stations in various strategic areas of the country is continuously pursued. These radar stations are projected to boost the PCG's maritime surveillance capabilities in order to address and counter several maritime threats, most especially piracy, armed robbery, and maritime terrorism. The establishments of these surveillance platforms are anchored to augment the surveillance operations of PCG surface ships and patrol aircrafts, which have limited operational endurance and coverage. That's all for Coast Guard's presentation. Thank you everyone and have a good day.
Finally, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rear Admiral Echeverria, from the Commander of the Maritime Security Law Enforcement of the Philippine Coast Guard. Now we proceed to the next topic. This one is a little bit heavy. She's the Associate Professor at the International Studies Department of the De La Salle University, Manila, and she will now join our panel and focus on the threats of gray zone operations to national security. Let's all welcome Dr. Charmaine Misalucha Willoughby.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow panelists, both online and here in the room with us, good afternoon. It is summit season. In the last 2 weeks alone, we have seen a flurry of activities where state leaders met in different locations and talked about a wide range of issues that required multilateral cooperation. Whether it was the ASEAN summit and related meetings in Phnom Penh, the G20 meeting in Bali, APEC in Bangkok, COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, or the upcoming EU-ASEAN commemorative summit in December. It certainly seems that things are back in business in the world of international relations. In truth, however, this is just one slice of the pie. A lot more takes place under the radar, and while some covert activities are not new, what is new is how these operations are deployed as a strategic tool and as a manipulative tool. I speak in particular of gray zone operations in the form of foreign information manipulation and interference. And I make the argument here that while we already have evidence of the existence of this phenomenon, we need to play catch up in the policy domain. This is a fairly new policy area, and hence we're all still exploring and developing approaches to address this type of gray zone threat to national and international security. Now, to pin down proof of the existence of information operations, I'd like to draw our attention back to 2016 when President Duterte was sitting in power. His strongman stance was in recognition of and was arguably a cover for a deep-seated insecurity that was exacerbated by massive online information campaigns, thereby resulting in a widespread defeatist attitude for the country. I'll keep my remarks short, but I'd like to hit 3 points. The first is on the manifestations of this defeatist stance, the second on its implications, and the third on potential policy approaches. Let me jump right into the expressions or manifestations of this defeatist the clearest indication of which, according to my own research, is clustered around the South China Sea issue. This despite the Permanent Court of Arbitration's award in 2016 that was unanimously in favor of the Philippines. The award was and remains a victory for the country. But while enforcement is constrained by international law and the military mismatch between China and the Philippines, there are obviously ways and means that the Philippines can use to leverage its position. President Duterte, however, doubled down on setting aside the award and justified China's incursion in the West Philippine Sea by arguing that the Philippines was merely caught in the crosshairs of a brewing US-China conflict. He also said that China's assertive moves were simply a posturing for the United States and not for the Philippines. As such, according to him, we had nothing to worry about. Here, we see a very different rhetoric than the bold, flag-planting, gunfight or fistfight claims which he made during his campaign. Rather, we saw here an isolationist, and some may even argue even a fatalist view. But considering the administration's resigned attitude regarding the South China Sea, it's no wonder that that the administration announced its supposed neutrality in the Ukraine crisis. Saying that it's not our battle to fight, Duterte's inclination was to ensure that the country would not be dragged into any war. Even though the Philippines voted to support the UN resolution that condemned the invasion, Duterte's neutrality makes sense, considering his plans early in his administration of expanding defense relations with Russia. Now let's talk about the implications of this defeatist stance. The swirling threads of this posture in the Philippines became fertile ground for information campaigns that propelled the restoration of the Marcos family into power. The new battlefield is really the cybersphere. And this becomes even more concerning because knowledge production and narratives in social media widely shape and inevitably influence foreign policy and international relations. The South China Sea is a very good example in this regard. As the Philippines proceeds with the modernization program of its armed forces, there must be a corresponding transition in strategic thinking from defense to deterrence. If left unchecked, the complications for the Philippines can be catastrophic, as this leads to intensified democratic erosion and further divisions in society. Likewise, this can diminish even more the clout and centrality of ASEAN, especially if China continues its assertive moves in the South China Sea. This despite President Marcos and President Xi agreeing to conclude the Code of Conduct at the soonest time possible. The global impact is not really so much rooted on defeatism per se, but on what this posture engenders. The Philippines in this instance is the proverbial lab in terms of the power of an online machinery to warp history, determine elections, and chart the future. Before I end, let me quickly go to the third point that I'd like to make in regard to policy approaches that we all can take. As foreign information manipulation and interference is a fairly new policy area. Members of the international community are still developing an approach or several approaches on how best to handle this. This is truly a multifaceted phenomenon, as it is, on one hand, a communications issue, but it is also a digital issue, a cyber concern, a human rights there's also a human rights angle to it, democratization, security, and so on. We can study the actors and the purveyors of these information campaigns, as most scholars and analysts have already done, and for this we require a cybersecurity approach in countering these actors' techniques, tactics, and procedures. But on the other hand, we can also focus on protecting our own audience and investing in resilience and capacity building. The problem here is that the benefits of education can only be felt in the long term. What we do need are short-term solutions. So right now, we may opt for a third policy approach, that which focuses on regulation, specifically on making online platforms accountable and also demanding transparency. A final policy approach is in the realm of foreign policy, and here we can arguably say that these are the seeds of an incipient international regime on countering misinformation. This is the area where states are called to engage in shaming, impose sanctions, and even broadcast bans against other states or actors that use these types of gray zone operations. Of course, gray zone activities are vast, and the entire gamut remains uncharted. It is also important to note that each type of operation requires a specific policy framework to combat. Information operations are only one category of gray zone operations, but they are undeniably important to protect our national security. There's much to discuss and to do in this regard, so let me end here for now to start the ball rolling on our conversation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Willoughby. It was short and succinct, and definitely you nailed the topic on gray zone strategy that also looks at cybersecurity and, of course, cognitive warfare that also deals with hybrid warfare and so on. Okay, now our next speaker will talk about forming alliances to achieve civil maritime security. He'll be present via Zoom. And in this phase of security challenges, Mr. Richard A. Dorian, non-resident fellow of the Stratbase ADR Institute and senior lecturer at the University of the Philippines Asian Center, will present to us the advantages of forming alliances to achieve civil maritime security. Let's all welcome Mr. Richard A. Dorian.
Okay. Thank you very much for the Chester. Can you folks see my PowerPoint? I hope my PowerPoint is clear. I know we don't have much time, so I'm just going to go quickly with this. Thank you very much again for a kind invitation. I would have loved to be in person there joining you folks, but I'm currently in Indonesia and Bali and going around the region in light of the summits and all the developments. Very quickly, putting my timer here so that we can keep within the 10 minutes. Okay, so I'm just going to talk about the new strategic horizons as far as the Marcos Jr. administration is concerned. The need for more mini-lateralism, meaning issue-focused ad hoc cooperation among like-minded countries. And of course, we're going to talk about maritime security in the Pacific very, very briefly. Okay. The first thing I want to talk about is if you look at the maritime security picture in the region, particularly when it comes to Southeast Asia and the South China Sea disputes, we have seen dramatic shift over the past decade at least. I remember very well in the mid-2010s, whenever I was down under in Canberra, or whenever we heard about the works of people like Professor Hugh White of ANU, Australian National University, there was this sense of strategic fatalism that China would dominate the South China Sea, that the reclamation activities by China beginning in December 2013 will totally change the landscape in ways that will make it difficult for other countries to really assert their legitimate sovereign rights. But the picture changed, especially after the Philippines Arbitration Award came out, and we see how useful that has been because China has not used the term 9-line in its official documents and diplomatic statements over the past few years, and we see that the Philippine Arbitration Award also has served as a basis for more expanded freedom of navigation operation by the Americans and also by related activities, not as aggressive as Americas, but related activities, whether aerial patrols by Australians or navigation operations outside the contiguous zone of Chinese claimed islands. So we see a lot of changes since then. And of course, when it comes to Philippine-US alliance, one of the integral elements of the maritime competition in this part of the world. We see that from the Trump administration to Biden administration, there's tremendous amount of clarification on the extent of the Philippine-US alliance, especially in terms of its relevance to the South China Sea disputes. The US has now made it very clear that where Filipino troops, vessels come under attack, then the US Mutual Defense Treaty with the Philippines will activate automatically. This was not the case from essentially the Nixon all the way to Obama administration. If you look at the documents very carefully, we also see more activism by our external partners. I want to say that, of course, we don't expect the European Union or Britain or India or Australia or Japan to push back against threats and predatory activities in the South China Sea and the maritime zones in the area as the Americans have been doing. But I think the very fact that we have other external responsible parties getting more and more involved in this part of the world shows that it is not true that the South China Sea disputes and other disputes in the area are just a question of great power competition between the US and China, but instead what we're dealing with is an international outlaw and threats to international law and the legitimate sovereign rights of smaller countries. We also clearly saw naked opportunism by some parties, especially China, at the height of COVID-19 pandemic when they aggressively pressed ahead with their expansion of their militia, their maritime, naval, and also territorial claims across the South China Sea. Now, as far as Marcos Jr. administration is concerned, of course, I've written a lot on this, you can just Google it. But to put it very simply, using the Hegelian term, it's a negation of negation. It's both a negation of the Duterte era strategic subservience towards China, let's be very honest about it. I mean, all produced to the many key elements of the Duterte administration, including Defense Secretary Lorenzana for standing up to China on many occasions. But as far as the president, the chief architect of our foreign policy was concerned, his rhetoric and actions were more on the side of subservience rather than robust resistance in any way that was necessary. At the same time, we're not saying that Marcos Jr. is necessarily returning to the Aquino or Ramos era of foreign policy, which is much more US-centric than what we see today. In fact, what we see right now is that Philippines is more like its neighboring ASEAN countries, which try to have balanced relations with multiple powers, albeit asymmetrically, than say similar Latin American countries like the Philippines, like Mexico, which have still a very US-centric foreign policy. In many ways, Marcos Jr. is more like his father rather than Tatay Digong, right? Because if you look at the father, he maintained very good relations with multiple centers of power, but never undermined the foundations of the Philippine-US alliance. What makes the Philippines also very important, especially in recent months and for the years to come, is the element of geography. Because if you look at the Philippines, it's not only close to the South China Sea, but our northernmost islands, especially if you look at Mabulis, where we have a naval base, is just over 100 nautical miles from the southern shore of Taiwan. So were there be any kinetic action in that part of the world, or Chinese aggressive actions, the Philippines would inevitably be a key element of America's ability to assist Taiwan and prevent the occupation of that island by Beijing. So that's why if you look at the recent exercise between the two countries and conversations between US and Philippines, Taiwan is very, very important. Now, as far as multilateralism is concerned, the reality is that ASEAN has not really been making strides. As early as 1997, we had discussions about the legally binding code of conduct. My goodness, it's already 2022, and I think we have just agreed on the outline of the code of conduct, and we cannot even agree on what we mean by legally binding. What international law? What interpretation of UNCLOS? Is it the Chinese version of UNCLOS or international law? Well, forget about it. If you look at it clearly, there are no sincere negotiations when you have at least one party, if not more, dramatically changing the facts on the ground while the negotiations are happening. This is why I sincerely believe that Ambassador Albert de Rosario's proposal for a triple freeze back in 2014, 2013 is really the best way forward. We need confidence building measures, and as part of that, there should be totally a freeze, or there should have been a freeze on militarization of the disputed features and also more aggressive naval and militia-driven activities in the area. But unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be really the focus of ASEAN. But the reality is that ASEAN is not monolithic. If you look at the real history of ASEAN, on many occasions it was very aggressively intervening in the affair of neighboring countries or even member countries. In the case of Cambodia, we saw, for instance, in the 1990s, the precondition for membership in ASEAN was essentially pressuring Hun Sen and other factions by Sihanouk, etc., to form a pluralistic regime. That is why you have opposition leaders in Cambodia today thanking ASEAN for pressuring, at least back then, the much more open regime in Cambodia to be much more open to pluralistic governance. We also saw in the case of East Timor, where then Thai Prime Minister Juan Likpai, who was the rotational chairman of ASEAN, essentially said, we can do this unilaterally. Countries that have similar views, they can intervene, they can help directly. The referendum, the democratic transition in East Timor, and we know back then Indonesia, of course, had its mixed feelings because of course, its relationship with the East Timor situation. We also saw how historically ASEAN was very effective when it was based on majority-based voting. For instance, look at the ASEAN Minex formula for ASEAN Free Trade Agreement negotiation, which actually finished ahead of time. These are just some of the works you can check on yourself. Now, I only have 10 minutes, 2 minutes left. I'll be very quick about this. Now, for me, really, the way forward as far as maritime security cooperation is concerned is really minilateralism. I think this is the way forward. A while ago, the Rear Admiral talked about the trilateral cooperative agreement among Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia. You can look at the Counterterrorism Convention that really started in Singapore and some of the key countries in ASEAN, later adopted by the rest of ASEAN. You can look at the 4 or 5 ASEAN countries involved in Malacca Strait joint patrols. All of these activities are really unilateral, but they have tremendous amount of benefit and effectivity as far as securing regional waters against piracy and terrorism is concerned. But when it comes to the South China Sea, clearly, the insistence not really on consensus or the Arabic term mu'afaqat, but really on unanimity has been a recipe for inaction. And honestly, we cannot force countries like Laos and Cambodia, who have no direct interest in the South China Sea, to sacrifice their very beneficial relationship with China in order to undermine any consensus on the issue. That is why really the way forward is unilateralism. I think Justice Carpio, Carla Flyer from New South Wales, yours truly, we have been pushing for a code of conduct among Southeast Asian claimant states, since all of them have already accepted the fundamental principles of the 2016 UNCLOS ruling. I think the Bakamla proposal, the Maritime Security Agency of Indonesia's proposal also for more integrated maritime security cooperation among Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, Singapore, and Vietnam. That's also definitely a way forward, and I'm glad to see that the Rear Admiral talked about movement in that direction. This is going to be my last slide. We're also seeing right now more spoke-to-spoke cooperation, whereby not only U.S., but U.S. allies and like-minded countries in the region are already working together. I think all of us have a shared interest to ensure that no single power should control, dominate, or disrupt sea lines of communications in the region, especially one as important as the South China Sea. I think really the way forward is the Quad Plus arrangement, whereby core ASEAN countries, we cannot force the entire ASEAN to really be effective as far as the South China Sea is concerned, will work with Quad and like-minded external powers in ways that uphold UNCLOS and a rule-based international order. I think it's also very important to corral and to consolidate various regional initiatives. The Blue Dot Network, the Build Back World Better, the EU Connectivity Initiative. There's so many of them, but the problem is that there's no overarching mechanism to put them together and to make them more geared towards not only green infrastructure development, but also capacity building in ways that allow countries like the Philippines and smaller countries in the region to have the minimum capacity to guard their waters and protect their interests. I think we have a very encouraging case, for instance, in Hanjin Yard, when the Korean yard was up for grabs and there were indications that Chinese companies are interested. We're talking about Subic, of course, very, very important military areas. We saw our allies, our friends, Australia, US, Japan working together, making sure that we deny any kind of entry by the Chinese elements into strategic critical infrastructure of the Philippines. And lastly, I'm going to end on this. I think we're exactly at 10 minutes. What we really need is a squad. Not just a quad, but a squad, where we have regularized maritime security exercises, institutionalized dialogue, and diplomatic coordination among like-minded allies and friends here in the region, because all of us want a free and open order in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you very much, and looking forward to the question and answer.
Thank you very much, Richard. That was fast but impactful. But nevertheless, you discussed about the role of multilateralism and, of course, the strength of alliances. Now, to the last but not the least, we will have with us Yusek Edmund Tayaw, the Executive Director of National Coast Watch Council Secretariat, where he will be talking about the civil maritime strategies for interagency cooperation. So let's all welcome Yusek Tayaw, sir.
15 minutes, so I'll be speaking only for 14 minutes and 59 seconds. Anyway, I'm asked to speak about new strategies, I suppose, civil military strategies. You see, I'm still learning as far as this function, this position is concerned. When I was asked back in July, I had to ask them, there is this agency, National Coast Watch Council, and there's a secretariat and there's a center. And so I told them, you have to give me time to understand what the hell exactly this is. You see, my work has been more on local governments, and I thought I wouldn't be able to bring with me some of the learnings that I have developed through the years working with local governments. And I thought I wouldn't be able to put into practice some of the theories I've been teaching in the university as far as diplomacy, international relations is concerned. And most especially, I thought I wouldn't be able to bring with me in the office the work I do when it comes to, purely political engagements, being part and parcel of the debate, not only of the previous elections, but of other intramurals between the different political personalities. Because as you know, and I'm sure you will agree, this part of the world doesn't practice the kind of politics that most advanced democracies do, wherein we speak about programs whenever different political parties compete in an election. I don't know when this can be changed. As you know, I've also been part of the advocacy to change the system, the political system, not only the governance system, but mainly the constant intramurals, the constant tug of war between political personalities. So let me bring you with some thoughts that I thought might be useful for us today, as I also learned from my, I think about 3 months in office. One, we have to accept that the world has changed. The battle may appear to be about information and disinformation, but the real world battle is still in the day-to-day needs of the people. You see, in the elections, there's always this constant, this accusation that, hey, this group is guilty of disinformation. This group is guilty of propaganda. This group is guilty of, fake news. Actually, fake news did not start in the Philippines. Of course, I'm sure, you know already, and just recently I participated in an event with some of the intelligence agencies, and I was not surprised that many of them are aware that even elections in the United States have become fair game as far as cyber war is concerned. But cyber war is only part of all the, should we say, new interface or new battleground. Sometimes we fail to understand that the debate, the battle, the war is not only about words. It's about the day-to-day needs of the people. We always talk about whole-of-nation approach as far as our government is concerned. But probably many of us still don't recognize, or perhaps simply would not want to recognize or agree or admit that turfing still define the kind of government that we do, the kind of governance that we do. And so when I was asked to be part of an interagency effort, the first thing that I thought I should look into, and I was proven to be right, is that the very limitation is to ensure that the supposed cooperative agencies or the supposed support agencies that are to work together actually can work together. Of course, I'm not going to tell you what I discovered, but the least I can say is that there's clearly a challenge as to how which agency is going to do this and do that and so on. There is still, some kind of, I don't know if the word is disagreement or simply failure to understand that when we speak of operations and we speak of policy formulation, policy making, these are two distinct functions in government, and that there should not be any conflict as far as these two functions are concerned. But unfortunately, it seems some agencies would like to think that policy making or administrative support is the same as operations. And that's where the challenge is. I hope I can be more specific, but politics has dominated governance and as a result marred our policy formulation and therefore implementation. Our job has to, really integrate many of the this separate and sometimes conflicting not only approaches but initiatives of the different agencies. And so I thought, what would be the best way to engage the different agencies so that at the end of the day they realize there is such a thing as a national coast watch system. We always have a difficulty understanding system, understanding institutions in the Philippines, and so unfortunately that is how basic the challenge is or remains. It's rather easy to comment and therefore criticize policies or approaches of the government. As always, you will see in the social media that, hey, this guy was appointed and therefore we cannot expect anything significant as to what's going to happen in this particular issue and so on and so forth. I would always say, has there been any difference? Was there an administration that did not go into this direction, appointing someone who is close to the appointing power, appointing someone who is known by the appointing power? The question really is not so much about who is appointed to what position. The question more is how is the supposed institutional cooperation can be put to fruition? How can it be realized? We are always stuck with personalities, and so always we would like to think that the debate about the personalities is all there is. We can always say that, hey, we're pivoting towards China, but we sometimes fail to realize that China is not the Philippines or is not comparable to the Philippines, nor is it comparable to some other countries that the Philippines is supposed to work with, certainly not with ASEAN. And so, at the end of the day, there are real world considerations, as I've always been saying. One, you have ordinary fisher folk affected by day-to-day actions of government at the coast. And by the way, when we say coast, we're not only talking about the WPS, we're not only talking about security issues, we're talking about maritime scientific research, we're talking about many other activities that actually take place in the coast. When I was asked to speak in one of the events in the Maritime Month, the first thing I asked the audience is, how many of you know how to swim? Very few actually raised their hands. And that was quite an interesting response, considering that we are an archipelago. We are very fond of sports like basketball, but my height might not be a good standard to start with. But still, we insist on playing sports that honestly is not really, I don't know, what's the English for bagay, not appropriate to the kind of environment that we have. At the end of the day, the second point is that whether we like it or not, our main instrument remain plain and simple diplomacy. Some of you may not agree. But even if we manage to bring back ROTC and manage to convince our people that it's really time for them to engage in preparing for a more secure country, that will still not be enough. And even if we manage to modernize our armed forces, modernize our Coast Guard, modernize many other instruments related to security, at the end of the day, the challenge really is having all these agencies work together. In one event, there was a report the Chinese Coast Guard was made to be part again of the People's Liberation Army. I don't know if you have been observing how we have been strategizing our bureaucracy, our public administration. So many years back, we divided the different education agencies. There was once Department of Education, Culture and Sports. We divided it into DepEd, TESDA, and CHED. The country where we copied this model has returned back to a more unified approach to education. Now we are dividing, before there was the Coast Guard was part of the Philippine Navy, and before there was no Philippine National Police, Maritime Command, and so on. I'm not saying, of course, we go back in time and do away with many of these new institutions. No. But at the end of the day, while we improve, while we reform many of the institutions, one thing remains. It has to operate as one government, as one policy instrument, as one operations, as one strategy. Until such time, we will remain subject to the same power relations, even if we manage to improve ourselves. Good afternoon. I hope I contributed somewhat to this discussion.
Okay, thank you, Yusek Tayo. May I ask Dr. Willoughby, Yusek Tayo, to please occupy the seats here. And we have Richard and Rear Admiral Echeverria for the open forum. So we still have it's 3:25 now in my watch. We'll have the open forum until 3:45. Okay, we can accommodate at least 3 questions. Maybe since I'm the moderator, I'll be asking the first question, and then later on I'll be asking the audience to ask their 2 questions. Okay, now the first question. All right, how can states effectively contribute in upholding a rules-based international order amidst a very volatile and complex security landscape in the Indo-Pacific? Anyone from our speakers?
I guess I'll start.
Yeah, please.
There's always value in advocating and reiterating the importance of the 2016 arbitration award.
Okay, that is very clear. Dr. Tayo, Yusek Tayo, yeah?
Of course, I can only second what has been said, but the question is, how do we, make the arbitration award really work for us? Again, that's the real politic question there. And this has, again, been a debate as far as the different agencies is concerned.
Thank you for that. Richard, are you still there? You want to contribute to the conversation?
Yeah, as I mentioned a while ago, it's important to note that China has not officially used the term 9-96 arbitration award for long. So definitely there is something going on there, right? Because it's effectively a joke right now. Not to mention, we gave leverage to Vietnam, to Malaysia, to many countries in the region to also invoke the Philippine Arbitration Award to defend their legitimate rights, whether in North Natuna, in other parts of South China Sea. And lastly, of course, as I mentioned, the United States is already invoking the Philippine Arbitration Award on most really as a basis for its expanded freedom of navigation operations and the softer versions of that by other like-minded countries. So if anyone is saying that this was just symbolic, that this is still up for debate, I don't think they're doing their research, I don't think they're doing their assignment. I would also want to say that I completely agree with Yusek Tayo that we have to be realistic in limitations of our capabilities, about the urgent issues that we're facing on the ground, for me, that should nevertheless not preclude a grand strategy effort by the Philippines. I mean, let's be honest. One of the biggest problems in Philippine foreign policy and maritime security policy is the wild swings we see between different administrations. So I think really the way forward, and we're doing this on the economic front with certain visions, 5-year planning, etc. Why can't we also do it in terms of maritime security strategy? After all, we're an archipelagic country and we're talking about our national security. So yes, I agree. We have to focus on daily issues, but that should not preclude us from also looking at more long-term strategy in order to enhance our national security. Other poorer countries than us have been doing that, so I don't see resources necessarily stopping us. What we need is imagination, commitment, and institutionalization of the strategic vision.
All right, thank you for that. Let's open the floor to the audience now. You can ask these two questions for our speakers. Yes, sir. One more.
So the question is essentially, we've heard.
Sir, introduce yourself for
okay.
everyone, although I know you, sir.
I'm Henry Bensurto from the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Right.
I was just curious, because we've heard the word diplomacy used many times, giving the impression that it was never used. Maybe some clarification. What exactly do we mean by that? Because from my perspective, diplomacy is just a tool. It's a
Right.
modality. It's not an objective by itself. So you have to ask yourself, when you go into diplomacy, what exactly is it that you want to achieve? And my question, therefore, in that context, is there a strategic approach or objective? Is there a vision exactly what you're trying to achieve? And what is that vision? What exactly is the objective? And when you say peace, what exactly do you mean by peace? When you say joint development, is that an objective? Is that a strategic objective? Will that solve the problem in the South China Sea? I'm posing these as questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That is a very good question on operationalizing diplomacy work. Secretary, you want to start with that?
Thank you for that question. I'm not sure how much I can share because this is still a policy discussion. But in that discussion, we still have not talked about what you mentioned, peace and joint development. When we say diplomacy, that's why I use an adjective, plain and simple diplomacy. Because as you know, when we say diplomacy, that means you have to negotiate. And you have to say, I can do this, and you can do that, and we can exchange, and so on and so forth. The question now is, what is it can we use to bargain? What is it that can we use to negotiate? You see, that's why I emphasize, even if we modernize the Coast Guard, we modernize the AFP, it doesn't still mean much as far as the bargaining capacity of the Philippines is concerned. Now, as to what is it exactly are we suggesting? We are suggesting, at least in the policy discussion among the different agencies, that perhaps we try to approach it differently from what China has been doing so far, which is what? China has always insisted on bilateral negotiations or bilateral engagements. Question, have we used the ASEAN route or the multilateral route enough? Perhaps one can say yes, but have we acknowledged or have we used the limitations of the multilateral approach? For example, how many of the ASEAN countries are in fact influenced by China? How do we change that or attempt at the very least to change that and make them understand that working as ASEAN would be much better for them? Then perhaps we can consider a different tact or a different approach as far as diplomacy is concerned. I may not speak the same language as the Department of Foreign Affairs. I see your personal, what's this, movements, no? But the way I understand diplomacy is still very much limited to real politics. How we actually engage the state or the other states, no? as part of the stakeholders in this particular issue. Okay. Now, referring back to the discussion earlier, we can always say that yeah, we can still do the day-to-day needs of the people, as Richard mentioned. Again, the question is always how. I don't think that there is a disagreement where we'd like to go, what we'd like to achieve. Again, the more important question is how. And this is where we need to really be clear, no? And spend more time discussing.
Okay, before I'm gonna call you ma'am, and first Carla later on. So one moment, Carla. There's a follow-up
Since
question.
you mentioned the how, do you have an answer to the how? Second point, when you say diplomacy, are you assuming that there was no diplomacy during the time of Fidel Ramos, during the time of GMA, and during the time? Did we not hear that term friendly discussions? And in the last 6 years, there were 5 bilateral consultations. There was no discussion about the resolution of the dispute. So can you amplify that? I'm very interested exactly where you want to bring us. And also the how.
Thank you for that. First, I did not say there was no diplomacy in the previous presidencies. I'm trying to jog back memory. I didn't say that. No? Second of all, I don't assume to be able to redirect policy on my own. I'm just a lowly undersecretary here. I can recommend. And the question is whether it will resonate. Third, we are not only talking of one agency here. That's why I said it's an interagency. That's why I highlighted. No? It's a challenge for these different agencies to even see eye to eye and agree on the very least the parameters. No? So I'm sorry, but as I've said at the outset, I'm still learning my ropes.
Okay, I'll recognize you, ma'am, and then Carla later on, so that other speakers will also answer. Yeah,
Hi.
go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. I am Cora Claudio, convener chair of the CASA, Climate Action and Sustainability Alliance, and life member of MAP and former member of the Board of Advisors of the Philippine Navy under 4 FOICs. That if we are to involve our civilian population and improve our maritime security, that we have first to make our people understand, especially our policymakers, that as a nation, we are a man, a maritime and archipelagic nation. And we must appreciate that and know what we have as such. Right now, I still hear many of us, even the people here, mentioning that we have 7,000 islands. We have 7,641 islands, okay? And we are not even using the correct Philippine map until now. So we cannot others to believe in what we say, if what we are, what we have, and what we can do and how we can go forward if we do not know what we are and what we have.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I ask Admiral Echeverria to answer that question for us, if you are still here? Maybe, if not, anyone from our panel, maybe Dr. Willoughby and Richard, and then of course Yusek Tayo can answer that question.
Sure. I draw our attention back to the importance of narratives. And I know this sounds a lot like academia, discussions in academia, but it's also how we structure the stories that we tell ourselves, the stories that we tell about who we are as a people, as a country. I think that's also going to be very important in the way how we shape policies.
Richard, and then Yusek Tayo.
I want to just go back to the very first topic of diplomacy and relate, because it's related to this, right? I think as far as diplomacy is concerned, the first thing we have to really focus on is enhancing and preserving our strategic autonomy so that we're not at the mercy of other countries, right? And there are many ways to approach it. I'm sure practitioners have a lot of ideas on that. It's also very important to make our red lines very clear, and I'm glad that we're seeing the red lines more and more clear over time. But let's not forget that no less than the Filipino president foreign president and previous presidents always said that diplomacy is really the only solution in the South China Sea. But as I said, yes, but we have to make sure our red lines are clear. I completely agree also with Yusek Tayo that you have to have a leverage. I would want to also say that, for people who are familiar with maritime security and strategic issues, they know that there's a so-called minimum deterrent strategy and porcupine strategy. The idea is never to match giants like China, but to have the minimum deterrence capabilities so that we make them think twice about using kinetic actions, and that in itself gives you bargaining chip. And that cannot be conducted only by the PFA. It has to be in conjunction with different agencies. That's why I really appreciated the intervention of Yusek Tayo on all of these internal politics within the bureaucracy, etc., which I think are very important to also talk about. And lastly, we have to avoid strategic fatalism, right, as far as the South China Sea interest is concerned. And one way to do that is to get the civil society and people involved, by recognizing that there's no other way but to defend what is ours based on international law. That anything beyond or under that is definitely a betrayal of the being of Filipinos and betrayal of our national interests, and definitely something that is something that does not work. Okay, I know there are 340 already.
Okay. Yeah. Carla, last question for you. And then
I just go back rather quickly to what Ma'am mentioned. I forgot to mention one strategy that I thought might be considered by Coast Watch Council, and that is working with the local government units. Instead of going straight to the civil society, we might want to involve the local government units being at the front lines. I hope there's more time to discuss that, but perhaps in another event.
Okay, where's Carla? Yeah.
Hi, sir. My question is raised or addressed to Ma'am Charmaine. Hi, ma'am. Ma'am, what do you think about, or what are your thoughts on the dilemma of open and democratic societies, where fighting disinformation necessarily requires some limitation on speech? Do you see any possibilities for private sector to undertake such self-correction, since there's a possibility that these said platforms actually benefit from this information?
Thanks so much, Carla. There's actually an entire universe of discussions about avoiding traps like that, because part and parcel of being in democratic societies would be to ensure freedom of expression and all of those things. Once we start heading into that area or the realm of regulation, it's actually a rabbit hole, because and we don't want to enter into that, because that draws arbitrary lines about good versus bad, good versus evil, black and white, and all that. And reality in real life is not necessarily just those particular lines in the sand. So we really do need to focus on and to sharpen the policies that we can implement. There are, of course, going to be a lot of gray areas therein, but we should focus not just on the content itself, not just on what is being said, what is being shaped and reformatted and disseminated. We need to approach this problem whether through an actor-centric approach, whether we're just looking at the behavior, whether we're correcting and fact-checking all the information. All of those things need to be taken into consideration to make any policy sustainable. So it's not just a one-shot deal, and we're not just simply saying, okay, we're regulating, because that effectively just negates whatever gains we have under democratic societies.
All right. That ends our first session this afternoon. Let's give a round of applause to our distinguished speakers. We thank Yusek Tayo, Dr. Willoughby, Mr. Richard Hadrian, Coast Guard Admiral Roy Echeverria, and of course Yusek Jesus Cari Domingo. Now, as we transition to the second panel, we know for a fact that we heard a lot of recommendations for maritime policies, and of course for the future diplomatic recommendations that the Philippines would consider in the South China Sea. Okay, now let's move to the next panel. this afternoon that is entitled The Future of U.S.-Philippines Alliance, Prospects for Peace and Security in the Indo-Pacific region. Integral in safeguarding national and regional security as well as ensuring regional peace and stability is the U.S.-Philippines Alliance. The existing security engagements or agreements between the two countries, particularly the Visiting Forces Agreement, VFA, and the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, EDCA, underscore the long-standing partnership of the United States and the Philippines. These agreements, along with the regular conduct of joint military exercise known as Balikatan between the two countries, illustrate the Philippines and U.S. Shared strategic interests in the region. The significance of the U.S.-Philippines bilateral relations is further reiterated in the in-person meeting between Philippine President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. and U.S. President Joseph Biden in New York last September 2022. Now, calling the United States as the country's partner, ally, and friend, the meeting showcases the Marcos administration's openness and intent to further strengthen and explore more partnerships with the United States as a long-time ally. Now, to discuss with us the topic on pursuing defense cooperation with like-minded states in the Indo-Pacific, Rear Admiral Romel Jude Ong III is the Professor of Praxis from the Ateneo School of Government and Trustee of the Foundation for National Interest. Let's all welcome Admiral Ong.
Thank you, Chester. Ambassador Del Gazar, sir, distinguished participants this afternoon. There's much optimism that defense cooperation expected to be back on the right track under the current administration. And here we look at the priorities will be on the national interest and well-being at the heart of our independent foreign policy posture. This result is a positive development after 6 years of playing cat-and-mouse game from the former president's pivot to China, policy of appeasement, and the defeatism that permeated public discourse. Defense cooperation expected to focus on the following priorities. 1. Restoring the Philippine-US alliance. 2nd, strengthening existing strategic partnerships, particularly with Australia and Japan. Increasing engagements with like-minded middle powers, such as selected ASEAN member states, India, South Korea, and the like. And lastly, exploring opportunities for cooperation with potential partners from Europe. However, we should consider the following strategic and operational realities. 1. Xi Jinping is a driver of the region's insecurity, particularly in a post-20th National Congress environment. 2nd, the scope of the Chinese Communist Party's global and maritime ambition and its impact on the region. 3rd, Southeast Asia's hedging in the face of a US-China strategic competition. The threat posed by China's anti-access, anti-denial conventional capability and the naval surveillance fleet on the Philippine archipelago and the West Philippine Sea. The potential impact on territorial integrity and economic interests arising from a serious Taiwan crisis scenario. And lastly, non-kinetic threats arising from the Chinese Communist Party's United Front Works, intelligence, and cyber capabilities. Under this strategic and operational context that we assess the emerging form and shape of Philippine defense cooperation in collaboration with like-minded partners and our U.S. allies. The People's Liberation Army's anti-access, anti-denial conventional capability, and I'm not talking of the rocket debris, is a potential threat against Philippine archipelago in the region. It is beyond our resources and capabilities to address. Thus, it begs the question, how does this factor in with regards to U.S. deployment and contingency planning? What is our desired unilateral and bilateral response? How would other partners such as Australia and Japan respond? This needs a candid and transparent discussion with Indo-PACOM. It is an existential concern that will affect confidence in the alliance and taking into consideration safety of the general public, survivability of our critical infrastructure, and design of the AFP's future capabilities, among others. the region's naval balance of power has already shifted in favor of China. The PLA Navy surface forces, along with Coast Guard and militia, threatens the West Philippine Sea and adjacent waters. From our end, CDNA's strategy in the West Philippine Sea and limited sea control for the 7 archipelagic straits that we have under maritime jurisdiction has been adopted. The challenge is for the alliance to rethink prior arrangement, stay relevant, recalibrate if necessary, and learn to innovate. For example, any potential crisis in the West Philippine Sea or Taiwan will likely revolve in a maritime theater of operations. Yet, among the 5 identified EDCA sites, 4 are aerodromes intended for air operations. This ignores the case that our decisive points for both crisis scenarios are in 3 slocks: Luzon Strait, Mindoro Strait, Balabac Strait. In this regard, perhaps, some of the funds for EDCA needs to be rechanneled to address maritime defense and C4I requirements, such as modernizing the former Hanjin facility, which is now Naval Operating Base Subic, Puga Island in northern Luzon, Busuanga Island in northern Palawan, and perhaps a joint maritime C4I infrastructure for coordination between the AFP and the Indo-Pacific and other partners. It might be prudent to reposition the U.S. Marine Corps HIMARS in country for a quick first glance. This takes into consideration the Philippine and U.S. Marine Corps shared operational approach to counter naval advantage of China. This system could cover 3 slocks, Luzon, Mindoro, and Balabac, and complement the Philippine Marine Corps anti-ship missile systems. Such arrangement can be through a rotational training scheme or a lease arrangement. For the Navy to operate in the West Philippine Sea, in a multilateral maritime force, it needs the tactical data link system yesterday. Granted that we need to comply with the U.S. stringent vetting process, but the reality is, unless allied and partner navies and aircraft can talk to each other under one umbrella, then joint operations and interoperability is just lip service. This gap was already recognized in previous RIMPAC and Kakadu exercise, and again apparent in the recently concluded Sama-Sama and Lumbas exercise. Moving forward, a conclusion to the General Security of Military Information Agreement is a welcome development. However, what we really need is an expanded intelligence sharing scheme that covers not only the alliance, but other like-minded partners such as Australia and Japan. Such mechanism should break or remove barriers that hamper coordination, provide a secure 24/7 collaboration tool with its own battle rhythm, and achieve a comprehensive maritime domain awareness across the region. On foreign interference, countering the CCP's influence operations against like-minded democracies require a concerted multilateral response. Our societies are being subverted, along with our bureaucracies, industries, schools, and media, among others, while our political and business elites are co-opted to conform with Beijing's policy agenda. In the Philippines, this manifested under the guise of BRI, or Belt and Road Initiative projects, in areas earlier identified as critical to maritime security: Puga Island, Subic, Sangley Point, to name a few. We might look at multilateral mechanisms to counter China's regional and maritime ambitions. Noteworthy was the trilateral joint staff talks conducted recently in Manila last July between the Armed Forces, Indo-Pacific, and the Japan Self-Defense Force. This nascent mill-to-mill engagement can potentially be such a mechanism if managed properly. This might also serve as a cue for the Philippine, US, and Japan defense and foreign affairs communities to consider a trilateral strategic dialogue as a way ahead. Only if our interests converge can we expect common defense posture to take shape. And if this idea gains traction, perhaps Australia can be added to the mix. Southeast Asia's tendency to hedge from a US-China competition is unavoidable, as most countries tried its best to avoid choosing sides. Perhaps an out-of-the-box solution thrown from the left field is to encourage Japan to take a more prominent leadership role in this part of the Indo-Pacific. Japan is a resident power. It shares the same values and interests with the rest of East Asia. And more important, in case of a crisis, it bears the same risks as other countries in the region. To some extent, it has taken some of the slack in terms of dialogue and economic cooperation whenever the US was distracted away from the region. As for ASEAN, while it could not be an effective counterbalance to the two major powers, our experience with the TCA Indo-Malfi or Trilateral Cooperative Arrangement and the Malacca Strait Patrol proves that some of its members can successfully build a minilateral arrangement if its interests converge and the attendant risks are minimal. Perhaps a workable approach is to focus on non-traditional security undertakings such as a Coast Guard to Coast Guard engagement like the SIMLAY or the Southeast Asia Maritime Law Enforcement Initiative, and later on perhaps study the possibility of employing the Coast Guards to counter Beijing's gray zone operations in the South China Sea. The success of any defense cooperation arrangement rests on the contributions provided by all parties involved. In the case of the Philippines, the defense and security community should realize that it is in a serious need of internal reform. There are force structure, capability, and interagency issues that are far too wide to cover and far too many to list out for this forum. But the message that needs to come out is the current business model we operate in hardly addresses the security challenges, more so the emerging ones. I end with the adage, the chain is only as strong as its weakest link. With that, good afternoon and thank you.
You're on time, sir. Thank you for your powerful speech there and for your recommendations. Now, our second speaker, there are two speakers actually. They are live via Zoom to discuss about light up the gray zone, leveraging publicly available data to deter intrusions into the Philippine waters. We have with us Colonel Raymond Powell, U.S. Air Force retired from the Gordon Nutt Center for National Security Innovation Project NUSHO, Stanford University, California, USA, and Major Angela Smith to present their topic on the gray zone. Let's all welcome them. Thank you very much, Colonel Powell. And first to Major Angela Smith for that speech. Now we move to the next presentation to talk about the future of the U.S.-Philippines alliance under the Marcos administration. We have with us Dr. Renato De Castro, trustee and program convener of the Stratbase ADR Institute and professor of De La Salle University. Let's all welcome Dr. De Castro. Sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation for the Albert de Rosario Institute for Strategic and International Studies for giving me the opportunity to share my view regarding a very important topic, which is, of course, has to do with the alliance. I have a PowerPoint presentation, but I'll do my best to make it fast and make it entertaining. So, my PowerPoint presentation, please. It's about 60 slides, but I promise you we'll breeze through it. Now we're having PowerPoint, please. Okay, so let me start my presentation with what's happening recently, of course. Oops. Okay, so you have this event that happened on September 29, 2022, when we have, of course, the two secretaries of defense, the Philippines and the United States, reaffirming the alliance. So where's the direction here? So accordingly, this will the reaffirmation of the Mutual Defense Treaty will be accomplished by enhancing maritime cooperation, improving the respective armed forces interoperability. Okay, so both also admitted the necessity of improving and modernizing, and this is a key word that we will be looking at. What do we mean by modernizing the alliance? To help secure the Philippines' future, address regional security. So suddenly they have decided to revive the 2016 Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, which was of course delayed and of course ignored by the previous administration. So the meeting of Tuesday also happened at the time that you have the Mutual Defense Board meeting in Hawaii. I hope they did not do the meeting while wearing Hawaiian shirts. Because it's right, the two sides conduct continued robust military relations between the two armed forces, as both agreed to hold 500 military exercises from, of course, because of the pandemic, it went down to 250. Now it's going up to 500 by next year. And of course, planned activities is seen as in the aftermath of the very pleasant meeting between President Marcos, President Ferdinand Marcos, and of course President Joe Biden. And of course, you can remember what happened in 2016. You know, when there was a supposed meeting between President Duterte and President Barack Obama, which was canceled because of an uncalled statement by the previous Philippine president, calling Barack Obama something to do with his mother. Okay, on the side of the 77th session, you have this very, very pleasant meeting. Proceed. So clearly, there's an effort of the current administration to improve the security relations with the United States, which was unthinkable, of course, a couple of years ago under the Duterte administration. Of course, we could still remember the series of crises that occurred during the Duterte administration, starting, of course, with what happened in Laos, you know, a bilateral meeting that was canceled because, of course, of what President Duterte described, the mother of, the late mother of President Barack Obama. I don't have to do further discuss. Then, of course, his decision to abrogate the visiting force agreement. So my focus, of course, would be looking at how the alliance, in fact, survived and how the alliance could be revitalized and modernized to enable the Philippines and the United States to secure challenges. Now, I just have to breeze through this. I would rather focus, of course, the key crisis between the alliance happened with the Duterte's administration, and this cartoon tells us what is basically the essence of his appeasement policy. So you have President Duterte there with a big dragon. Okay, let me just proceed. So it's something to do with using China's resources to effect the build project of the Duterte administration. So I saw, of course, improvement of relations with China. I won't have to discuss this. You can check. I'll have this PowerPoint distributed later. Let's proceed to the more important details. So, of course, the essence of the appeasement policy was to distance the Philippines from the United States. And let's talk of why this did not happen. Let me just proceed. Okay, no need to discuss this. Let's proceed to what basically ensured the survival of the alliance. And I have three basic arguments. Number one, what's happening with the PowerPoint? Okay. Separation. This is some of the efforts he did. Oops, what happened? Disappeared. Okay, still there. Okay, so what accounts for the survival of the alliance? Number one is the institutional support provided by the armed forces of the Philippines. The armed forces of the Philippines basically told the Duterte administration, the alliance is important. We cannot simply do away with the alliance. So you have the important role played, of course, by the Philippine military. Let me just proceed. So need to discuss this. So American assistance basically ensured that the AFP would maintain this institutional link between the Philippines and the United States. So just in terms of the economic assistance provided by the United States and the focus on the South China Sea and of course what happened in Marawi. Now I don't need to discuss this, we can discuss this later. What led to, what basically caused Secretary Lozana to ask for the review of the military MDT 1951. And of course, another very important factor was the fact that two populist presidents were able to get along, especially when they met in November 2017. In a way that he expressed, of course, a policy. The Trump administration adopted a policy of strategic patience. Okay, let me just proceed. No need to discuss the details or the meeting then. They really got along very well. Okay, let's just proceed. Okay, so what basically account for the survival? The greatest friend of the Philippine-US alliance is no less than China. Despite the Duterte's administration efforts to appease China, and something that was mentioned earlier, Chinese gray zone operation. We can discuss what have been the Chinese gray zone operations. So I know we can discuss that in details later. I intend to proceed to basically what could be the future of the alliance. Some of the details then, which we do not need to discuss. Of course, the more important one was what happened in March 2012, the Winston Shoal incident. Okay, let's just proceed to what could be the future of the alliance. Okay, so what's the future of the alliance? Given the fact that, of course, despite effort of the Duterte administration to appease China, China has continued to pursue its coercive policy against, the Philippine government through what we call gray zone operation. So the alliance survived the last 6 years of Duterte, and this, of course, was shown by the fact that even during the midst of the Duterte administration, you have the effort of Secretary Lozana to seek a greater clarification of the Mutual Defense Treaty. The survival and resilience of the Philippine-US alliance way into the Marcos administration, in fact, has provided both allies the opportunity to engage each other in a robust dialogue on how they could position the 20-year-old alliance to address emerging security challenges. And of course, key challenges like the South China Sea, West Philippine Sea issue, and something that is, of course, being discussed in Washington, D.C., in Tokyo, in Canberra, in Manila, and of course in Taipei and Beijing, the Taiwan Strait crisis. This robust engagement should be aimed at, of course, this is a key point, modernizing the alliance in the light of emerging security challenges. Modernizing the alliance required two general thrusts for the alliance, as of course mentioned in the November 16, 2021 joint vision, which interestingly was formulated and of course negotiated during the time of the Duterte administration. So two allies should strengthen combined capabilities to formulate periodic new bilateral defense guidelines that will buttress their common understanding of the Mutual Defense Treaty. There's no need really to amend the Mutual Defense Treaty, what is important is the formulation of a policy guidelines that would enable both allies to interpret the vague provisions, of course, of the 1951 Mutual Defense Treaty. The Philippines and the U.S. should further diplomatic military efforts in building an international coalition that will support a rules-based maritime and international order, something that was, of course, discussed by Admiral Ong. So the alliance should go beyond the bilateral. So what are the key points that the alliance should have, the two allies would have to undertake? Number one, strengthening the Philippine-U.S. alliance by fully implementing EDCA, which is, of course, happening right now. Expanding the bilateral 2+2 to include 4+4 strategic, diplomatic, economic, and public health dialogue mechanism that will advance a comprehensive security partnership beyond simply the security dimension of the alliance. Then, of course, in a way, the U.S. should assist the armed forces of the Philippines to slowly win away from its, almost 70-year focus on internal security. So it's time basically for the two allies to engage in a dialogue on how the United States could facilitate the exit of the armed forces of the Philippines from internal security. Offer an affordable military assistance package to support the AP modernization program, because one thing is clear, we simply do not have enough resources to modernize the armed forces of the Philippines. But we had, again, impressing on Manila that this is a matter of an executive undertaking. Offer the Philippines a vigorous training educational program, because something that has often been mentioned, the modernization program of the armed forces of the Philippines, it's not simply material. More importantly, it involves the psychological, the mindset, as they call it. It's a possibility that Washington could bring large contingent of Filipino troops for joint exercise at Okinawa, Guam, and even Hawaii, with the hope, of course, that they will not decide to stay there for good. So, this joint undertaking should be aimed at developing institutional, professional, as well as personal relationship, because this really matters. I'm going to the last part, enhancing, of course, the Philippine security partnership with other U.S. allies, and something that was mentioned earlier by Admiral Ong. Importance that we have to link it with Japan, with South Korea, and of course Australia, and of course encouraging the Philippines to establish diplomatic and security ties with emerging minilaterals in the Indo-Pacific. I will just end my presentation with a quotation from President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. when he was, of course, in New York, when he said, "I cannot see the Philippines' future without the U.S. as a partner." Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. De Castro. You're still on time. Now, for the last speaker for this panel, we have with us Ambassador Laura del Rosario, who will be talking about strengthening U.S.-Philippines economic diplomacy through the IPEF. Let's all welcome Ambassador del Rosario. Ma'am.
Good afternoon. I feel so lonely because I'm the one talking about economic issues among people interested in military and security and defense. So I don't know how to proceed, except maybe to try to help you get a little appreciation of what we do when it comes to economic security. We know that economic security is the foundation of political security. All you have to do is look back to the year 2010, when the Arab Spring happened, in the Middle East, which started in Tunisia. And within the next 2 years, 4 heads of state were removed from their positions. The head of Libya, Egypt, Yemen, and Tunisia. But then, of course, at that time, everybody thought that social media was the means, to introduce democracy. It really played a role in democratizing those countries that were suffering under corruption, economic integration, human rights abuses, and of course, what we call the lack of governance. Okay, but these days it's social media that's our enemy, isn't it? I mean, for the people who are governed, we think the social media is the one now being used by governments to control the way we think, the way we look at things. In fact, we were talking about revisionism and how things are being changed. Now, I'm going to talk about the International Pacific Economic Framework for Progress, or the IPEF. I was talking to Bill Luz earlier, 3 hours ago, he said that there's so many alphabet soups, alphabets being introduced in the soup of economic relations. He was just trying to get used to RCEP and then see the TPP, which became the CCTPP, and then he said, now we have the IPEF, and he said, Lula, honestly, I didn't know what IPEF was all about. And he just came from the APEC summit, in Bangkok. Now, what is the IPEF? It has, of course, it has 4 pillars, okay? The trade pillar, the supply chain pillar, the clean economy, and the fair economy. It is different, of course, from the TPP, which at that time when it was being negotiated under the Obama administration, we call it this gold standard when it comes to free trade agreement. Now, of course, you all know, I suppose, by just using our common sense, that when we talk about fair trade agreements, we mean that we want facilitated trade, a quicker movement of goods, people, money, capital, the faster flow of everything, so that there will be, better economic development. But then, of course, what makes this different is that it is not like the TPP. It is not a traditional trade agreement. In fact, it is not an agreement at all. It's just a framework. Okay, the U.S. Congress is not exactly excited about, negotiating an FTA. And of course, the U.S. interest is prioritized under free and open trade and under a rules-based order. That's the operative word or operative phrase, under a rules-based order. And IPEF does not provide market access for products, which TPP did, provided that the members of TPP would follow certain rules. And of course, China's economic diplomacy, in comparison, is not based on a rules-based order. And the last point, Chinese diplomacy is more attractive to governments that do not, wrong verb, that do not place premium on accountability. So there are people already saying, the IPF of the U.S. will not be able to compete with economic diplomacy of China because China's diplomacy is not based on rules. In fact, it's what governments, it's what, corrupt leaders would rather have, rather than, being subjected to certain rules by another government. Okay, so I wanted really actually to provide a list of things that we have to do under the IPEF. I thought that I would put those that we are already good at in black font, and then those that we still have to work on in red font. I ended up having everything in red font. In other words, I'm sorry, guys. So labor rights. Okay, we were there, right? Are we still there? I mean, have we reached that point where we think that we're good at labor rights? But by the way, labor rights don't always guarantee that people will invest in us. Just look at Vietnam. In fact, I was complaining when I was ambassador to Vietnam, I was complaining to my American counterpart. I said, because at that time, Intel was in the Philippines, if you recall, in Las Marinas. And when I was in Vietnam, they transferred to Vietnam. So I quarreled with the American ambassador. How dare you? I said, they have no labor rights. We have labor rights. Why did you transfer to Vietnam? And then, of course, he said, but Laura, we do not control our private corporations, which is true, right? What do private corporations care about labor rights? What they want, in fact, is that people cannot do strikes. So in a way, in that sense, Vietnam had an advantage. They could not strike in Vietnam, while our workers here can strike anytime. Second, of course, the wages in Vietnam were just 50% of what we would pay our people, and so the profits in Vietnam, when located there, Intel's thought that they could do better there in terms of savings, in terms of many other operational expenses. The only thing that consoled me was that Intel Vietnam got 56 of our engineers from Intel Philippines to run their operations there. And I said, and so in other words, I said, they still trusted us. And also to make things worse, I almost felt like, the Americans really knew what they were doing. They trained all their workers in Portland, Oregon. I don't know how many hundreds of them. Well, they did not train the Filipinos anywhere except in the Philippines. So in other words, I said, it's like sour graping. We're still the better workers. You don't have to send us our but still we lost Intel, right? Okay. And then of course environment, our continuous deforestation. I mean, there was somebody here, I think, was talking about the environment, and the thing that really made me upset, and I know Secretary De Rosario knows this. By the way, sir, I'm sorry for that to acknowledge you at the beginning of my presentation. Secretary De Rosario was my boss. By the way, I keep on telling people we're not related, okay? And if we were related, if we were related, he would not appoint me, and I would not accept, okay? Because we assume that we are anti-nepotism. But at that point, I think I remember we were trying to finalize our position for the Paris Accord, and we already submitted our how much we would do in terms of our the reduction of our carbon emissions. And after we did that, after we decided this is what we're going to emit from now on, reduce by this amount of reduction, what did we do? We ordered coal-fired power plants. I said, what are we doing? Do we know what we're talking about? It's as though we say one thing and then we do another. And then, of course, trade facilitation. This is supposed to talk about customs and other regulations. After listening to Echeverria, I mean, Commodore, right? Or Admiral Echeverria, they suppose we need customs facilitation. There's smuggling all over. Who cares about customs regulations? People just have to smuggle, right? So in other words, we're an open border country, except that nobody pays taxes. And of course, anything can get through, whether it's drugs or whatever. And by the way, these customs regulations actually and trade facilitation was also being negotiated in APEC because there were a lot of rules, especially by customs people about that would allow them to earn more, and of course, which will open the system to bribery and all other negative forces. And then, of course, we don't have to talk about transparency. And up to now, I'm still trying to figure out why have we never passed the Freedom of Information Act, the FOIA. If you recall, more than 6 years ago, we were talking about this under President Aquino's administration. And before he left government, we were hoping that he would approve, to prioritize the FOI Act. And I suppose it would have been good about this because at that time we went through the Napoleon scandal. And then, of course, land use and clean economy. When you talk about land use, people say that we don't have what we call an omnibus land use because there are politicians, both in the upper house and the lower house, whose, it's so hard to say, but whose vested interests are in the use of land. So that if you're going to regulate the use of land, these people who are in real estate development and who are in other businesses that have something to do with land will really curtail their operations. So somebody said a couple of senators or a couple of congressmen have been sitting on this land use bill for so many years, and I don't know how long. So should I go on or I might end up depressing you? Okay, so all right. Anyway, this one too. Okay, this one is also important about mining. We know that mining is very important, and somehow we don't have any updated mining law. And for some people, they're taking advantage of this because our mining law should be able to somehow add some order into what we're doing in mining, because we do have critical minerals that are important in the supply chain that the United States is trying to protect. Why is the supply chain important? Because somehow, like for instance, when you talk about the components, when you do these advanced electric vehicles, or when we do computers, or when you do drones, you do need certain supplies from certain, or minerals from certain countries to do all of these high-tech products. In fact, China, if you recall, that prevented the export of all its sensitive minerals. There's a thing for it, right? So Japan really was at a loss at a particular point. That's why, if you notice, that's why Japan is not very strong in electric car production. It's because it needs those certain minerals that it needs for their batteries. Now, for us, we have a very good. We're supposed to be number 3 in the world in terms of availability of nickel mining. But what's wrong with our mining is the local governments that control local mining under the LGU code, right? So you have all those little miners or big miners that all they have to do, they don't have to go to the department, to the Bureau of Mines. All they have to do is go to the mayor or go to the provincial governor, and they can really extract the best, the best minerals that they can get from that particular province. So in other words, the government, the national government, is not earning anything from our mining resources, from mineral resources, because it's now being controlled by the local governments. And you know how our local governments are. They can easily be influenced, isn't it? And then, of course, it's important that we improve traceability of minerals, as I said, because there are certain minerals that are really important in certain production, high-value production. And then I don't have to talk about anti-money laundering, anti-bribery, and all that, because these things happen. And of course, one thing that the U.S. perhaps can really help us is really in decarbonization, investing in clean energy. The U.S. has now come up with something strong in clean energy, but at the same time, too, we know that there are forces or there are sectors in government that want to promote nuclear power plants. This one has been going on since before Fukushima, but these groups somehow slowed down their efforts when Fukushima happened. I forgot what year. I think it was 2017 or 2016. But of course, it has been. Everybody knows now that the move to have nuclear power plants is on. But instead of one big one, they're planning to have small nuclear plants that are distributed around the Philippines. And of course, there are many countries that are interested in this, and I think even the United States really can be a key player in our clean energy. Now, why am I mentioning all of this? Because it's in these areas where we can work with the United States. Because if you want to work with the U.S. and also with other countries that are part already of the IPEF, I think right now there are 14 of them, we'll be able to have good economic relations with them. But then if you notice, because it's rules-based, we really have to improve our regulations and our rules on this. We do need regulatory reform. It's as though that's the story of my life. All the time I've been in government for 37 years, I've been working for regulatory reform in our economic sector. And of course, one thing which is important here is the third bullet, determining critical sectors that can affect security and health and safety of the citizenry. I think the pandemic exposed us to that. We realized that somehow when there's a pandemic, we don't have the supplies that we need. For instance, we didn't have the PPE, we didn't have the mask, we didn't have everything that we needed really to fight the pandemic. So maybe we should really go into this, producing our own health supplies. And this morning, I was just listening to a report from a group which said that during the pandemic, there were some people whose wealth increased by 30% during the pandemic, while so many of our people lost their jobs. This is another thing about economic security. If the inequality expands, the more we should be worried about our insecurity. Okay, and then the assumptions. We assume that members, the IPF countries, will choose their partners in small groupings following the subsectors, meaning those who are strong in certain subsectors will partner with countries who are strong in those. And of course, the U.S. will encourage negotiations to improve transparency and rule of law among its weaker members, meaning including us. To me, it would be very good if we can use this as a reason for us to really improve our regulations, to really do a whole of government approach in improving the way we do business. And then, of course, who knows? We'll never know whether in the future whether we would rather prefer to do business with China, because with China it doesn't require any rules, right? So it's easier. So that's the final conclusion. So I hope despite the fact that you're not in economics nor in economic activities, I hope it has somehow made you appreciate the role of economic diplomacy in government service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Del Rosario. That was wonderful. First, I asked all the speakers to please come forward, Admiral Ong and Dr. Di Castro, to please occupy the seats in front. And now we will proceed to the open forum. So I guess we have like 15 minutes for this one. Of course. Yes, sir. Please ask the question.
My question is the time of President Obama up to the present, the U.S. government through their Secretary of States are always saying that our defense alliances is ironclad. Okay, and that it includes the South China Sea. But if we read the Mutual Defense Treaty of 1951, it only talks of the Pacific Ocean. As a matter of fact, it was repeated there 4 times, only Pacific Ocean. And then the second is that the treaty can only be valid after the exchange of ratified treaty in Manila. And everybody knows that it was only ratified by our Philippine Senate. And it was never ratified by the US Senate. My question therefore is, how can we now invoke a treaty that is not valid? And their statement of it is ironclad is only verbal utterance, and there is no document to show it. Thank you very much.
Number one, the treaty is valid because it's included in the list of treaties of the United Nations. And of course, it has been concurred to by the US Senate. The Mutual Defense Treaty was concurred to by the US Senate. Regarding, of course, the term Pacific, Western Pacific, there's a question raised during the negotiation for the Visiting Force Agreement. First, if there's an attack with Bradley, the position, you have, of course, the letter by Ambassador Thomas Hubbard, which says, since the South China Sea is part of the Western Pacific, then it is covered by the Mutual Defense Treaty. Repeated again by Secretary Pompeo's March 2018 statement, which says that, the South China Sea is part of the Western Pacific, then it's covered by the treaty. Plus, there's, of course, another provision in the Mutual Defense Treaty that states, any attack on Philippine public vessel, land or sea, would be considered as an attack on the United States. Again, amended by Secretary Blinken. I think this was March 2012. Any attack on the armed forces of the Philippines, then again including, would be considered as an attack on the United States. So, from the perspective of the United States, the treaty is, of course, a valid agreement. Of course, whether that treaty would be implemented or not will not be a matter of legality. It will be a matter of a political decision. I hope I addressed your question, sir.
Okay, can we hear the insights of our... Okay, it's okay. We also have Colonel Powell and Major Smith via Zoom. If you have questions about their pitch earlier, you can ask questions about it. Okay, any other questions? While you are still thinking, maybe I'd like to ask a question also. US VP Kamala Harris is currently on official visit in the Philippines. How does this visit contribute to strengthening the alliance of the Philippines and the US? Anyone from the panel, please?
Look at it from the strategic communication part of it. So it reinforces the strengthening of the alliance, or relationship between the Philippines. More so that it follows after APEC and previous one, the G20.
Okay, thank you for that, Admiral Ong. Ambassador, would you want to...
I just wanted to mention that there have been a flurry of visits to the Philippines, isn't it, from U.S. officialdom. I think 2 months ago, what was it? Secretary of State, right? Yeah, Secretary Blinken was also here. And I know that there are also people
Ambassador. Again, I encourage you to ask questions about the project Noshu, or as presented by Colonel Powell earlier. Anyone who would like to ask questions about that?
I just want to ask, does anybody know why we don't share the information?
Okay.
Because you know, you know, they have the right question.
Right.
Why aren't we sharing the information on these incidents? What is behind that? Is
Okay.
it the government hiding the information?
That is a valid question, Ambassador. Major Colonel Powell or Major Smith, did you want to answer that? You're still muted, Colonel Powell.
Share information, and our government is no different. I mean, I worked for our government for 35 years. Any information we share generally has to go through a process, and the process is by nature conservative about what information gets shared. So, you know, I think you don't always have to believe that it's that the reasons are somehow that it's trying to be secretive. We gave an example of our own Coast Guard having a hard time just giving basic information, and it's inherent. In fact, my son works for a very large U.S. corporation. He says they have the same problem. Any large bureaucracy has a hard time sharing information.
Thank you, Colonel Powell. Yeah, yes, ma'am. You have a question.
Okay, this is addressed to the people in Project Myoshu. Okay, I noticed in the website that you have a partnership with the Management Science and Engineering Department of Stanford. I came from that department, the origin of it, the Engineering Economic Systems that got expanded to become the MSE. I understand from the news release today that the Vice President is discussing nuclear power cooperation with the Philippines. And one of the objectives of this project that you have is to help in energy sustainability. Do you think that introducing this concept to the Philippines, which is a tectonically active country with a lot of demands on its resources that are limited, with a crisis on energy that is already inside our country, not 10 years from now, and even with small reactors, not do well for us because you will have not only distributed energy systems, but also distributed active waste. My doctoral thesis is on nuclear power, and my advisors were Ron Howard and Elizabeth Patay Cornell. So, you know that I got good mentorship from them. And I'm strongly against it.
Okay, comments, Colonel Powell?
Yeah, I'm afraid that if we were to get into that, it would be pretty much outside of our expertise in our project. So I'm sorry, we probably wouldn't be able to give a good answer.
I just want to add to the comment there. Definitely, I think some people think that nuclear energy is the only way which will really prevent us from emitting more, right? Because we're so dependent on carbon fuel. The thing that I'm from the field of education. Now, the thing that worries me most is that we don't have nuclear physicists. And we do need nuclear physicists to run these plants. And it takes at least 7 to 8 years, right? To train them to operate these plants. So if we are serious about that, we better start telling our students in senior high school, better study physics because we will need you in the future.
Right. Our nuclear physicist already retired. Yeah. So we need to develop new pool of nuclear scientists.
May I have the last say on that? Because that's related to the topic of maritime. We are a maritime and archipelagic nation, and our biggest blessing from God is the fact that we are hosting the seat of marine biodiversity in the world. And we have many other sources of energy: sun, wind, water, not only for hydro, but for water in between islands, like TISEC, not OTEC. So we really have to allocate our resources to this, and not on something that we don't have anything for. Not only human capital, we don't have natural assets, we don't have manufactured goods and services, nothing.
Right. We will consider your recommendations, ma'am. Maybe for the last question for all our speakers here, how relevant is the Visiting Forces Agreement and the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement to the U.S.-Philippines alliance? What is the future direction of these agreements for our speakers? I think, yes, please.
Hello. May I add to that question? My name is Auxiliary Captain Peter Ocampo. I'm the Assistant Director for External and International Affairs Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary. And I would like to congratulate Secretary Albert Del Rosario for a very successful Pilipinas Conference 2022. And of course, thank you for Dean Domanit for the kind invitation. Now my question is, how do we rely on asserting the Philippine-US alliance in light of the recent encroachment involving the apparent and alleged forceful retrieval of rocket debris by the Chinese Coast Guard from the Philippine Navy? How can these incidents be still positioned on a diplomatic level, knowing that such aggression is undoubtedly unacceptable? Thank you.
Anyone from our panel?
Personally, the information is still new to me.
Yeah.
So we don't have all we don't have all the aspects to the situation. But I'm looking at it from both perspectives, the Chinese and the Philippines. Remember, that's their rocket debris, and there is, although I'm not an expert, there are salvage rights component to that conversation. The only thing that I disagree with was the forceful way it was done. It could have been handled more appropriately. But I think this is behavioral on the tactical level that needs to be addressed more on their Chinese side rather than ours.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Anyone else? Then we proceed to the last question that I asked earlier. What will be the future directions of all these treaties we have with the United States?
This is my take. It will be challenged right now. It's a very challenging situation. Of course, we have the usual tension in the South China Sea. But what would really challenge the alliance, would either make or break the alliance, is how we will position ourselves once we have a push comes to shove in the Taiwan Straits. Of course, we have some people here who are saying that the Philippines should be neutral. We cannot be neutral simply because we're not armed. You know, neutrality would only work if it's armed neutrality. And of course, we also cannot be neutral because we have a mutual defense treaty. You know, this is something I always emphasize. People would ask me, you know, will the U.S. assist us just in case push comes to shove? But we have to always take into account an alliance, just like marriage, is a two-way street. You expect your ally to assist you, then our ally also expects us to assist them. So, you know, sooner or later, hopefully not in the next 5 years, but given, you know, what was, the conclusion of the 20th Party Congress, that we will see a China that has a totally different take of the world, and of course a China that emphasizes now not opportunity but of course security.
But Dr. De Castro, what may break the alliance? What do you think are your prognosis on that?
What if we will not live up to our treaty obligation to the United States?
Okay, that ends the panel for this afternoon. Let's all give a round of applause to our distinguished speakers. Thank you very much, Ambassador Del Rosario, Dr. De Castro, Admiral Ong, and to thank you also to Colonel Powell and to Major Smith. Now we proceed to the last part of our program this afternoon. In as much as we would like to have Ambassador Mary Kay Carlson and Ambassador Abram Waldos to be here in in the venue. We know for a fact that there is an official visit right now by Vice President Kamala Harris. Now we will listen to their message that is recorded. Let's listen first to the message of Her Excellency Mary Kay Carlson, Ambassador of the U.S. Embassy in the Philippines.
Thank you so much to Stratbase and the Albert Del Rosario Institute for inviting me to offer some recorded remarks for your Pilipinas Conference 2022. I regret that I'm not able to join you in person this year. Currently, I'm accompanying our Vice President Kamala Harris on her ongoing visit to this wonderful country. Stratbase and the ADR Institute have chosen an excellent theme for this year's conference: leveraging strategic partnerships and multilateral cooperation in the promotion of a rules-based international order. Support for a rules-based order is at the heart of U.S. foreign policy priorities around the globe and in the region. It also forms the foundation of our bilateral alliance and partnership with the Philippines. The rules-based order refers to the lessons the world learned after the devastation of the Second World War. These lessons led the international community to develop principles, norms, and standards to avoid such a catastrophe ever happening again. Our rules-based order of today incorporates the foundational principles of self-determination, independence, and territorial integrity to which all nations agreed in the UN Charter. These rules mean big countries cannot simply seize, swallow, or bully their smaller neighbors because they have the power or whim to do so. These rules champion the rule of law as a way to address and resolve disputes peacefully. In economic terms, these rules defend a level playing field and a free flow of commerce and exchange that provides opportunity for all and preserves our shared environment. In the sea and in the air, these rules include the freedom of navigation and overflight and open access to shared commons in line with international law. President Biden's national security strategy emphasizes that we are now in a decisive decade, facing two major challenges. First, from powers that layer authoritarian governance with a revisionist foreign policy and seek to undercut the rules for their own benefit. Second, from shared challenges, climate change, pandemics, food and energy insecurity, and transnational terrorism. The United States is working to revitalize one of America's greatest strengths, our alliances, partnerships, and friendships. We also support multilateral and regional institutions to strengthen the rules-based order and respond collectively to shared challenges. As part of President Biden's national security strategy, we have our Indo-Pacific strategy, which promotes a region that is open, interconnected, prosperous, secure, and resilient. President Biden highlighted these principles a week ago at the U.S.-ASEAN Summit and East Asia Summit in Cambodia. There, he underscored our commitment to an empowered, unified ASEAN by launching the U.S.-ASEAN Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. He also announced a request for $825 million in 2023 for new assistance to Southeast Asia, on top of $250 million in new ASEAN-linked initiatives. Here in the Philippines, our Mutual Defense Treaty opens with faith in the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations and invokes our common bond of sympathy and mutual ideals to protect our territorial integrity and political independence. The United States and the Philippines have kept this faith for 71 years. Over the last 5 years, the United States has committed over $625 million for Philippine defense and security enhancements, especially to upgrade your ability to protect Philippine waters in the South China Sea. Under the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, or EDCA, we expect to invest $70 million in infrastructure improvements for the armed forces of the Philippines. We support President Marcos's statement that the Philippines will not cede even 1 square inch of territory, including as it relates to the South China Sea. The United States calls upon the PRC to comply with the legally binding decision of the Arbitral Tribunal in 2016, which firmly rejected the PRC's unlawful claims. We recognize Philippine sovereign rights and jurisdiction with respect to maritime zones in the vicinity of Second Thomas Shoal and Reed Bank. U.S. officials have been clear about our commitment to the Mutual Defense Treaty. As Secretary of State Blinken stated July 11th, an armed attack on Philippine armed forces, public vessels, or aircraft in the South China Sea would invoke U.S. mutual defense commitments. That's a direct quote. Secretary of Defense Austin reiterated this commitment on September 1st, stating, and I quote, U.S. mutual defense treaty commitments extend to Philippine armed forces, public vessels, and aircraft in the South China Sea. Let me turn now to relations with the People's Republic of China. China is the world's second largest economy, and the United States, the Philippines, and virtually every country in the world seeks constructive relations with the PRC. We in the United States look to cooperate with China on shared interests, even as we are open and honest where we differ. President Biden took this approach in his meeting with PRC President Xi Jinping at the G20 in Bali on November 14th. Our president was clear in voicing concern over PRC actions on Taiwan, the South China Sea, and human rights in Xinjiang, Hong Kong, and Tibet. He also underscored our wish to find ways to cooperate. That message persuaded President Xi to reopen cooperative talks on climate, a very important outcome. Climate is also an area where the Philippines and the United States are working together to champion a rules-based approach to solving key problems. The Philippines' vulnerability to climate change means Filipinos have an important voice in ongoing efforts to address this challenge. President Marcos's priority to develop clean energy has led to a long line of U.S. clean energy partnerships with the Philippines, which will help spur economic growth and innovation and will respond to the climate crisis. Likewise, we see a natural partnership with the Philippines in addressing shared challenges such as food security, cybersecurity, and preventing the next pandemic. Our two countries are also collaborating to write the new economic rules for the 21st century through the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, or IPEF. Finally, while I have been emphasizing the role of the rules-based order in defining U.S. policy in the Philippines and globally, I can't ignore the foundation of our bilateral ties with the Philippines. The deep bonds of friendship and family between our two peoples animate the values that we share. Over 4 million U.S. citizens with Filipino ancestry call the United States home, and more than 300,000 American citizens live in the Philippines. These deep ties were clear during the visit of our aircraft carrier, the USS Ronald Reagan, last month. Do you know that 1 in 10 of the nearly 5,000 sailors on that ship are Filipino or Filipino-American? The historical and cultural ties between us also give us the shared experience and outlook of citizens of fellow democracies. President Biden, in his September meeting with President Marcos, stressed that American values are our link with the Philippines, just as Philippine values are your link with us. It's a critical relationship that reflects deep shared bonds between us and the broad spectrum of bilateral priorities on which we partner. We value the Philippines as a friend, partner, and ally in championing the rules and principles that help every nation to thrive and prosper, regardless of their size or power. America is honored to be your partner in that vitally important effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Carlson. Now we listen to the message of Ambassador Jose Manuel B. Romualdez.
First of all, let us thank Professor Dindo Manhit and the ADR Stratbase for inviting me to share my thoughts on the future of U.S.-Philippine alliance, the prospects for peace and security, during this hybrid Pilipinas Conference 2022 forum, which is entitled, I think, The Leveraging of Strategic Partnerships and Multilateral Cooperation in the Promotion of a Rules-Based International Order. I'm sorry I'm not able to join you personally because obviously we have a visitor here right now in the Philippines. Vice President Kamala Harris is here, and so this is a recorded message to our friends. Mounting such a high-level conference with top experts and scholars coming together to share their insights and recommendations is no easy feat, and
I must congratulate everyone who worked very hard to put this successful hybrid event together. There is no question that the evolving nature and emergence of security threats present a significant opportunity for both the Philippines and the United States to explore new areas of cooperation that will make boost the alliance and at the same time solidify their positions relative to the Indo-Pacific. Having said that, I am pleased to note that our diplomatic relations have been further strengthened by the Visiting Forces Agreement and the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, or the EDCA, both of which underscore the long-standing partnership between the Philippines and the United States. Talks are ongoing between Washington and Manila for 5 more EDCA sites in addition to the pre-designated ones located at the Bautista Air Base in Palawan, the Basa Air Base in Pampanga, Fort Magsaysay in Nueva Ecija, the Mactan Benito Ebuen Air Base in Cebu, and the Lumbia Air Base located in Cagayan de Oro City. As many as you have probably heard or read in the news, the Philippines has recently been hit by natural disasters, and so these additional sites would also allow the United States to respond more quickly to disasters or crises that could hit other areas in the future. Last September, DND officer in charge and Senior Undersecretary Jose Faustino Jr. met with U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin at the Indo-Pacific Command in Hawaii to discuss the forward-looking as well as the practical and tangible ways by which the partnership can be strengthened and improve defense cooperation across multiple lines of effort. Increased interoperability was also discussed, including information sharing between the two armed forces, with the end in view of further enhancing the credibility of the alliance. The United States and the Philippines have been conducting dialogues regarding the Mutual Defense Treaty to ensure that it remains relevant in order to address contemporary security challenges. Both our countries also recognize the importance of implementing the EDCA to maintain and develop individual defense capabilities and responding to the current needs. There is no doubt that defense and security aspects will continue to remain the key pillars in our bilateral relations. And for the skeptics and critics of the alliance, allow me to share a portion of the commentary written by Gregory Winger and Julio Amador III, titled "Aim Higher, the U.S.-Philippine Alliance Can Do More." And I quote, "Accepting Philippine alignment with the United States is not an invitation for subservience. It is instead a manifestation of the Philippines' own national interests in promoting both a free and open Indo-Pacific as well as the rules-based international order. Moreover, it accurately recognizes that the benefits afforded to Manila by the Mutual Defense Treaty also carry responsibilities that cannot be ignored for the sake of convenience. I am certain that most everyone in the forum believes the alliance between the Philippines and the United States is vital in helping maintain the peace and stability in the region, and this is shared by a large majority of Filipinos who consider the United States as the most trusted country based on a number of surveys, among them the one commissioned by Stratbase last July. In the said survey, 89% of Filipinos believe that President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. should assert our rights in the West Philippine Sea, and 90% agree that the new administration must invest in the capability of the Philippine Navy and the Philippines Coast Guard to protect our territory and maritime resources within our exclusive economic zone. 84% also agree that President Marcos should form alliances with other countries to defend the Philippine territorial rights in the West Philippine Sea. Since day one, President Marcos has been consistent in communicating our independent foreign policy and is also focused on re-enhancing relations with existing and new allies. This is evident in the foreign policy direction of being a friend to all and an enemy to none, with these actions consistent in demonstrating this policy during state visits and bilateral meetings. Given that, the in-person meeting between President Marcos and President Biden in New York City last September showcased the Marcos government's openness and intent to further expand and explore more areas of cooperation and partnership with its longtime ally. The U.S. investment pledges about $3.9 billion will be critical to our country's recovery from the ravages of the pandemic and in helping make the Philippines an attractive and viable investment destination in Southeast Asia. To this end, we have been relentless in our efforts to host and to co-organize economic briefings, dialogues, and forums between key officials of the administration's economic team and U.S. investors and business organizations to elevate the profile of the Philippines and show why it is smart or it is a smart investment choice. We have also started working on the possible dates for a U.S. state visit by President Marcos, perhaps sometime in the middle of next year, in time for the Summit for Democracy that will be held in Washington, D.C. The current visit of Vice President Kamala Harris to the Philippines, as well as previous visits of high-level U.S. officials to the Philippines, such as State Secretary Antony Blinken, U.S. Secretary of the Navy Carlos del Toro, and the U.S. congressional delegation led by Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts, all serve to underscore the importance that the U.S. places on its bilateral relationship with the Philippines. They are no doubt significant milestones proving that the relationship with the U.S. and the Philippines is on the right track and in fact has never been better. For my part, I will continue working to ensure that our alliance with the United States will remain and will continue to be solid and stable, underpinned by deep people-to-people ties that have been forged by our shared experiences over the past decades. Thank you and have a good day.
Okay, what an excellent recorded message to end our program this afternoon. On behalf of Secretary Albert Del Rosario, Professor Dindo Manhit, and the team of the ADRI, and of course our friends from the Australian Embassy and the American Embassy, we thank all of you for joining us this afternoon and for participating in Pilipinas Conference 2022. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.